Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Lance didn't stay at Sylph Company for long. As a league champion, he was on his way to inspect the construction of Dark City's new gym. With Sylph Company's investment and the planned Poke Ball factory, Dark City was set to grow rapidly, evolving from a neglected fringe city to a major hub. The gym had to be built with serious consideration. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Sylph's president and thanking him for supporting the league, Lance left Sylph Company. The president turned to Luo Yuan and Sabrina with a look of relief. Luo Yuan, Sabrina, thank you both. Though Lance's help was greatly appreciated, the president knew well that such assistance came at a cost. Accepting the league's aid meant that Sylph Company would owe the league a favor in the future. This was the unspoken rule of mutual benefit, even if it came from Lance himself. Should Lance need Sylph's support in his next bid for champion, wouldn't they be obligated to help? Having insiders like Luo Yuan and Sabrina handle these Team Rocket grunts was ideal. Seeing the president's relieved expression, Luo Yuan knew his plan had worked. He accepted the thanks with a smile, and after handing the captured grunts over to Officer Jenny's team, he and Sabrina returned to the Saffron Gym. At the Saffron Gym, Luo Yuan sat on a couch, taking a call from Midori. Everything goes smoothly? Midori asked. She'd recently found out that Lambda hadn't just sent ordinary grunts, but a squad captain with real potential to join Team Rocket's elite. She worried this might have disrupted Luo Yuan's plans. Not that she thought Luo Yuan might lose. She was more concerned that Lambda's last-minute change would mess with Luo Yuan's strategy. Everything went perfectly. The plan went off without a hitch, Luo Yuan replied, smiling as he teased Ralts with a poke block. Ralts, eager for the treat, chirped excitedly as it watched the poke block dangle above it. The plan had indeed gone smoothly. Even with his official Pokemon alone, Luo Yuan's strength was enough to overwhelm most trainers. As long as it wasn't a high-ranking officer, it didn't really matter if the opponent was a grunt or an elite. And thanks to Lance's unexpected arrival, he'd achieved even more than intended. Glad to hear it. I called to let you know that Giovanni has returned to Viridian City, Midori informed him. Oh, does that mean Mutwo's complete? Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. With Giovanni overseeing things, progress had been swift. The final hurdles had been cleared, and Mutwo was ready. Yes, but the new island base was destroyed. Although everyone evacuated safely, the entire facility is now in ruins. Matori's tone held a hint of pain. As Team Rocket's chief financial officer, Midori knew just how much had been poured into the new island base. Thousands of scientists, nearly $1 billion in resources. It had become the world's most advanced facility for Pokemon cloning and artificial Pokemon research. But now, mere moments after Mutwo's creation, it had self-destructed, unleashing its psychic power in a massive explosion that wiped out the entire base. It was a painful loss. Creating a legendary Pokemon always comes with a price, Luo Yuan remarked philosophically. As someone in on the Mutwo project, he knew that critical data had already been uploaded to Rocket HQ's servers. The main losses were equipment and supplies. Given Mutwo's successful creation, this was an acceptable price. Midori sighed, seeming to accept his perspective. So, what's next for you? She sounded curious, half expecting him to ask for her assistance again. Well, since Giovanni's back, I suppose it's time for me to head to Viridian City and challenge his gym, Luo Yuan replied with a smirk. After all, he still needed his Earth badge. And with Deoxys mostly healed from its previous injuries, Luo Yuan was eager to see how its strength would stack up against the newly created Mutwo. Midori sounded a bit disappointed, but quickly moved on. After some friendly small talk, Luo Yuan ended the call. He glanced at Ralts, who was now practically quivering with impatience. Luo Yuan chuckled and finally gave it the poke block it had been so desperate for. Ralts. The sweetness burst on its tongue, and Ralts' eyes lit up with happiness. Just then, the bathroom door swung open. Wrapped in a towel, Sabrina emerged, her hair still damp. Noticing Ralt's blissful expression, she rolled her eyes. She could tell Luo Yuan had been teasing it again. With an exasperated sigh, Sabrina motioned for Ralts, who happily trotted over and jumped in her arms. Using her psychic powers, Sabrina gently lifted Ralts and brought it closer. But as it landed, Ralts accidentally bumped into her, loosening the towel wrapped around her. Sabrina and Luo Yuan suddenly found themselves face to face, without a shred of fabric between them. Despite having experienced this before, Sabrina's cheeks flushed red. She glared at Ralts, but before she could say anything, Luo Yuan stepped in and pulled her into an embrace, his breath warm against her neck. Unseen by Sabrina, Luo Yuan held out another poke block to Ralts, who eagerly accepted the reward for betraying its trainer. LTS. Ralts was thrilled, nibbling away at the treat. Curious about the emotions radiating from Luo Yuan and Sabrina, Ralts activated its empathy powers, the red crest on its head glowing as it tuned into their feelings. Suddenly, it sensed a wave of unfamiliar, intense emotions, a mysterious mix of warmth, excitement, and something else it couldn't name. Its face flushed as it processed these strange new sensations. The emotions had a strange, almost addictive allure. Ralts focused intently. The intense waves of feeling continued to wash over it, overwhelming its senses until it couldn't hold on any longer. The poke block slipped from its grasp as its mind fogged. When the emotional onslaught reached a fever pitch, Ralt's little body gave a shiver, its mind spinning. With a soft puff of smoke rising from its head, Ralts fainted, collapsing onto the floor. And thus, Ralts paid the price for its betrayal. T/N. He's not actually a Pokemon. Laughing face. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liyue, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support WiseTL's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting /WiseTL. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. When Ralts woke up from unconsciousness, it was already evening. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened at all. Sabrina was preparing dinner, while Luo Yuan was feeding his Pokemon. Ralts looked confused. Could it all have been an illusion? But the emotions it had felt, they had been so vivid. Ralts couldn't make sense of it. But soon, it stopped thinking about it altogether, as Luo Yuan handed over a specially prepared dish. Ralts, with food right in front of it, Ralts quickly forgot all about everything else. From a distance, Sabrina, who had been watching them quietly, breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Ralts wasn't dwelling on what happened, she felt a little better. After all, Ralts was still a child, and she had almost led it astray. With that thought, she glared at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan just smiled and looked back at her without a hint of remorse. After staying in Saffron City for 3 days, Luo Yuan finally said his goodbyes to Sabrina and set off for Viridian City. Returning to Viridian City this time felt entirely different from the last. As a city surrounded by the Viridian Forest, the first time he had come here, all he noticed was the fresh air. But now, as he returned, he felt a sense of warmth and kinship that seemed to come from deep within. Is it because of the power of Viridian? Viridian's power, a rare gift born once every 10 years from within the Viridian Forest, was said to be intrinsically connected to the forest itself. Enjoying this feeling, Luo Yuan entered the Viridian Gym through the front door for the first time. As he'd heard, the Viridian Gym was entirely operated by Team Rocket. From the gym leader, Giovanni, down to the staff, and even the janitors, they were all members of Team Rocket. For years, the organization had managed to operate a fully staffed gym in the city closest to the Indigo Plateau without the League ever catching on. This was the power of Giovanni, the power of Team Rocket. Hello, I'm a new trainer here to challenge the gym, Luo Yuan announced. These low-level Rocket members didn't recognize him, so he went through the formalities as a rookie trainer and eventually made his way to Giovanni. "Hello, Giovanni. I'm here to challenge the gym." Luo Yuan smiled at Giovanni as he spoke. Giovanni just stared in silence. Of course, since he'd been the one to assign Luo Yuan as an undercover agent within the league, Giovanni knew the fewer people aware of Luo Yuan's true identity, the better. He waved his hand to dismiss the others and ordered the gym to be temporarily closed. Only then did Luo Yuan drop the facade and return to being the high-ranking Rocket executive that Giovanni was familiar with. "How did the Sylph operation turn out?" Giovanni asked. Previously, Midori had only reported that the operation was successful but hadn't given any details, hence Giovanni's question. "I ran into Lance at Sylph Company," Luo Yuan replied, capturing Giovanni's full attention with his first sentence. "Oh." Giovanni raised an eyebrow. What was Lance doing there? The Elite Four's activities were generally confidential, so without an extensive team dedicated to tracking him, Giovanni normally wouldn't be aware of Lance's movements. Because of a new gym under construction in Dark City, Sylph Company set up a new Pokeball factory there, so Lance went to Dark City to push forward the gym's construction. Hearing this, Giovanni nodded. Even from his island base, he kept an eye on significant developments in Kanto. Sylpha's new Pokeball factory was one of them, and he knew Luo Yuan had had a hand in their choice of Dark City as the location. Luo Yuan continued. "Lance even invited me to become a league investigator, but I declined." Surprisingly, Giovanni didn't seem the least bit shocked. He knew his subordinates well. He also knew the league was short-staffed, and even though Luo Yuan hadn't used his full team, his public-facing strength wasn't something to be taken lightly. It would have been more surprising if Lance hadn't extended the invitation. As for Luo Yuan's refusal, that was perfectly fine. Team Rocket already had more than one undercover agent within the league's investigator division. If Giovanni had only needed an investigator, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of sending Luo Yuan. What he needed was for Luo Yuan to infiltrate even higher ranks within the league. The path of investigator would have been slow, requiring significant time to climb to the upper echelons. The Indigo League tournament, however, offered a shortcut. Winning the championship, there would start him off at a much higher level than a mere investigator. In a way, the Indigo League was not unlike the entrance exams Luo Yuan had faced in his past life, a fair platform offering every trainer a chance to rise in status. "If you need a badge, I can give you the Earth badge," Giovanni offered, willing to fully support Luo Yuan. He reached out to hand him the badge, but Luo Yuan stopped him. "Rather than simply receiving a badge, I'd like to test my strength," Luo Yuan said. His gaze was filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Giovanni. He'd been meaning to challenge Giovanni for a while now. Besides earning a system milestone by challenging the Viridian Gym, he wanted to gauge his progress by battling Giovanni himself. Though Team Rocket didn't choose its leader based on strength, many members were drawn to Giovanni's vision, his ambition, and his sheer presence. Within Team Rocket, Giovanni was undeniably the strongest. The title Giovanni of the Earth was no exaggeration. In Kanto, no one could claim to surpass Giovanni's mastery over ground-type Pokemon. And then, of course, there was his Beedrill, whose insane strength and apparent genetic mutation made it a terror in battle. Giovanni's control over Team Rocket was absolute. Previously, Luo Yuan hadn't challenged Giovanni because his only Pokemon had been Dragapult, leaving him at a disadvantage. But now, with Deoxys at his side, he finally had the confidence to take him on. Giovanni blinked in surprise before a slight smirk appeared on his face. "Oh, I see." To be honest, he was curious about Luo Yuan's current strength too. Since Luo Yuan's return from Hoenn, he'd grown stronger with each passing day, even capturing Deoxys. Giovanni was eager to test his newly created Mutwo against Luo Yuan's Deoxys to see which was stronger. With that thought in mind, he picked up the intercom and instructed his staff to hang a close for the day sign on the gym door. He then summoned Midori from the underground base to act as referee. "Since this is an official gym challenge, we'll follow standard gym rules. A 3-on-3 battle. Once all of one side's Pokemon are defeated, the other side will be declared the winner. Agreed. Agreed. Yuan nodded, gripping his Pokeball. The battle was about to begin. T/N. Stellaris HSR got bonked again, double frowny face. Off to the hub, the Scribble one. Will be re-uploaded there this week. We'll put an end of chapter when it has been. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liyue, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support WiseTL's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting /WiseTL. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards, Zhongli. There was no denying it. Giovanni's skill as a trainer surpassed that of 99% of the trainers in this world. Take the Rhydon in front of him, for example. Not only was its size considerably larger than that of an ordinary Rhydon, but its gray skin, tough enough to withstand magma-level temperatures, revealed powerful muscles that could be seen with the naked eye. Even though Rhydon seemed calm, without an ounce of savagery, it radiated an inexplicable aura of pressure. Just one glance, and anyone would feel a natural sense of dread. This Rhydon is strong. Yuan felt a wave of caution rise within him. It wasn't just Rhydon itself. It was also because his opponent was Giovanni. Yuan knew he'd have to give this battle everything he had. Dragapult, huh? On the other side, Giovanni observed Yuan's Dragapult and immediately understood Yuan's intent. A flying Dragapult had a major advantage when facing ground-type Pokemon. But, as an expert on ground types, Giovanni was more than familiar with ground-type weaknesses. By this point, Rhydon and Dragapult were already exchanging probing moves. Rhydon's Rock Tomb and Dragapult's Shadow Ball shot toward each other, but both were deftly avoided. Rock Tomb was too slow and clunky, making it easy for Dragapult to dodge. Meanwhile, Dragapult's Shadow Ball had a predictable trajectory, and Rhydon had no trouble dodging as well. Then Giovanni issued his first command. Rhydon, you Smackdown. Smackdown, a move that could knock a flying opponent out of the air and bring it crashing to the ground. Perfectly suited for taking on airborne foes. With a flick of Giovanni's hand, Rhydon instantly grasped his intent. Roar! Rhydon, now fully in battle mode, let out a powerful roar. Opening its mouth, it charged an energy ball and spat it out forcefully. As it soared through the air, the energy coating dispersed, transforming into rock aimed straight at Dragapult. Dragapult wasn't a sitting target. The moment it saw Rhydon's attack, it dodged. Even though the oncoming projectile whistled through the air at breakneck speed, Dragapult, with its ability to fly at supersonic speeds, evaded it with ease. The gray-green figure darted through the air, avoiding each of Rhydon's 4 or 5 smackdowns in a row, and Dragapult's confidence surged with each missed attack. Seeing all of Rhydon's attacks miss, Giovanni's face remained impassive. Smackdown was just a test. In the short span of several seconds, Giovanni had roughly gauged Dragapult's speed. He immediately switched up his strategy. Mud Shot. Rhydon opened its mouth and fired a torrent of thick mud. Compared to the prior move, which required a moment of charging, Mud Shot's strength lay in its ability to continuously spray out without pause. Although Dragapult was incredibly fast, it couldn't completely avoid the incoming mud and soon found itself splattered with globs of the thick sludge. The mud was heavy, clinging to Dragapult and severely slowing it down. With its agility hampered, Dragapult let out a frustrated roar. But that was exactly what Giovanni had intended. If Dragapult had been able to maintain that speed, even Rhydon would have struggled to land a hit. Yuan also noticed Giovanni's tactic and reacted immediately. Don't give Rhydon another chance. Dragapult, use Dragon Pulse. Dragapult's speed was its greatest strength. If Dragapult lost that advantage, it would likely become a sitting target for Rhydon. Roar! A fierce light flashed in Dragapult's eyes as it unleashed a Dragon Pulse at Rhydon. The purple dragon pulse surged down from the sky, crashing into the oncoming mud and scattering it everywhere. The mud rained down in all directions like a shower of blossoms. Midori, who was officiating the match from the sidelines, had to call on her Zato to use Psychic to avoid getting hit by the mess. Matori's use of Zato to shield herself was a minor distraction. Meanwhile, in the field, Dragapult's Dragon Pulse had gained the upper hand over Mudshot, clearing it away and surging forward toward Rhydon. Dodge! With Dragon Pulse descending at an angle from above, Rhydon leaped to the side. However, its bulky body made it impossible to fully dodge the attack. Half of Rhydon's body was hit by the Dragon Pulse, and it let out a pained grunt. Giovanni's expression remained unchanged. The fact that Rhydon couldn't completely dodge had been expected, and for him, the injury was still within acceptable limits. Rhydon was resilient. Even taking a direct hit from Dragon Pulse wasn't an issue. The more important thing was that he had just created a perfect opening for an attack. Now Rhydon used Stone Edge. At that moment, Dragapult, still airborne after launching Dragon Pulse, found itself in a vulnerable position. With mud clinging to it, Dragapult's acceleration was severely hindered. Reaching its top speed would now take extra time, and this gap was the perfect moment for a counterattack. The muddy setup earlier had now shown its value. At Giovanni's command, Rhydon pounded the ground with its fist, causing cracks to spread and sending rocks floating up around it. Fixing its gaze on Dragapult above, Rhydon swung its arm, launching a barrage of stones at Dragapult. The rocks whistled through the air. If Dragapult got hit, the consequences would be serious. Faced with Rhydon's Stone Edge, dodging would be challenging. Luo Yuan was left with two options. He could use Protect or Reflect. Using Protect was the safe choice. It would guarantee a block against the incoming attacks. However, Protect couldn't be used consecutively in a high-level battle like this, where it would be essential to have available. Reflect, on the other hand, was a gamble. If it held up, it would save him a chance to use Protect later. If it didn't, while the damage wouldn't be as severe, it could leave Dragapult vulnerable to a follow-up attack. For a regular trainer, this might be a tough choice, but Luo Yuan had always been decisive in situations like this. When in doubt, act swiftly. Dragapult, use Reflect. Safe play meant caution. How could he win if he didn't take risks? Dragapult trusted its trainer unconditionally. A transparent Reflect barrier formed in front of it, intercepting the barrage of stones with loud cracks. The rocks shattered, and the surface of the Reflect barrier trembled. In the end, though weakened, Reflect held up against Rhydon's Stone Edge. Dragapult, use Dragon Darts. Dragon Darts! At Luo Yuan's thrilled cry, Dragapult launched it as a Dragon Dart at supersonic speed. Dreek! Luo Yuan's shriek sliced through the air. The Dragon Darts shot forth at supersonic speed, leaving Giovanni with barely a moment to respond. But Giovanni's Rhydon was highly trained, and even without a command, it raised its arm instinctively, blocking the incoming attack. Both Dragon Darts hit Rhydon's arm in quick succession. At a defense stat of 120, Rhydon's durability was on full display. The tremendous impact from the Dragon Darts pushed Rhydon back about half a meter, causing it to lean slightly, but all it left behind were two shallow marks on Rhydon's arm. That level of defense. Luo Yuan's jaw twitched as he observed. While he hadn't expected Dragon Darts to be as effective as Dragon Pulse, that was just ridiculous. The Dragon Darts hadn't dealt significant damage to Rhydon at all. After shaking off the Dragon Darts' impact, Rhydon flexed its arm and resumed its rock slide attack on Dragapult. However, this time, Dragapult had ample time to react. Moving swiftly through the air, it easily dodged the incoming stones. With the battle momentum swinging back in his favor, Luo Yuan made his decision. Since Dragon Darts had proven ineffective as a physical attack, a glint of contemplation flickered in Luo Yuan's eyes. Then he raised his hand. Use Dragon Pulse. Back to Dragon Pulse. Dragapult excelled in physical attacks, and while its special attack was decent, the special moves it had mastered were limited. However, Dragon Pulse had already proven its effectiveness in clashing with Mudshot, so it remained Luo Yuan's top choice. The purple Dragon Pulse shot toward Rhydon. This time, Rhydon was prepared. Realizing that typical evasive tactics wouldn't work, it opted for a different approach. It rolled across the ground, narrowly dodging the Dragon Pulse. Boom! Dragon Pulse struck the open ground, throwing up a large cloud of dust. Seeing Dragapult gathering purple energy in its mouth to fire off another Dragon Pulse, Giovanni decided he had no intention of playing the target any longer. With a wave of his hand, he commanded Rhydon, "Dig! Get underground!" At the command, Rhydon let out a roar. VRR! Its massive horn began spinning at high speed, drilling into the hard ground. Amidst the dust and debris, Rhydon's massive form quickly disappeared underground. In the sky, Dragapult was now without a target. Out of frustration, it fired Dragon Pulse into the hole Rhydon had just vanished into. But there was no response. Luo Yuan hadn't anticipated Giovanni using Dig, but he had no viable solution for it either. If Gyarados were here, it could flood the hole with water and flush Rhydon out. But Dragapult hadn't learned Hydro Pump, making Rhydon out of reach underground. Still, Luo Yuan wasn't worried. Giovanni's pride would never allow him to use a tactic that involved hiding underground indefinitely. Dragapult, stay alert for any movement on the ground, Luo Yuan instructed. Dragapult nodded, even as the two Dreepy atop its head also directed their total of 6 eyes to scan the ground carefully. As Luo Yuan had anticipated, Giovanni's Rhydon didn't stay hidden underground for long. After all, a leader had to keep his pride. SSSH. With a sound of earth and rocks shifting, Rhydon broke through the surface, reappearing directly below Dragapult, right in its blind spot. Stone Edge. Giovanni's command reached Rhydon simultaneously. A spread of jagged stones shot toward Dragapult as Rhydon swung its arm. The positioning was precise. Dragapult would have to adjust its angle to use Dragon Pulse as a counter. But taking the time to adjust its angle would mean being struck multiple times by Stone Edge. Despite a hint of surprise, Luo Yuan didn't hesitate. Phantom Force, Luo Yuan called out. With a twist of its body, Dragapult disappeared into a dark void. The next instant, Dragapult silently reappeared behind Rhydon. Its tail whipped at Rhydon's leg, making the giant Pokémon stagger, followed up by a Shadow Ball that struck Rhydon's back. Roar! Rhydon let out a roar of pain. But instead of stopping, it pushed through the Shadow Ball's impact, retaliating with a powerful counterattack. It turned its head, swinging a fist wreathed in chilling energy at Dragapult. Ice Punch. Seeing the frost-covered fist, a rare look of tension flickered in Dragapult's eyes, and it swiftly retreated. Whoosh! Rhydon's uppercut swung through the air. If Rhydon had been replaced by a Hitmonchan, this punch would almost certainly have landed. But while Rhydon's massive body granted it incredible defense, it also meant it had to deal with slower movements. With Dragapult rapidly retreating, Rhydon's full force, frost-covered fist could only graze Dragapult's belly, sliding along its underside. Even so, the freezing energy from Ice Punch left a frosty mark on Dragapult's abdomen. So close. That was a close call. Luo Yuan felt his heart skip a beat as he witnessed it. With Rhydon's physical attack stat, if Dragapult had taken a direct hit from Ice Punch, it might have been game over right there. Out of the corner of his eye, Luo Yuan noticed Giovanni's brow furrow slightly as the Ice Punch missed. It was clear this move hadn't been a random attempt. Giovanni had calculated this opening carefully. Had he anticipated Dragapult using Phantom Force to circle around? If Dragapult hadn't reacted instinctively and leaned back, it would have been in serious trouble. Still, a dodge was a dodge, and in Pokémon battles, while trainer skills were essential, a Pokémon's performance without its trainer's guidance was also critical. Right now, with Rhydon overextending itself in its attempt to strike Dragapult, its balance was compromised, presenting a perfect opening for an attack. Dragapult, use Breaking Swipe. Rah! Showing its teeth in a fierce grin, Dragapult's tail lashed out with brutal force, striking Rhydon squarely in the stomach. Thud! Rhydon was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the hole it had just emerged from. Shadow Ball. 2 Shadow Balls quickly followed, hurtling into the hole, creating an even larger crater with each blast. Mega Beedrill and Mega Jengar stood locked in a tense standoff. Compared to Sabrina, who had previously used Mega Alakazam to battle Luo Yuan, Giovanni was far more knowledgeable about Mega Evolution, and he was fully aware of Mega Jengar's ability, Shadow Tag. This much was clear from Beedrill's noticeably cautious movement since Jengar's Mega Evolution. The tension didn't last long. With Mega Beedrill still under the effects of Curse, its health was steadily draining. Time was running out for Giovanni and his Beedrill. Recognizing this, Giovanni decisively raised his hand. Beedrill, use X Scissor. BZZ. With a high-pitched hum, Beedrill shot forward like an arrow, its wings buzzing at a feverish pitch. Beedrill's already impressive speed had practically doubled post-Mega Evolution, closing the gap between it and Dragapult's speed. Its afterimage was still visible in its starting position when Beedrill's true form appeared directly in front of Jengar. Its stingers, gleaming with a deadly chill, crossed to form a scissor shape aimed straight at Jengar. With Mega Jengar now grounded and unable to levitate, it was harder to evade Beedrill's attack despite its increased speed. Though Bug-type moves dealt minimal damage to Jengar, the force behind Beedrill's high-speed assault was not to be underestimated. Phantom Force. In a high-stakes battle like this, even a single second could determine victory or defeat, so Luo Yuan used telepathy to relay his command instantly, cutting any delay. With his psychic connection, Jengar reacted immediately. Connected to an alternate dimension, Mega Jengar vanished in an instant. Beedrill's stingers sliced through empty space, carving deep trenches into the ground as it skidded to a stop, only managing to halt its momentum after a few meters. At the exact moment Beedrill halted, hee, with a silent chuckle, the white form of Jengar appeared behind Beedrill, standing directly on its shadow. Raising one hand, Jengar unleashed a Shadow Ball aimed at Beedrill's back. The Shadow Ball whizzed through the air toward its target. Beedrill, highly sensitive to shifts in the air, immediately sensed the threat from behind. But rather than turning to face the danger, it responded to the threat of Shadow Tag with surprising calm. U-turn. BZZZ. With a burst of wing beats, Beedrill propelled itself straight up. It hovered near the limits of Shadow Tag's range, then spun in midair and dove back down at Jengar. Use Fell Stinger, Giovanni commanded from afar, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Fell Stinger? Giovanni taught Beedrill that move too. Luo Yuan hadn't expected Beedrill to have Bug-type Fell Stinger in addition to the Ground-type Drill Run. With Jengar's relatively low health, taking a direct hit could mean a quick defeat. So, Phantom Force. Jengar used the move again, vanishing out of Beedrill's reach. But this time, Beedrill anticipated it. Without hesitating, it spun around, jabbing its stinger backward. Jengar, appearing behind Beedrill, smirked at the sight. Lick! Jengar's long red tongue flicked out, grazing Beedrill's face and causing it to shudder briefly. With a chuckle, Jengar slipped back into Beedrill's shadow, rendering its counterattack useless. From an outsider's perspective, all that could be seen were 2 red eyes gleaming from within Beedrill's shadow. Though the hasty lick hadn't paralyzed Beedrill, it did throw it off balance. And with Jengar now hiding in its shadow, Beedrill couldn't strike back. Adding to the frustration, Jengar would occasionally sneak in a shadow claw from the shadows, forcing Beedrill to stay alert and on edge. Beedrill, unable to relax for even a second, was laser-focused on the shadow beneath it. Jengar's tricky maneuvers had Matori glancing at Luo Yuan in astonishment. Luo Yuan wasn't too bothered by the look, as he would say, "Hey, I didn't teach Jengar these tricks. Why look at me?" Whatever others might think, Jengar's tactics were proving highly effective, as Jengar's sneaky attacks wore down Beedrill's stamina, and with the curse steadily draining its health, Jengar showed no signs of leaving the shadow. Finally, Giovanni gave an order, his voice clipped with urgency. Beedrill, fly up. With Jengar's size, staying hidden in Beedrill's shadow required the shadow to be large enough. By reducing the size of its shadow, Jengar would be forced out. And the best way to make a shadow smaller? Gain altitude. Beedrill ascended skyward, shrinking its shadow to the point that Jengar had no choice but to emerge, using Shadow Tag to tether Beedrill back down. But drawing Jengar out was exactly what Giovanni and Beedrill wanted. Drill run. Finally spotting Jengar, Beedrill didn't hesitate. Fueled by frustration from the constant teasing, it dived at Jengar with all its might. Another Phantom Force? No. Using the same move 3 times in a row would be risky. Giovanni wouldn't fall for it. Luo Yuan analyzed the situation, then gave a new command to Jengar. Double team, then use Dark Pulse. On the ground, Jengar multiplied, 1 shadow splitting into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, the field was filled with Jengar clones. Beedrill's drill run stabbed into one of the decoys. Just as it tried to locate the real Jengar, an ominous, icy aura emanated from one of the clones. This aura briefly stunned Beedrill. Even a veteran like Beedrill couldn't fully overcome the instinctive paralysis of fear for that 1 split second. Luo Yuan caught it instantly. In a battle like this, a split second could decide everything. Jengar used Shadow Claw to pin down Beedrill's movement, then finish it with Shadow Ball. With its health now critically low after the Dark Pulse and the lingering curse, Beedrill was 1 solid hit away from defeat. If Shadow Ball hit, Beedrill would be finished, no doubt about it. But Giovanni's expression showed no trace of alarm. Watching the Shadow Ball forming in Jengar's hands, Giovanni remained calm as he raised his hand. Beedrill, use Outrage. At Giovanni's command, Beedrill launched into Outrage. Realizing that Beedrill lacked the stamina for a prolonged battle, Giovanni opted for a more aggressive strategy, just as Luo Yuan had done before. He planned to rely on Outrage's raw power to take down Jengar before Curse could fully drain Beedrill's health. As for the confusion that would inevitably follow Outrage, that was beyond Giovanni's concern. After all, if he couldn't win, then whether or not Beedrill ended up confused hardly mattered. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan, though aware Beedrill could learn Outrage, still couldn't quite wrap his head around a bug-type Pokemon gaining access to a dragon move. But he didn't dwell on it, staying focused on the battle. A fiery red energy enveloped Beedrill's body in its outraged state, making its already red eyes blaze even brighter, like twin rubies. An intense, ferocious aura radiated from Beedrill, elevating it to a whole new level. Facing the incoming Shadow Ball, Beedrill didn't falter. Adjusting its angle like a knight wielding a lance, Beedrill charged forward. Pop! The Shadow Ball shattered like a soap bubble, pierced by Beedrill's stinger. With a swift movement, Beedrill's other stinger slashed through the Shadow Claw coming its way, ripping it apart. It looked every bit the righteous knight, cutting through dark forces. Shadow energy dissipated, but Beedrill didn't slow down. It kept pressing forward, ready to strike down Jengar in one blow. Going for a last-ditch effort, huh? I won't let you succeed. Jengar, Phantom Force. It wasn't that Luo Yuan preferred trick tactics. It was simply that Phantom Force was the best option in this situation. If they could just wait out Beedrill's brief burst of power, Jengar would win by default. However, Luo Yuan decided to add a twist this time. As he issued the command, he flashed a hand signal to Jengar that they'd used back on Seven Island. Heh. Catching Luo Yuan's intent, Jengar darted past Beedrill's stinger, vanishing into a dark void. An instant later, Jengar reappeared behind Beedrill, sporting a fresh wound, but also a wicked grin. But as Luo Yuan had anticipated, trying to fool Beedrill a third time was a mistake. Appearing behind Beedrill, Jengar raised its hand, preparing to launch another Shadow Ball. But Beedrill, having already predicted Jengar's move, whirled around, and drove its lance-like stingers into Jengar's ghostly body. A flicker of worry crossed Matori's face as she saw Jengar take the hit. Though a referee shouldn't show favoritism, she couldn't help but feel concern for Luo Yuan's Jengar. But what happened next defied her expectations. Beedrill's stingers may have impaled Jengar, but the look on Jengar's face was anything but pained. It smirked with a mischievous glint, then vanished like a popped balloon. It was a substitute. Beedrill, watch the shadows. Gain altitude, Giovanni ordered immediately upon recognizing the trick. The sudden substitute had even caught him off guard. Beedrill quickly ascended. But as Beedrill was drawn in by the decoy, Jengar, lurking in its shadow, seized the opportunity. Emerging from the shadow behind Beedrill, Jengar opened its mouth and fired 2 shadow balls in rapid succession. The orbs of dark energy whirled together, trailing wisps of shadow as they closed in on Beedrill. At the same time, Jengar raised its fists, sending 2 shadow punches directly toward Beedrill from either side. These dual attacks aimed to drain the last of Beedrill's remaining health. Yet Beedrill was worthy of being Giovanni's ace. Even in such a precarious position, it remained undaunted. Seeing that gaining altitude would only make it a sitting duck for the shadow balls, Beedrill adjusted its strategy. With a rapid beat of its wings, it twisted its body, slipping between the incoming shadow balls in a tight maneuver. Ignoring the shadow punches, it dove from above, stingers aimed directly at Jengar. This was a kamikaze tactic, but Jengar wasn't about to go down with it. Clang! Jengar's fist collided with Beedrill's stinger, knocking 2 of the longer stingers askew. Mega Beedrill, now with a total of 5 stingers, still had 3 remaining to strike with. In response, Luo Yuan gave the command, Shadow Claw. Shadowy claws rose from Beedrill's shadow, grabbing 2 of its legs and leaving only the tail stinger free. In the end, Beedrill's final stinger struck Jengar. The stinger drove into Jengar, but the poison had no effect on the ghost/poison type, leaving it only with the physical puncture wound. Only the invasive energy from Outrage's dragon-type power affected Jengar, causing some noticeable damage. But it wasn't enough to turn the tide, because Jengar had Beedrill locked in place. Its shadow punches restrained Beedrill's arms, while Shadow Claw pinned its legs. In a battle between 2 high-speed, fragile Pokemon, the one that failed to finish its opponent quickly would be at a disadvantage. Beedrill's fate was now sealed. Beedrill break free. Giovanni made a final desperate call, but Jengar wasn't giving it any chance. Holding Beedrill firmly, Jengar tightened its grip as Luo Yuan issued the final judgment. End it with Shadow Ball. Jengar Gar. With a mischievous laugh, Jengar spat out a Shadow Ball at point-blank range. Boom! The Shadow Ball exploded, sending a wave of dark energy through the field. The impact drained Beedrill's last bit of health, leaving it unable to battle. Thud! Beedrill collapsed to the ground as Jengar clutched its abdomen and touched the wounds on its face, looking down at its fallen foe with a hint of lingering fear. Without Dragapult's earlier curse to weaken Beedrill and force it into a desperate strategy, Jengar would likely have stood little chance against Giovanni's ace. Beedrill is unable to battle. The victory goes to Jengar. Matori, who had initially been worried for Luo Yuan, now wore an expression of disbelief as she watched as Jengar defeat Giovanni's Beedrill. Beedrill was Giovanni's ace, and it had lost. It took Matori a few moments to process her surprise. But for Giovanni, this loss was no cause for concern. Facing 2 Pokemon with advantageous typings, defeating Dragapult, and pushing Jengar this far, Beedrill had done its job and displayed its strength. Besides, Beedrill had been with Giovanni through countless victories and defeats. This loss was just another chapter in their story, though perhaps a more unique one since it had come at the hands of one of his own team members. Well fought. Come back, Beedrill. Giovanni recalled Beedrill into its Pokeball. Luo Yuan signaled to Jengar, then turned to Giovanni. Actually, I'm more excited about what's next. At this, Giovanni smiled. Indeed, just as Luo Yuan suspected, He too was eager to see Mutwo's performance. Giovanni raised a hand, gesturing to Mattori, who immediately took the cue. Pulling a remote from her pocket, she pressed a button. A whirring sound filled the room as 4 metal walls rose around the arena, each coated with a translucent shield. These superalloy walls, coupled with the energy shield, will prevent any collateral damage from reaching the outside, Mattori explained. It appeared Giovanni had invested significantly in upgrading his gym. Yuan merely glanced at the alloy walls before focusing on a different direction behind Giovanni. From beyond the walls emerged Mutwo, clad in a sleek suit of armor bristling with tubes and wires, specially designed for it. Mutwo, huh? Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the sight. After Rocket had poured billions into this project, Mutwo had finally come to life. The armored suit, known as the M2 Restraint, was engineered specifically for Mutwo. Perhaps because of this suit, Mutwo's presence didn't feel as overwhelming as he'd expected. Deoxys. Seeing Mutwo, Yuan called out his own ace. The red and blue figure of Deoxys floated into the arena, hovering midair, its left arm shaped into a fist while its right arm took on a tendril form, maintaining its standard form for flexibility. Ever since Yuan had used his Viridian power to heal Deoxys and allowed it to absorb energy from a meteorite, it had learned to switch forms with minimal energy drain, so Deoxys typically remained in its standard form. This way, it could handle unexpected situations and switch forms whenever necessary. The moment Deoxys appeared, it locked onto Mutwo. Mutwo, in turn, noticed Deoxys. 4 legendary Pokémon, other legendary Pokémon were like beacons in the night, immediately recognizable. To Mutwo, this was a rare opportunity to face an opponent of equal standing. While it wasn't the Mew it longed to encounter, this battle still held a certain thrill. For Deoxys, however, there was something strange about its opponent. It could sense a vast reservoir of psychic energy within Mutwo, yet it was somehow contained by the peculiar armor covering its body. Deoxys was puzzled. Was this some new way of using psychic power? The 2 Pokémon faced off. At first glance, the unrestrained Deoxys radiated a far stronger aura than Mutwo. And yet, despite standing across from Deoxys, Mutwo's attention was more focused on Yuan, a human I haven't met before. Yet there's a strangely familiar feeling. That was Mutwo's first impression of Yuan. It was a unique sensation. Mutwo had felt something similar in the past. Back before it was fully conscious, still dormant, there had been a certain bald-headed human who carried an aura that felt comforting to it. But the feeling radiating from Yuan was even more exhilarating, electrifying every cell in its body, something Mutwo had never experienced before. Then, before everyone's eyes, Mutwo lifted its head and, using telepathy, spoke directly to Yuan. "Human, what is your name?" Yuan was briefly stunned by the question. What do you do when your opponent's Pokémon asks for your name before the battle even starts? This could easily be seen as crossing a line, especially in front of Giovanni. Fortunately, Giovanni hadn't heard the exchange, or things could have gotten complicated. As for Mutwo's question, Yuan opted for a straightforward response. "My name is Yuan." Not wasting any time, and before Giovanni could notice anything unusual, Yuan immediately issued a mental command to Deoxys. "Attack." Upon receiving the command, Deoxys, known for its loyalty, acted without hesitation. Switching to its speed form in a split second, Deoxys streaked across the arena, leaving only a faint afterimage as it vanished from Giovanni and Mutwo's sight. Giovanni had read reports on Deoxys' abilities after the Seven Island operation, so he knew of its form switching and the incredible speed of its speed form. But seeing it in action firsthand, Giovanni was taken aback by just how astounding Deoxys' speed truly was. In the blink of an eye, or rather, before he could even blink, Deoxys had appeared behind Mutwo. What incredible speed! Psycho Boost. Deoxys' core glowed, and an overwhelming wave of psychic energy pressed down on Mutwo. If the opponent had been an ordinary Pokemon, this move would have rendered it unable to battle. But the problem was, this opponent was Mutwo. Though the M2 restraint suppressed Mutwo's psychic power, the power itself was only contained, not diminished. It still belonged to Mutwo. Mutwo defend, Giovanni ordered. Mutwo's eyes glowed blue from within its helmet, and the M2 restraint emitted a faint light as a portion of its psychic energy was released. A torrent of psychic power erupted from Mutwo, shattering Deoxys' psychic attack. The energy surged around Mutwo, effortlessly blocking Deoxys' move. This initial test attack had failed to inflict any damage. But Luo Yuan did take note of two key observations. From initial exchanges, Luo Yuan had already noted two important points. The first was Mutwo's mobility. When Deoxys had moved behind Mutwo, the psychic Pokemon should have turned swiftly. But with the M2 restraint armor, Mutwo's movements were stiff and limited. It was clear that, despite the M2 restraint being custom-made for Mutwo, it still impacted its speed. In its current state, Mutwo was like a dancer shackled by heavy chains. The second point concerned Mutwo's psychic power. As a psychic himself for several months now, Luo Yuan had gained a strong understanding of psychic energy. From a single burst of psychic power Mutwo had used for defense, Luo Yuan could sense how wild and unrestrained Mutwo's psychic energy felt. He wasn't sure if this chaotic energy was inherent to Mutwo or a result of it not yet mastering its powers due to its recent creation. Either way, it seemed that Mutwo needed the M2 restraint to control its power. Both of these points were encouraging for Luo Yuan. Battling an opponent shackled by its own armor and unable to fully control its power gave Deoxys a significantly better chance of victory. With this realization, Luo Yuan focused back on the arena. By now, Deoxys and Mutwo had already exchanged over a dozen blows. The two moved back and forth, with Deoxys using its speed advantage to constantly harass Mutwo. Although Mutwo's movements were less fluid due to the M2 restraint, it was able to shatter Deoxys' weaker attacks with ease. The psychic energies clashed, creating invisible ripples that radiated outward. The psychic waves left Matori a bit dizzy, forcing her to summon her Zato to shield her from the lingering energy. Meanwhile, the energy shield surrounding the metal walls of the arena rippled under the impact. Finally, Luo Yuan intervened in the battle. With a single gesture, Deoxys, who had just disengaged from Mutwo, received Luo Yuan's next command. Deoxys switched to attack form. In an instant, Deoxys' form changed from speed to a more aggressive attack form. Luo Yuan commanded, Shadow Ball. A ghost-type shadow ball materialized in Deoxys' hands, and with a quick flick of its four tentacles, it hurled the orb at Mutwo. Whiz! As the shadow ball streaked toward it, Mutwo displayed a heightened sense of alertness. Psycho Cut. Mutwo swung its arm. Psychic energy burst from its body, restrained by the M2 armor, and formed a glowing, translucent blade. The solidified Psycho Cut sliced through the air, targeting the Shadow Ball. One of Mutwo's signature psychic moves, the Psycho Cut emanated a piercing intensity. Slash! The Shadow Ball was split in half almost instantly. Boom! The Shadow Ball exploded mid-air, its remnants swallowing the Psycho Cut. Mutwo seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Without hesitation, it fired another Psycho Cut, this time directly into the burst of Shadow Ball energy, leaving Deoxys little time to react. Deoxys was forced to raise a wide psychic barrier to shield itself. Emerging from the Shadow Ball explosion, the Psycho Cut pressed forward, slowed but still powerful. Though weakened by the blast, it remained on course, slicing through Deoxys' defenses as it homed in. As the Psycho Cut neared, Luo Yuan remained unfazed. Deoxys, defense form. Use Iron Defense. Deoxys quickly switched forms. In its heavier defense form, its band-like arms crossed over its core, and a metallic sheen covered its body, allowing it to endure Mutwo's Psycho Cut head-on. The Psycho Cut barely left a scratch, only carving a shallow line across Deoxys' surface. Even Giovanni couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. To block Mutwo's psycho cut so effortlessly, that was impressive. But Luo Yuan, well aware of Deoxys' defensive capabilities, considered it standard. Had there been more time, he would have also ordered a reflect, which would have reduced the psycho cut's impact to no more than a superficial scratch. Neither Luo Yuan nor Deoxys were ones to simply take a hit without striking back. Without missing a beat, Luo Yuan instructed Deoxys to counterattack. Gravity. In the games, gravity was often used to bring down levitate or flying-type Pokemon. In Deoxys' hands, however, it became a skill to control the battlefield and restrict Mutwo's movements. An invisible pulse radiated from Deoxys, making everyone, even those outside the arena, like Giovanni and Mattori, feel a sudden, crushing weight. Everyone felt a powerful pull toward the ground, making even the simple act of lifting a foot incredibly difficult. And this was merely the spillover from the gravity field. Inside the battlefield, the effect was far more intense. The very ground groaned under the weight, with portions of the arena where Tyranitar had dug beginning to collapse, revealing tunnels beneath. As the primary target, Mutwo bore the brunt of the increased gravity. The M2 armor, already heavy, now felt several times its normal weight. Mutwo attempted to float using its psychic power. It succeeded momentarily. Even Deoxys' gravity field couldn't fully restrict a legendary Pokemon. But Mutwo was forced to descend almost immediately. The overwhelming force from the ground and the relentless pressure sapped its psychic power at an unsustainable rate, forcing it to conserve energy by remaining grounded. Seeing Mutwo return to the ground, Luo Yuan knew his plan was working. With Mutwo now pinned to the earth under the gravity field, it had essentially become a stationary target for Deoxys. A smile spread across Luo Yuan's face as he gestured forward. Deoxys used Dark Pulse. When it came to battling a psychic type, Dark, Bug, and Ghost moves were the top choices. Deoxys had no connection to Bug-type moves, and Shadow Ball, as it had shown earlier, was easy for Mutwo to counter. But Dark Pulse was wide-ranging and nearly impossible to counter. Deoxys' core began to glow. With an icy, emotionless stare, it emitted an aura of fear, its dark, chilling energy rippling outward, directed toward Mutwo. A wave of dark energy erupted from Deoxys, sweeping across the arena and enveloping Mutwo. Unlike most Pokemon, who could barely cover a third of the battlefield with Dark Pulse, Deoxys' attack spanned nearly the entire gym. The Dark-type move was highly effective against the Psychic Mutwo. This became evident as cracks began to form on Mutwo's spherical psychic shield under the relentless assault of Dark Pulse. The dark waves surged forward, each impact fracturing Mutwo's barrier even more. But Giovanni and Mutwo weren't about to sit back and let it happen. Mutwo used Psycho Cut. Giovanni's voice rang out. He was ready to counterattack. Following his command, Mutwo raised an arm and slashed the air with 2 Psycho Cuts. These Psycho Cuts were even sharper than the previous ones. They sliced through the dark energy field and headed straight toward Deoxys. Psycho Cut? It's useless. Since Psycho Cut hadn't affected Deoxys before, it wouldn't now either. Deoxys remained in its defense form, its 160 base defense making it nearly impervious to the attack. With its band-like arms crossed over its core, Deoxys reinforced its defense with Iron Defense and added a Reflect barrier in front of it. With this dual-layer defense, the Psycho Cut shattered the Reflect and struck Deoxys' arms, leaving only faint white marks as Luo Yuan had anticipated. Mutwo's attack didn't leave so much as a scratch. But Giovanni knew Deoxys was highly durable, so why use Psycho Cut? Because his real aim was to distract. Shadow Ball. At the exact moment the Psycho Cut struck, Giovanni issued his true attack command. Mutwo raised both arms, quickly forming 2 Shadow Balls that it fired like cannonballs toward Deoxys. Whiz! The Shadow Ball shot forward, cutting through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Luo Yuan immediately saw that the Psycho Cut had been a diversion, with Shadow Ball as the real threat. As a special attack, Shadow Ball would have no trouble bypassing Deoxys' physical defenses. But Luo Yuan had no intention of tanking it. Even though Deoxys' special defense was also quite high, Mutuo's special attack power was not to be taken lightly. Deoxys used Teleport. At Luo Yuan's command, Deoxys' body blurred and vanished. The Shadow Ball passed through where Deoxys had been, crashing into the ground and detonating with a force that shook half the arena. Fortunately, Giovanni's foresight in sealing off the gym had prevented the noise and chaos from drawing unwanted attention. Meanwhile, Deoxys had reappeared directly in front of Mutuo. With a quick shift, it assumed attack form, its 4 tentacles shooting forward to strike at Mutuo's chest. Though Mutuo was bound by the M2 armor, it wasn't a statue. It was capable of reacting. Sparks crackled around Mutuo's fist as it aimed a punch straight at Deoxys' core. Thunder Punch. Deoxys regarded Mutuo's counterattack with seriousness. After all, its core was its vital spot. Having experienced that pain before, Deoxys wasn't eager to repeat it. 2 of its tentacles wrapped around Mutuo's arm, attempting to restrain it. But Mutuo, sensing Deoxys' intentions, quickly altered its target, abandoning the strike on Deoxys' core. Instead, it crouched and drove its electrified fist toward Deoxys' narrow midsection. By now, the 2 were so close that dodging was nearly impossible for either side. At this critical moment, both trainers and their Pokémon made the same choice. Attack. The best defense was a relentless offense. Thud. 2 of Deoxys' sharp tentacles struck Mutuo's armor, cracking the M2 restraint, while the other 2 tentacles pierced Mutuo's exposed chest. Mutuo froze, its face contorted with pain beneath its helmet. But Mutuo was not one to back down. Take this. Ignoring the pain, Mutuo clenched its teeth and brought its Thunder Punch down on Deoxys' waist, slicing through it as if with a blade. Exclamation point. Midori, watching from the sidelines, looked on in shock. What had begun as a straightforward battle had suddenly turned into a deadly clash. It was just a sparring match. There was no need to go this far. But neither Luo Yuan nor Giovanni paid any mind to Midori's expression. Both were entirely focused on the fight. As seasoned trainers, they knew the intensity required to truly test their Pokémon's limits. By this point, the 2 Pokémon had separated. Compared to Mutuo's injuries, Deoxys seemed to be in a far worse state. Mutuo used Psychic. Giovanni directed Mutuo to strike Deoxys, which was now split in half, with a powerful Psychic Blast. The divided Deoxys was wrapped in Psychic energy and flung backward. Yet Luo Yuan remained unflustered. Looking at the bisected Deoxys, he calmly instructed, "Enough playing around, Deoxys. Use Recover." In an instant, the gem at the center of Deoxys' chest glowed brightly. Psychic energy pulled Deoxys' 2 halves together, though it looked rather haphazard, like a piece of pottery glued by a child. Though Midori was still reeling from the shock, she quickly recovered as she saw this patchwork version of Deoxys. The sight of Deoxys' oddly fused form looked almost comical, if not unsettling. But that thought was quickly replaced by awe as she watched Deoxys' body begin to mend itself. The damaged midsection wriggled and healed until Deoxys was whole once more. The cost of this recovery was a slight drop in Deoxys' energy. To Deoxys, the core is the true essence. The body is merely a vessel, expendable. As long as its core remains intact, Deoxys can swiftly recover from any injury. In contrast, Mutuo, despite sharing the same psychic typing with Deoxys, has a different physiology. While Mutuo also used Recover to heal the wound in its chest, it couldn't manage it as efficiently as Deoxys. Mutuo's energy was visibly waning. And to make matters worse, the recent assault from Deoxys had cracked the M2 restraining device on Mutuo's body, causing its psychic powers to fluctuate erratically. Giovanni frowned as he contemplated his next tactical move. Meanwhile, Yuan seized the opportunity to press the attack. He gestured towards Deoxys, signaling it to continue the fight autonomously. Following his command, Deoxys raised an arm and fired a shadow ball, vanishing from sight in an instant. This time, Deoxys appeared directly behind Mutuo. Knock off! Deoxys raised an arm, ready to strike Mutuo from behind. This maneuver was one of the strategies Yuan had tailored for Deoxys. Against Psychic-type opponents, the tactic was to teleport behind them and use the Dark-type move Knock Off, an effective strike that also disarms the opponent of any held items. But just then, seeing Deoxys execute this move, Yuan felt a sudden pang of dread. The knock-off move deals damage while dislodging an opponent's held item. But what was Mutuo's held item right now? He stared at the M2 restraining device on Mutuo. Yuan was about to shout to Deoxys to hold back, but Deoxys's move was already in motion. It struck Mutuo squarely before he could intervene. Boom! Mutuo, unable to dodge, took the hit directly, staggering backward from the force. As Deoxys's arm connected with Mutuo, the compressed shockwave stirred up a cloud of dust, engulfing Mutuo. Seeing this, Yuan covered his face with his hand. He shouldn't have let Deoxys act on its own. Not that Yuan had time to dwell on his regret. Whoosh! With a burst of psychic energy, Deoxys summoned a gust of wind, dispersing the dust cloud. There stood Mutuo, exposed with only minor scratches, but the M2 restraining device that had bound it now lay shattered, piece by piece, on the ground. Mutuo's psychic energy, once agitated but now unrestrained, surged to terrifying heights. A tidal wave of psychic power radiated outward from Mutuo, sweeping through every corner of the Viridian Gym. And the intensity of this psychic energy was still rising. The energy shield on the metal walls was easily shredded, and the superalloy walls groaned as they resisted the expanding force, preventing it from spilling out into the surrounding area. Watching this, Yuan's brow twitched. He finally understood why Giovanni had equipped Mutuo with the restraining device. Mutuo's psychic power wasn't just wild and unstable. It was beyond what it could fully control. If unchecked, Viridian Gym could be obliterated in an instant, and much of Viridian City would likely meet the same fate, reduced to ruins under Mutuo's power. Perhaps Mutuo allowed itself to be subdued by Giovanni precisely because it wanted help containing its own strength. But, so what if Mutuo was now free? Yuan looked at the unbound Mutuo floating in midair, a confident smile on his face, undeterred. He had never believed that his Deoxys was weaker than Mutuo. If that's how it is, Deoxys, let's show them our full power. Yuan signaled with a wave. Deoxys responded without hesitation. Boom! An intense psychic energy, no weaker than Mutuo's, erupted from Deoxys in its attack for me, clashing fiercely with Mutuo's raging psychic aura. The two forces collided, pressing against each other. The air inside the gym thickened, nearly to the point of suffocation. At the boundary where the psychic auras met, faint arcs and sparks flickered in the air. Both sides were locked in a standoff. The alloy walls of the gym creaked under the strain, showing signs of buckling under the relentless pressure. It was clear that if this went on for longer, even these reinforced walls wouldn't hold. This time, Giovanni moved first. Even with the restraining device shattered, Mutuo continued to heed Giovanni's commands. Yuan found it hard to believe that Mutuo, who constantly pursued meaning in life and chased after Mu's elusive presence, would willingly serve as Giovanni's Pokemon. So this only further validated the theory that Mutuo wanted Giovanni's help to control its own power. Mutuo raised its hand, firing a series of shadow balls at Deoxys, breaking the deadlock with a barrage of attacks. Faced with the oncoming shadow balls, Deoxys naturally chose to evade. All but one missed their mark, with one glancing off Deoxys's side as the others crashed into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow ball struck the already battered battlefield, leaving it in even greater disarray. Deoxys, teleport, then use Zen Headbutt. With an advantage due to recover, Yuan opted for close combat tactics for Deoxys. Swish! In a flash, Deoxys reappeared right in front of Mutwo. This time, however, it appeared at point-blank range, barely inches away. Ignoring the psychic blade, Mutwo launched towards it. Deoxys's tendrils wrapped around Mutwo, drawing in close. Gathering psychic energy in its forehead, Deoxys braced itself, disregarding the cuts from Mutwo's psychic blades as it propelled its head into Mutwo's. Thud! Caught off guard, Mutwo saw stars from the impact. While Mutwo's defenses were decent, they were still its weakest stat compared to its other capabilities. The headbutt left Mutwo dazed and reeling, taking longer than usual to recover. As a skill trainer, Yuan seized the moment. Deoxys, recover, then hit it with Shadow Ball. Deoxys quickly restored itself, forming a Shadow Ball in its hand. And with a fierce throw, it slammed the Shadow Ball into Mutwo. Mutwo was engulfed in the resulting explosion. The blast shockwave sent Mutwo hurtling through the air, slamming into the superalloy wall and leaving a dented impression. Huff, huff! The pain stirred Mutwo's adrenal response, its body recovering rapidly from its previous state. But there was a cost. Between the exertion and the accumulating injuries, Mutwo's breathing grew labored. What now? Giovanni's training had mostly involved dispatching weaker opponents, and this was Mutwo's first time battling a Pokemon of comparable strength. Mutwo's gaze fell on Deoxys, a flicker of hesitation in its eyes. Just then, Giovanni's voice echoed in its mind. Mutwo, use Future Sight. Future Sight is one of the psychic type's most powerful moves. Its mechanism involves sending a surge of psychic energy into the future, predicting the target's location, and then attacking at just the right moment. Many Pokemon are capable of using this move, but when Mutwo employs it, the effect is entirely different. Mutwo's eyes glowed a fierce blue, and Yuan, highly attuned to psychic energies, felt a strange psychic wave sweep across the battlefield, as if the entire arena had fallen under Mutwo's awareness. At the same time, Deoxys, in telepathic connection with Yuan, sent him an urgent message. It had been locked onto. An ominous feeling crept over him. It was as if Mutwo could see the future. Every move Deoxys made was anticipated in advance. Yuan had no experience countering Future Sight directly. But one thing was certain. If he let Deoxys stay in place, it would surely suffer a hit from Mutwo's attack. Instead of passively awaiting the blow, he decided to take the offensive. Deoxys, Speed Form, then use Swift. A flurry of star-shaped projectiles launched towards Mutwo, streaking through the air like a meteor shower. Mutwo raised its hand, forming a shield that absorbed every one of Deoxys's swift attacks. Meanwhile, Deoxys started moving. It vanished in a blur, reappearing at Mutwo's front left. It looked ready to strike. Knock off! Once more, Deoxys attempted the familiar move, this time with no restraining device on Mutwo to worry about. It could strike freely. Deoxys's tentacles shot toward Mutwo, and Mutwo's psychic shield barely held for a second before shattering under the force. Deoxys didn't hesitate, its tentacles continuing their relentless assault. But just then, Mutwo's calm gaze settled on Deoxys, and a pulse of psychic energy materialized out of thin air, heading straight for Deoxys. Dodge! Yuan's telepathic shout reached Deoxys instantly. Quick as lightning, Deoxys became a blur, diving behind Mutwo. It clearly didn't intend to let this prime opportunity slip away, determined to press the attack. Sensing Deoxys behind it, Mutwo's eyes flashed blue once again. The air above Deoxys rippled, and another psychic blast hurtled down toward it. Deoxys dodged again, but Mutwo seemed to anticipate every one of Deoxys's moves, and no matter how swiftly it shifted, more psychic blasts continued raining down, one after another. Even in speed form, with all its agility, Deoxys couldn't escape unscathed. Eventually, some attacks landed, dealing significant damage. As Deoxys struggled under the relentless onslaught of Future Sight, Giovanni, who had worn a steely frown since the start of the battle, finally let out a sigh of relief. But Luo Yuan wasn't about to let Deoxys falter here. Deoxys switched to defense form, then used light screen. With no perfect way to counter future sight, Luo Yuan opted for the simplest solution. They'd stand their ground and block the attacks head-on. A large light screen, around 10 meters in width and height, materialized above Deoxys. All the falling psychic energy attacks collided with the screen, causing ripples to spread across its shimmering surface. In defense form, Deoxys stood rock-solid beneath the screen, radiating a reassuring sense of stability. But that security came at a high cost. Deoxys was pouring its own psychic energy into the light screen to keep it intact. Even for Deoxys, this setup couldn't be maintained indefinitely. Luo Yuan needed to act fast and use this window of safety to turn the tables. Deoxys, teleport. The simplest way to deal with this situation was to eliminate the source of the problem. So Luo Yuan's plan was straightforward. He wanted Deoxys to go directly after Mutuo, even though Mutuo's future sight had allowed it to hound Deoxys with psychic attacks. Deoxys's previous rounds of assault hadn't been for nothing. In particular, that Zen headbutt earlier, despite Mutuo having used Recover, it could still feel a faint ache in its forehead. Deoxys teleported right in front of Mutuo, its psychic energy concentrated in its head, clearly preparing to deliver another Zen headbutt and rattle Mutuo's senses. At the sight of the incoming Zen headbutt, Mutuo's eyes flashed with apprehension as it recalled being dazed from the last impact. Without a second thought, it teleported, attempting to put some distance between itself and Deoxys. This was exactly what Luo Yuan had hoped for. By using teleport, Mutuo was momentarily unable to continue its barrage of future sight attacks on Deoxys. This gave Deoxys a crucial opening. Deoxys used Psycho Boost. A wave of psychic energy erupted from Deoxys's core, surging towards Mutuo like a tidal wave. Taken by surprise, and still drained from using future sight, Mutuo struggled to mount a proper counterattack. In a split second, it fired off 2 shadow balls, trying to intercept Deoxys's overwhelming psychic assault. But Deoxys was giving it everything it had. The intensity of Deoxys's psychic force was even more ferocious than Mutuo's. It was well known that Shadow Ball, a ghost-type move, could counter psychic energies. Yet here, Deoxys's power overwhelmed the attack entirely. Luo Yuan smiled, knowing that when amassed in great enough quantity, any force could become unstoppable. Deoxys's psychic energy wave was massive, swallowing up Mutuo's 2 shadow balls almost instantly. The shadow balls didn't even leave a ripple. For a moment, Mutuo was at a loss. Fortunately, Giovanni issued a command just in time, snapping Mutuo back into focus. Mutuo used Psy Strike. Following Giovanni's order, Mutuo hesitated no more. Its eyes flashed blue, its psychic energy materializing into a solid force that shot toward Deoxys, colliding with Psycho Boost in midair with an explosive impact. Boom! The entire gym shook. Giovanni quickly gave a follow-up order, Thunder Punch. Though Thunder Punch had previously split Deoxys in 2, it hadn't inflicted lasting damage on it. And more importantly, it hadn't succeeded in paralyzing Deoxys, as Giovanni had hoped. Repeating the move, Giovanni aimed to finally slow down the speedy Deoxys by inflicting a debuff. Mutuo closed in swiftly, but Deoxys was more than ready. Luo Yuan had an advantage over Giovanni. He possessed psychic abilities, allowing him to communicate seamlessly with Deoxys through telepathy. The transmission speed of spoken language for humans is limited to 39 bits per second, and that's without considering the delays caused by sound. But telepathic communication bypassed those limitations entirely. In a single second, Luo Yuan could deliver multiple tactical strategies to Deoxys without any delay. And with Deoxys's lightning-fast mind, it could instantly analyze and understand Luo Yuan's tactics, picking the optimal approach for the current situation. So, by the time Mutuo received Giovanni's order, Yuan had already relayed a counter-strategy to Deoxys. As Mutuo swung its thunder punch, crackling with electricity, Deoxys was fully prepared. Boom! Mutuo's fist crashed into Deoxys's blocking arm. Deoxys shielded its core with its arm, taking the full brunt of the blow. Electricity arced across Deoxys's arm, scorching it black, but Deoxys's expression remained unchanged, as though the pain belonged to someone else entirely. At the same time, Deoxys's other tendril whipped around, lashing Mutuo across the side. HRRGH. Mutuo grimaced in pain. Yet, inwardly, it felt a spark of satisfaction. The electrical arcs dancing across Deoxys's body meant that the paralysis had taken effect. But being newly created, Mutuo didn't yet understand that victory should never be celebrated too soon. Just as Giovanni prepared to press the advantage, Deoxys made its move. The strike it had been preparing was unleashed. Psycho Shift. A light beamed from the core on Deoxys's chest, catching Mutuo's eye. In the next instant, the arcs of electricity around Deoxys vanished, while Mutuo's body began to crackle with that same paralyzing energy. Feeling the numbness spreading through its limbs, Mutuo's expression shifted in shock. Both Mutuo and Giovanni realized in unison, it was a trap. Watching this, Yuan smiled. When Giovanni had commanded Mutuo to use Thunder Punch, Yuan had guessed Giovanni's plan. So he'd instructed Deoxys to take Mutuo's Thunder Punch directly, trading blow for blow. If the paralysis hadn't activated, there was no harm done. Deoxys would merely have traded a knockoff for a Thunder Punch. Not much gain or loss either way. But once paralysis set in, Deoxys could execute its plan, using Psycho Shift to transfer its status condition to Mutuo, erasing its own affliction. The only cost to Deoxys was the minor damage from Thunder Punch. Meanwhile, Mutuo not only ended up paralyzed, but also took a hard lash from Deoxys's knockoff. A double loss. Damn it. Mutuo realized it had underestimated human cunning. But now is no time for reflection. Mutuo had no way to use Psycho Shift itself, so it had no choice but to endure the paralyzed state. Mutuo, evade the Shadow Ball, Giovanni ordered, now a bit off balance himself. He hadn't anticipated Deoxys's trick. Mutuo swiftly retreated, trying to put distance between itself and Deoxys to buy time. But Deoxys had been waiting for this opportunity for far too long. It wasn't about to let Mutuo escape. Whoosh! A shadow ball hurtled toward Mutuo. It attempted to teleport away, but paralyzed, Mutuo misjudged the timing required to teleport in its impaired state. Boom! The shadow ball hit Mutuo squarely, triggering an explosion. Swallowed by the blast, Mutuo barely managed to teleport away just as it was engulfed. It reappeared at the far end of the battlefield, shadowy energy still dissipating around it. But before Mutuo could catch its breath, Deoxys, now in speed form, was already right in front of it again. A second shadow ball. This time, Mutuo wised up and dodged with agility, barely escaping. But Deoxys didn't let up. Shadow ball, yet another shadow ball. A relentless torrent of shadow balls bombarded Mutuo, sparking explosion after explosion. For the first time, Mutuo experienced the same sense of helplessness Deoxys had felt under the ceaseless onslaught of future sight. Sometimes the shock wave of a shadow ball's explosion would clip it. Other times, a direct hit would land. In a matter of seconds, Mutuo suffered more damage than it had ever sustained since its creation, many times over. As the shadow balls pounded it, Mutuo's paralyzed body grew weaker, barely holding on. But Mutuo gritted its teeth, enduring. This was its first time facing an opponent of equal strength, and it refused to lose. With that thought, the psychic energy within Mutuo, previously flickering, suddenly surged. A storm of psychic power gathered around it, coalescing in front of it into a psychic blade. This time, Mutuo aimed directly at Deoxys's core. After this prolonged battle, Mutuo had identified Deoxys's weak point. Yet, just before it could strike, a quiet chuckle reached its ears. It recognized the voice. It belonged to the Deoxys trainer, the human it had initially found intriguing. What's going on? Why is he laughing? The thought flashed through Mutuo's mind, and it instinctively raised its head to look at Luo Yuan. But before it could even spot him, its vision blurred. Deoxys's emotionless face suddenly appeared inches away, almost touching Mutuo's. In a split second of horror, Mutuo saw Deoxys pull back and then launch forward with brutal force. Wham! Deoxys's Zen headbutt slammed into Mutuo's head. The compressed air burst with an explosive sound, sending a shockwave rippling across dozens of meters, flinging debris against the alloy walls with a sharp crackling sound. Buzz! Mutuo's vision went dark, its mind overwhelmed by a ringing in its ears before plunging into a haze of darkness. Thud! Mutuo collapsed onto the ground. For a full 10 seconds, it couldn't get back up. It had already endured one Zen headbutt, then the Shadow Ball barrage, and now yet another Zen headbutt. And each of these moves was delivered by a legendary Pokemon. Even Mutuo couldn't withstand such a relentless assault. Witnessing this near-mythic battle, Midori struggled to contain her shock as she announced the result. Mutuo is unable to battle. Deoxys is victorious. So I lost. Giovanni's face showed no hint of emotion. Standing opposite, Giovanni gestured silently at Midori. She nodded, commanding her Fiero to approach Mutuo, fit the M2 restraining device back onto it, and escort it out. Giovanni then raised his head, looking at Luo Yuan and his Deoxys with an intense gaze, before finally speaking 2 words. Well done. The abruptness of his remark left Luo Yuan uncertain whether Giovanni was complimenting him or being sarcastic. But considering Giovanni's pride, it was likely the former. The Mutuo that Giovanni poured billions into creating had been defeated by Deoxys, a Pokemon Luo Yuan had casually captured on a work trip to the Sevilla Islands. Giovanni's feelings were complicated. Though he knew Mutuo's defeat was largely due to its recent creation, which meant it hadn't yet fully mastered its powers, this battle also made him realize something else. Even if Mutuo had enough time to completely hone its abilities, the outcome of a fight against Deoxys would still be uncertain. Still, Giovanni quickly composed himself and looked up at Luo Yuan. Just as Luo Yuan had expected, Giovanni wasn't overly bitter about being beaten. Other than a slight sting to his pride, he had no further objections. Luo Yuan knew Giovanni quite well, and Giovanni, in turn, knew Luo Yuan. He was aware that Luo Yuan might have a habit of charging odd expenses to the Rocket Team's event budget, claiming it was all in the name of serving the organization. But Giovanni never doubted Luo Yuan's loyalty or sense of belonging to Team Rocket. Giovanni also understood that Luo Yuan despised trouble and preferred to steer clear of any management responsibilities. That's why he trusted Luo Yuan far more than the Beast Trio or the 4 generals. Smiling, Giovanni took out a badge and handed it to Luo Yuan. You won the gym challenge. Here's the Earth badge. The green badge, shaped like a tree, symbolized the Viridian Forest. As Luo Yuan accepted the badge, a familiar prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host. Milestone unlocked. Defeated a ground-type gym. 1 lottery draw earned. Ding! Congratulations, host. Milestone unlocked. Defeated an evil organization boss. 1 lottery draw earned. The 2 consecutive system notifications made Luo Yuan raise an eyebrow. 2 milestones, 2 lottery draws. This was entirely different from his previous gym challenges. But thinking it over, it made sense. As the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni deserved to carry some weight. Defeating him was worthy of a reward, even if it was just a single lottery draw. In fact, Luo Yuan felt that 2 draws seemed a bit stingy. He didn't even get a separate reward for beating Mutuo. So, what's your plan now? Giovanni asked after handing over the badge. He was curious about Luo Yuan's intentions for the upcoming Indigo League tournament. Putting aside thoughts of the lottery, Luo Yuan replied, I plan to take first place in the Indigo League. Then, I'll use that as a stepping stone to join the Pokemon League. It was a bold approach. As a rocket spy aiming to infiltrate the league, Luo Yuan should, in theory, keep a low profile. However, staying low-key would mean starting at a lower rank within the league, wasting time on gradual promotions, a big part of why Luo Yuan had initially declined Lance's invitation. Moreover, as league champion, he'd have a right to challenge the Elite Four within 6 months of victory. Currently, the Kanto and Johto regions shared the same Elite Four lineup, with Lance, Bruno, Lorelei, and Agatha serving as both Kanto and Johto's Elite Four. With Team Rocket's influence growing and their operations becoming increasingly frequent, the league's influence over the Kanto and Johto regions had waned significantly. Within the league, there was already consensus to split Kanto and Johto into separate regions, establishing a dedicated Kanto League and Johto League, each with its own champion and 4 Elite Four members. To the league, Team Rocket, as the most extensive and well-structured organization in the Pokemon world, symbolized a failing on their part. Rocket's growing power was a constant reminder of the league's inability to curb them. To counter Team Rocket's expansion, the league's plan was to strengthen the original Indigo League, creating 2 regional leagues with a champion and 4 Elite Four members, each to stymie Team Rocket's influence. For Team Rocket, this was a potential threat. But for Luo Yuan, as a deep-cover agent in Team Rocket, it was an opportunity. This expansion would create openings for 2 champions and 8 Elite Four members. Plenty of room to exploit. By taking advantage of this transitional period, Luo Yuan might have a chance to secure an Elite Four position. That was his plan. Giovanni nodded approvingly. This had been on his mind when he summoned Luo Yuan back from the Hoenn region. In fact, Giovanni had been preparing for this transition for a while. Koga, one of the 3 Rocket executives, was already being groomed to pursue an Elite Four position, following Giovanni's orders. "I'll arrange for elite contacts to assist you," Giovanni said. "But you'll also need to raise your public profile as a trainer." Luo Yuan's strength was undeniable. Giovanni had just tested that firsthand. Counting Deoxys, Luo Yuan could even hold his own against champion-level trainers. But outwardly, Luo Yuan was still considered a rookie trainer. His strength on paper was still far from Elite Four level, and reaching that rank would be a challenge. Boosting his team's perceived power would be essential. "I understand," Luo Yuan replied, patting the Poke ball containing his Ditto with a slight smile. Giovanni nodded and left, leaving Matori and Luo Yuan standing in the gym. "Want to grab dinner together?" Luo Yuan asked, turning to Matori. She scoffed in response. "Some of us don't have that much free time. You've left the gym in ruins, and I still have to organize repairs. Go find your Sabrina." With that, she turned away from him. Watching her retreat, Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, recalling her expression during their recent call from Cinnabar Island. Her reaction now seemed to confirm his suspicions. A wry smile tugged at his lips. Is she jealous? Having been turned down by Matori, Luo Yuan felt unbothered as he left the Viridian Gym, now in the early evening. He made his way to his hotel in the heart of Viridian City. After releasing his Slowpoke into the pool for a soak, he sat by the water, petting EV, while initiating the lottery draw in his mind. System, start the lottery. Drawing, please wait. Draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have received Ground-type Affinity. Ground-type Affinity enhances bond with Ground-type Pokemon. Slowly restores both trainer and Pokemon stamina when on solid ground. It increases the power of Ground-type moves during battles. The first draw was an Affinity boost, nothing new. It was likely a reward for clearing the Viridian Gym, so Luo Yuan wasn't surprised. Luo Yuan noticed that his Ground-type Affinity had some differences from his other affinities. For example, Fire-type Affinity not only boosted bond and move power with fire types, but also granted him immunity to burn damage. Similarly, his Poison-type Affinity made him immune to poison. These traits specifically benefited him as a trainer. But Ground-type Affinity didn't offer immunity to Ground-type attacks. Instead, it provided a slow stamina recovery while he or his Pokemon were on solid ground. System, Does this stamina recovery apply to me or to my Pokemon? Luo Yuan asked. This distinction was crucial. If the recovery only applied to him, it wouldn't be particularly useful. But if it could restore his Pokemon's stamina as well, then it would be a game changer. Imagine a grueling battle where both sides were draining their strength. If his opponent's Pokemon was steadily wearing down while his own was gradually regaining energy, victory would be all but assured. Stamina recovery applies to both host and Pokemon. The system's answer left Luo Yuan more than satisfied. Excellent. With the aid of ground-type affinity, his confidence in winning the Indigo League and one day challenging the Elite Four grew even stronger. Let's draw again. If the reward for beating Viridian Gym was this powerful, he wondered what he'd receive for defeating Giovanni. Ding. Drawing. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have received the Pokemon Mimikyu. Mimikyu, the disguised Pokemon. Covered in a Pikachu costume, it mimics Pikachu to become more popular. Legend has it that any trainer who glimpses Mimikyu's true form beneath its disguise will be cursed with terrible misfortune. Mimikyu, he was surprised. The second draw had granted him another Pokemon. Luo Yuan was very familiar with Mimikyu. In his previous life, its disguise ability was an excellent defensive move in battles. But he couldn't help feeling a bit conflicted. He'd drawn a total of 4 Pokemon so far. Aside from Ditto, each one, Dragapult, Gengar, and now Mimikyu, was a ghost type. Was the system trying to turn him into a ghost type master? Well, then give me a ghost type affinity first, he muttered. Still, he wasted no time as he focused and summoned the newly acquired Pokeball into his hand. Flash! A Pokeball, black with yellow patterns, appeared in his hand. It looked like an ordinary Ultra Ball, but with an eerie, foreboding aura swirling around it. The coolness of the ball surface would have sent a chill down an average trainer's spine. But, with Gengar and Dragapult already under his belt, Luo Yuan was practically a ghost-type veteran, so he didn't feel the slightest fear. Come on out, Mimikyu! Luo Yuan released Mimikyu. Poof! In a burst of light, Mimikyu materialized, draped in a ragged, yellowed cloth resembling Pikachu, complete with a crude wooden tail and a face drawn with thick lines of crayon. The moment Mimikyu appeared, the room temperature seemed to drop, just like when Gengar first emerged. Eevee! Luo Yuan's Eevee peeked out his arms, curious about this odd new companion, and tilted its head to get a closer look at Mimikyu. Seeing Eevee's head tilt, Mimikyu's eyes, hidden under the cloth at its belly, blinked. Then, with a slight creak, its head tilted to match. Snap! The tilt was so extreme, it seemed as though its neck had broken. Eevee! Eevee jumped, fur fluffed out in fright, and dove back into Luo Yuan's arms, leaving only a trembling, fluffy tail exposed. It was clear Mimikyu had given Eevee quite a scare. Watching Eevee's reaction, Mimikyu's posture slumped as a wave of loneliness and sadness washed over it. Sensing this, Luo Yuan realized Eevee's startled reaction had inadvertently hurt Mimikyu's feelings. He was about to console it when he heard a soft shuffle from the pool. Slowpoke had somehow wandered back inside, dragging Shelter along on its tail. Slowpoke blinked, taking in Mimikyu's broken neck, and, with its usual dopey expression, showed no sign of fear. Or rather, Slowpoke wasn't afraid of anything besides Luo Yuan. After curiously sizing up Mimikyu, Slowpoke tried to mimic its head tilt. The result: crack! Poke! Slowpoke yelped, clutching its neck in pain. The tense atmosphere in the room immediately evaporated. Mimikyu watched Slowpoke roll around, holding its neck, and its hidden eyes conveyed a sense of deadpan disbelief. Shelter, clamped on a Slowpoke's tail, seemed to question its life choices, observing its less-than-brilliant partner. Seeing Slowpoke in distress, Luo Yuan sighed. Activating his powers of Viridian, he used a bit of bone-setting technique he'd learned in the past, gripping Slowpoke's neck and giving it a quick twist. With a small pop, Slowpoke's neck was back in place. If your body isn't built for it, don't try stunts like that. Luo Yuan suspected that, had he not intervened, Slowpoke might have become the first Pokemon to accidentally break its own neck. In a sense, catching this clumsy creature had saved a life, so he could count that as doing a good deed. Meanwhile, after a bit of soothing, Eevee poked its head back out from Luo Yuan's arms, looking sheepishly at Mimikyu. "Eevee, Eevee!" It chattered apologetically to Mimikyu. Mimikyu didn't seem too troubled by it. Thanks to his Viridian powers, Luo Yuan could sense that Eevee and Mimikyu had patched things up. He then released all his Pokemon, except Gyarados, to properly introduce them to Mimikyu. Gengar, in particular, was very intrigued by Mimikyu. It kept trying to sneak under Mimikyu's cloth to catch a glimpse of its true form. Clearly, as a ghost itself, Gengar wasn't too concerned about Mimikyu's rumored curse. But Mimikyu guarded itself fiercely, refusing to let Gengar peek beneath its disguise. Ditto transformed into Mimikyu's form, engaging in a friendly conversation, before shifting to mimic Eevee, Gengar, and Slowpoke one after the other. Thus, between introductions and playful exchanges, the night slipped away. The next morning, Luo Yuan packed up his things, gave Madame Boss a call to say he'd take her out for a meal in a few days, and mounted the bike he'd rarely used since buying it, heading toward Pallet Town. The Indigo League was still 2 months away. Before it began, he planned to visit Professor Oak in Pallet Town to seek his support. Pallet Town, Oak Laboratory. Luo Yuan pedaled down the main road through Pallet Town. Compared to a few months ago, Oak's lab seemed exactly the same as always. Luo Yuan knocked on the door. Professor Oak opened it, holding a bowl of instant noodles in one hand, and blinked in surprise when he saw him. Luo Yuan? Truth be told, Professor Oak hadn't expected to see Luo Yuan at his lab today. He'd mentored many trainers over the years. Though most of them eventually returned to visit him, whether their journeys had gone smoothly or not, only one had ever shown up at this point in their journey, Luo Yuan. As he walked into Oak's lab, Luo Yuan observed a slight disorder inside. Of course, this wasn't about items being out of place, but rather the abundance of Pokemon roaming the lab. Several were familiar to him, including a few of Gary's Pokemon and, yes, quite a few of Ash's Pokemon too. He even noticed Ash's undersized Kingler scuttling around. Ahem, as you can see, I'm researching Pokemon behavior. The lab's a bit messy, Oak explained, recalling a particularly headstrong Tauros back into its Pokeball. Then he asked Luo Yuan offhandedly, "So you've gathered all the gym badges?" "Every last one." Luo Yuan pulled back his jacket slightly to reveal the badges clipped to its inner lining. All 8 badges, neatly lined up in 2 rows, caught Professor Oak by surprise. He'd only asked out of politeness and hadn't expected Luo Yuan to have gathered them all so soon. Even though Oak and Luo Yuan didn't often stay in touch, he'd heard quite a bit about him from Gary, who saw Luo Yuan as a rival. Gary had told him that just recently, he'd run into Luo Yuan at Clueless Valley, where Luo Yuan had just obtained the Fuchsia badge. But now, in so short a time, he'd collected all 8 badges. Professor Oak was genuinely astonished. Impressive. Professor Oak's praise was sincere as he looked at the badges, particularly the red Cinnabar Island badge and the green one for Viridian City. Oak wasn't familiar with Giovanni, the Viridian gym leader, but he knew Blaine well, both as a fellow Pokemon researcher and a renowned gym leader. Oak knew Blaine's strength and character. Blaine wasn't one to go easy on challengers. The fact that Luo Yuan had taken on and won at 2 of the toughest gyms in Kanto in such a short time spoke volumes about his abilities. "Just luck, that's all," Luo Yuan replied humbly. Oak just gave him a knowing smile. Luck alone didn't earn achievements like these. "So what brings you here today?" Professor Oak was curious. From the day Luo Yuan started his journey, he hadn't sent any Pokemon back to the lab. "Well," Luo Yuan reached into his pocket and pulled out a Pokeball. "I recently captured a wild Aerodactyl, and I'd like to use the lab's equipment to analyze it." Luo Yuan, knowing Oak's character well, knew what would pique the professor's interest. To justify his visit and intrigue Oak, he decided to bring along the Aerodactyl he'd caught in Clueless Valley. "A wild Aerodactyl?" Oak's eyes widened as he suddenly asked, "Did you say it was wild?" Most Aerodactyls known to trainers have been revived from genetic material extracted from old ambers. But here was Luo Yuan, claiming to have captured a wild one? That's right. He opened the pokeball, and in a flash of light, a fierce Aerodactyl appeared in the lab, exuding a primal, dominating aura. Under Luo Yuan's care, Aerodactyl had grown even closer to the title of ancient apex predator, evoking awe and fear. The moment Professor Oak saw Aerodactyl, any doubt vanished from his mind. Luo Yuan was telling the truth. Though Oak didn't specialize in reviving fossil Pokemon, he had extensive knowledge of them. Fossil Pokemon brought back to life through modern technology had personalities, but they were essentially blank slates with no memories from before their revival. Only with years of training, like Lance's Aerodactyl, could they develop such a menacing aura. Oak ran a hand along Aerodactyl's wing, which immediately flicked him off irritably with a flap of its wing, causing him to pull his hand back with a chuckle. Unfazed, Oak asked, "Where did you catch this Aerodactyl?" "Near Clueless Valley. I suspect it might be a Pokemon that somehow survived from ancient times to the present day." Luo Yuan conveniently left out that he'd found Aerodactyl in an underground cave in Clueless Valley, framing it as a chance encounter. Professor Oak nodded, seemingly buying the story. "I'd like to use your lab's equipment to study it," Luo Yuan requested. "Of course. I'm very interested in studying a wild Aerodactyl as well," Professor Oak replied, visibly excited. This wild Aerodactyl was the first of its kind to be discovered and would make a fascinating research subject, potentially even a solo research project. In fact, though Luo Yuan hadn't sent a single Pokemon back to Oak's lab until now, the research value of this one Aerodactyl alone far surpassed all of Gary and Ash's Pokemon combined. "Thank you, Professor Oak. Also, there's one more thing." "What is it?" "As a shareholder of Sylph Company, I'd like to propose funding for your research. Would you be open to that?" "Sylph Co. shareholder?" Professor Oak looked at Luo Yuan, struggling to reconcile him with the image of a Sylph Company investor. But then, he recalled something he'd heard from Bill recently, how one of his long-delayed projects had suddenly gained approval at Sylph Company. Back when Bill's project had unexpectedly gained funding, Professor Oak had been impressed by his luck. A project with no commercial potential somehow made it through Sylph Company's budget review. But with Luo Yuan's recent revelation, Oak now understood how Bill's project had been approved. A look of realization spread across Professor Oak's face as he said, "Well, if it's about sponsorship, that would be fantastic. For researchers, funding is never enough." Even with Oak's reputation as one of Kanto's top scholars, he often struggled with limited funds for his studies. Most of his research had no clear commercial value and relied entirely on league grants. But if Sylph Company was offering support, he was more than happy to accept. "Then I'll have someone come by in a couple of days to go over the details," Luo Yuan replied. This arrangement had already been discussed with Sylph Company's president. Sylph Company was eager to make Luo Yuan a figurehead to expand its influence. One way to do this was through publicized deeds like his recent heroics in Dark City. Another was to sponsor Professor Oak, a scholar renowned in Kanto and beyond, gaining prestige through association with his research. And while Sylph Company could have sent an agent to negotiate, they'd chosen Luo Yuan, as he was both a former trainee of Professor Oak and someone with ties to his lab. Also, the company president wanted Oak's goodwill to be tied to Luo Yuan's own standing within the league. Unaware of the larger strategy behind Luo Yuan's sponsorship proposal, Professor Oak was simply delighted to secure more resources for his lab. With this funding, he took Luo Yuan over to a scanner to begin analyzing Aerodactyl's body data. It'll take about a week to finish the full scan and get a detailed analysis, so I'll need to keep Aerodactyl here for a while. "No problem," Luo Yuan replied. This was expected. When Luo Yuan had previously tried to analyze Aerodactyl's data using Rocket's equipment, he'd been given a similar time estimate. But since New Island's research base had been blown apart by Mutuo, most of Rocket's advanced tech had been destroyed. Setting up a new research facility would take time, which was why Luo Yuan had come to Professor Oak. "Oh, by the way, Professor Oak, I heard a rumor about Aerodactyl's mega evolution. Mega evolution? I know of it. As a world-class researcher, Professor Oak was well-versed in this evolution method recently discovered in the Kalos region. The rumor claims that Aerodactyl's mega evolution form is its true, ancient form, Luo Yuan suggested. Maybe that could be a good direction for your research. Professor Oak considered this thoughtfully, nodding. It was indeed a promising approach, and he planned to consult Professor Sycamore in Kalos to gather more information. With Aerodactyl's arrangements in place, Luo Yuan was ready to leave the lab. Professor Oak was about to ask if he'd like to stay for some instant noodles when they heard the door creak open. Turning, they saw a figure in a black, high-collared coat enter the lab. Gary, Gramps! Wait, Luo Yuan, what are you doing here? Gary looked at Luo Yuan in surprise. So, you beat Giovanni and earned the Viridian badge? Gary asked, staring at Luo Yuan's 8 badges. After listening to Luo Yuan recount his journey since they parted ways at Clueless Valley and hearing about his victory over Giovanni, Gary looked utterly dumbfounded. Luo Yuan's win over Bane hadn't surprised Gary. Back on Cinnabar Island, Gary had battled Bane himself. Due to his grandfather's connections, he'd been tense before their match, but Blaine turned out to be not nearly as formidable as he'd expected, and Gary had won with ease. But Giovanni at Viridian Gym was a whole different story. Just today, Gary had experienced Giovanni's strength firsthand. Giovanni hadn't even needed to send out a second Pokemon. His insanely powerful Beedrill had taken down 3 of Gary's Pokemon without breaking a sweat. Gary still couldn't wrap his head around why a ground-type gym leader would use a bug and poison-type Pokemon in battle. Was it just because Beedrill knew some ground-type moves? Meanwhile, listening to Gary vent, Luo Yuan took note of something. It seemed Giovanni had changed his approach, choosing not to use Mutwo in front of other trainers. In the original story, after creating Mutwo, Giovanni had become so overconfident that he used Mutwo in gym battles, crushing Gary before abandoning his role as gym leader altogether, leaving Team Rocket's 3 stooges to manage the gym. But this time, things had played out differently. Giovanni had defeated Gary with Beedrill, taking out some frustration, perhaps, and hadn't relinquished his gym leader position. Could it be because I defeated him? Luo Yuan mused. Maybe being beaten by Deoxys had snapped Giovanni back to reality. In that case, his victory over Giovanni might have actually done him some good. While Luo Yuan was lost in thought, Gary spoke up. Luo Yuan, let's have a battle. HM? A battle? Are you sure? Luo Yuan looked at Gary, a bit puzzled. He didn't quite understand this stubborn, never-give-up attitude of Gary's. Could getting beaten down be addictive? But Gary didn't back down, nodding determinedly. I want to see how big the gap is between us. Gary wanted to know just how strong Luo Yuan had become to take down Giovanni's overpowered Beedrill. Luo Yuan shrugged, indifferent. Well, if you insist, let's head to the battle arena on the hill. He wasn't sure if getting beat up could be addictive, but he had to admit he was starting to enjoy stomping lesser trainers. Fine by me. Gary agreed readily. Just then, Professor Oak, who'd been adjusting the equipment for Aerodactyl's scan, looked over. Will you be using Aerodactyl for this match? From his observations, Professor Oak could tell that Aerodactyl was immensely powerful, way beyond what a typical rookie's main Pokemon would be. Gary's eyes widened in realization as he understood that the Aerodactyl Professor Oak had been examining belonged to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan shook his head. The rest of my team will be more than enough. It wasn't that Luo Yuan was overconfident. It was just that he didn't need Aerodactyl to handle Gary. Gary, sure, he knew it was true, but did Luo Yuan have to say it out loud? That was a bit harsh. Still, Gary didn't seem disheartened. After all the losses he'd taken from Luo Yuan, he developed a resilience that nothing could shake. And he wasn't here to win this time. All he wanted was a chance to gauge the strength of someone who had managed to beat Giovanni. Let's go to the arena on the hill. Gary strode ahead toward the back of the lab, leading them to the training grounds. Professor Oak, watching the two challenge each other, set his equipment to run automatically before following them to act as referee. Behind Oak's laboratory, Standing on the familiar battlefield, Luo Yuan felt a wave of nostalgia. The last time he'd stood here, he'd been just another rocket executive called back to Kanto by Giovanni. It had only been a few months, but now, with Deoxys at his side, he had already surpassed Giovanni in strength. It felt like a lifetime ago. "So, how many Pokemon are we using?" Luo Yuan asked, relaxed. Luo Yuan's confidence left Gary in a momentary silence. The way he phrased that question meant he believed he could still win in a full 6v6 battle, even without Aerodactyl. Gary mentally went through his own Pokemon lineup. Counting on his fingers, he held up 4 fingers. "Let's go 4v4. After so many battles against Luo Yuan, Gary had learned some lessons from his losses. 1 or 2 rounds wouldn't give him a clear picture of where he stood against Luo Yuan. Currently, he had 4 Pokemon he believed could give Luo Yuan some trouble, and he intended to use them all. "Bring it on." Gary took a Pokeball from his belt, eyes burning with determination. Luo Yuan, seeing his eagerness, just chuckled and casually pulled out an Ultra Ball of his own, pressing the release button without waiting for Oak to signal the start of the match. Poof! In a flash of light, Mimikyu appeared, shrouded in its shabby yellow costume. Creak, creak! A raspy sound emanated from Mimikyu's hidden body beneath the cloth. The strange creature immediately drew both Gary and Professor Oak's attention. "What kind of Pokemon is that?" Gary stared at the unfamiliar Pokemon, noting its vague resemblance to Pikachu, but knowing it clearly wasn't. But Oak looked at Mimikyu, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He turned to Luo Yuan. "Is this Mimikyu?" Clearly, Professor Oak recognized Mimikyu. This wasn't unexpected. Though he spent much of his time at his lab in Pallet Town, Oak was far from out of touch. Thanks to his cousin Professor Samson Oak, who specialized in Alolan Pokemon, he had significant knowledge about species from that region. Also, a Mimikyu-related incident years ago had sparked considerable interest in the academic community. At that time, a researcher had attempted to study Mimikyu's true form. Upon glimpsing it, he'd been cursed and died of sheer terror, leaving a lasting impression. His story was still included in the Trainer Essentials guidebook, serving as a cautionary tale. "I never thought you'd catch a Mimikyu," Oak remarked, sizing up Luo Yuan. Not that he was particularly surprised. Mimikyu's habitat was primarily in Alola and Galar, and trainers capturing one in Kanto were rare indeed. "It was just a chance encounter," Luo Yuan replied, keeping it brief. It might sound surprising to have caught a Mimikyu in Kanto, but ghost types weren't tied to specific environments, so it wasn't too strange. With modern transport, plenty of Pokemon appeared outside their usual regions. If he over-explained, it would sound more suspicious. Oak nodded, guessing that Luo Yuan must have encountered a Mimikyu that had wandered into Kanto. "Mimikyu, huh?" While Luo Yuan and Oak were talking, Gary had pulled out his Pokédex to look up information on Mimikyu. Ghost and Fairy type. The type combination gave him a bit of a headache. Ghost Fairy typing meant that normal dash, fighting dash, and dragon type moves would be nearly useless, while Mimikyu's only weaknesses were ghost and steel type moves. And since he'd only just caught his Scyther, he hadn't had time to evolve it into Scyther. At the moment, Gary had no ghost or steel type Pokemon. After a long moment of deliberation, he made his decision. "In that case, Pidgeot, you're up." Switching Pokeballs, Gary called out his Pidgeot. He'd chosen the most mobile Pokemon in his team, one that could almost rival Arcanine in speed, hoping to gain an edge over Mimikyu. Mimikyu's size and shape didn't exactly scream mobility. A nimble flying type, like Pidgeot, might hold a decent advantage. Poof! In a flash, Pidgeot emerged. Pidgeot. Pidgeot's wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the field with a wingspan of over 3 meters. Its proud crest of red feathers extended from its head, giving it an imposing presence. Hovering high above, Pidgeot gazed down at its small, odd-looking opponent, Mimikyu. Calm and confident, Pidgeot wasn't one to underestimate its foes, no matter the height or size advantage. It circled in the sky, releasing a powerful cry. "Pidgeot!" Mimikyu responded by exuding a menacing aura. However, Following Luo Yuan's instruction to hold back, Mimikyu didn't release its full power, so Pidgeot only felt a slight moment of instability before regaining composure. Still, this brief feeling made Pidgeot view Mimikyu with even greater caution. So as soon as Professor Oak called, battle began. Pidgeot swooped down toward Mimikyu, wings aglow with a faint metallic sheen. Steel Wing. Pidgeot swooped down from above, whipping up a fierce wind as it descended. Under Gary's command, it readied its Steel Wing attack, intending to capitalize on the Steel-type move's advantage over Mimikyu. But Gary had no idea what kind of opponent he was really up against. As Pidgeot dove closer, Mimikyu's yellowish cloak began to shift, and Shadow Claw emerged, swiping at Pidgeot from below. Even as it attacked, Mimikyu kept Luo Yuan's instructions in mind. It held back, using only half its strength. But even at half power, Mimikyu's strike was incredibly fast. The shadowy claw flashed through the air like a streak of dark lightning. Gary's Pidgeot was confident. Rather than dodge, it trusted in its momentum and the strength of its Steel Wing to break through the Shadow Claw head-on. That was the plan, anyway. But plans are often different from reality. With a powerful flap of its wings, Pidgeot collided with the Shadow Claw. Bam! The Shadow Claw bent back slightly under the force of Pidgeot's impact, straining and twisting as if about to break. But to Pidgeot and Gary's surprise, Mimikyu's Shadow Claw withstood the blow. Not good! Pidgeot pulled back. Gary shouted, but Mimikyu didn't give him a chance. Hi-yi! The Shadow Claw closed in around Pidgeot. Despite Ghost-type moves normally being weak against flying types, Mimikyu's physical claws pierced through Pidgeot's thick feathers and dug painfully into its body, making Pidgeot cry out in pain. Then, bam! With a swift movement, Mimikyu smashed Pidgeot to the ground with its Shadow Claw. Dazed, Pidgeot wobbled unsteadily, looking as if it had just been through a rough night out. Mimikyu looked puzzled. Its opponent seemed weaker than it had expected. Remembering Luo Yuan's instructions to hold back and prolong the battle, Mimikyu decided to switch to a move it wasn't as skilled with, a special attack. Unlike its formidable attack stat, Mimikyu's special attack was a meager 50. Its head tilted back, and a shadow ball, about half the usual size, formed in front of it. Whoosh! The shadow ball arced toward Pidgeot. To give it a fair chance to dodge, Mimikyu had intentionally slowed the speed of the attack. Pidgeot, just beginning to recover from the dizziness, looked at the approaching shadow ball in terror, preparing to fly up and evade. But as it flapped its wings, a sharp pain flared up where Mimikyu's Shadow Claw had struck, causing its wing to spasm. In that brief moment, the slow shadow ball was upon it. Pidgeot! Gary shouted. The shadow ball exploded next to Pidgeot, sending a shockwave that engulfed it completely. Boom! The blast echoed, and when the dust cleared, Pidgeot lay on the ground, its feathers scorched black, knocked out cold. Mimikyu stood firmly in place, barely having moved. Pidgeot is unable to battle. Mimikyu wins, Professor Oak announced after a long pause. He hadn't expected the first round to end so quickly. To put it simply, Pidgeot swooped in, got hit, and then was out. Mimikyu had only used two moves, Shadow Claw and Shadow Ball, and that was all it took to end the match. Professor Oak glanced at Gary, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to console him. As an experienced former trainer, he knew Gary's tactics hadn't been wrong. The issue lay with Mimikyu's sheer strength. Gary's Pidgeot was already outstanding for a new trainer's team. But even a well-trained Pidgeot couldn't withstand more than two moves from this Mimikyu. While it was hard to gauge Mimikyu's exact level from such a short exchange, one thing was certain. Luo Yuan's Mimikyu was exceptionally strong. Professor Oak fell into silent contemplation. Luo Yuan, too, looked at the fallen Pidgeot, now feeling slightly awkward. He'd overestimated Gary's strength. He'd chosen Mimikyu for this battle partly to show it to Professor Oak, hoping to establish a reason for using it in future league matches. The plan was for Mimikyu to hold back, give Gary a fair shot, and make the fight a bit more balanced. But the win had turned out so one-sided that even Luo Yuan felt a little embarrassed. Luckily, Gary's spirit had been toughened by all his prior defeats at Luo Yuan's hands. Or rather, he'd reached the point of, well, it is what it is. Quickly collecting himself, he looked at Mimikyu and asked curiously, "So, Luo Yuan, was it your Mimikyu that beat Giovanni's Beedrill?" In Gary's mind, if this Mimikyu had taken on that Beedrill, then it seemed possible that Luo Yuan could have won. Luo Yuan silently shook his head. He knew his own Pokemon well enough. Though he hadn't had Mimikyu for long, he had a rough sense of its strength. Mimikyu's power was around the same level as his Jengar's. A formidable Pokemon, yes, but still far from being a match for Giovanni's Beedrill. On the surface, however, Luo Yuan merely nodded. "What do you think of my Mimikyu?" he asked Gary with a grin. Gary clenched his fists. "Even so, I won't back down." His goal was clear: to recognize the gap, learn what he could from Luo Yuan, and grow stronger. Without hesitation, he reached for another Pokeball on his belt. "Go! Arcanine!" With a powerful howl, Gary's Arcanine took the field. Compared to the last time Luo Yuan had seen it, Arcanine's presence was significantly stronger. Its glossy coat and proud stance were enough to make any Arcanine fan swoon with admiration. "Oh, your next choice is Arcanine, is it? All right, I won't make it too unfair." Seeing Gary's curious expression, Luo Yuan recalled Mimikyu. "Then, go Slowbro." Slowpoke, with its usual dopey look, plopped onto the field. Slowbro looked at the imposing Arcanine standing across from it, then turned to Luo Yuan, its face filled with quiet resentment. All it wanted was to be a lazy, carefree Slowbro. Why did it have to endure all this? Luo Yuan knew all too well what was going through Slowbro's mind. This Pokemon was a master at goofing off, but utterly reluctant when it came to battle. Ignoring Slowbro's sulky expression, Luo Yuan looked over at Gary's Arcanine, who stood poised for action. Gary, too, glanced at Slowbro, a bit puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, he asked tactfully, "Luo Yuan, are you sure you want to use that Slowbro?" While Slowpoke had bested his Golduck back in the Safari Zone, Gary still didn't believe Slowpoke had outclassed it by much. And now that it had evolved into Slowbro, Gary doubted it could keep up with his powerhouse Arcanine. "That's right, I'm using Slowbro." Luo Yuan gave Slowbro a look that said, "You know what to do," then nodded at Gary. It wasn't arrogance. Luo Yuan had been working with Slowbro over the past few weeks, frequently summoning it and using his psychic affinity to enhance Slowbro's own psychic abilities. Now, while Slowbro still carried that characteristic laziness, its strength had grown leagues beyond the lackadaisical Slowpoke it once was. With Luo Yuan's mind made up, Gary didn't protest further. Although Slowbro was technically a good counter to Arcanine's fire type, Gary was confident in his Arcanine's speed, believing it would carry him to victory. "All right then, Arcanine versus Slowbro, battle continue," Professor Oak announced. At the sound of Oak's cue, Gary wasted no time. Arcanine Extreme Speed. Opening with Extreme Speed was a tactic Gary had fine-tuned in battles with other trainers. Most opponents were thrown off balance by the speed and momentum of Arcanine's ambush. Arcanine was already familiar with the plan. As soon as it heard Gary's command, it launched forward on all fours, transforming into a streak of fiery orange barreling straight at Slowbro. "A surprise attack, huh? Seems like you've picked up some new tricks." Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow at Arcanine's approach, but he stayed calm. With a flicker of psychic energy, he linked minds with Slowbro, sharing Arcanine's movement trajectory and relaying it to Slowbro. Slowbro dodge. Though Slowbro wasn't keen on fighting, it didn't like getting hit either. Reluctantly snapping into action, it rolled lazily to one side. Whoosh! Arcanine sped past, missing Slowbro by mere inches. Having trained rigorously under Gary, Arcanine had become far more agile, and it wasn't taken aback by the dodge. There had been times when other nimble Pokemon managed to dodge its extreme speed, so it wasn't too surprising Slowbro could evade in its own slow-motion way. And Arcanine had a follow-up plan. Reaching the edge of the field, it abruptly skidded to a halt, whirling around with a sharp turn. It drifted back in a 180-degree arc, accelerating faster than before as it rushed back at Slowbro. This maneuver even impressed Professor Oak. Gary's training with Arcanine had clearly paid off, surpassing his expectations. But Luo Yuan remained unfazed. Slowbro, reflect. Slowbro's eyes gleamed with a blue light. Swish! A transparent barrier materialized directly in Arcanine's path. Now harden. Luo Yuan instructed the moment reflect was up. By this point, Arcanine was closing in fast. Even though it could see the barrier ahead, it was moving too quickly to stop in time and had no choice but to charge right into it. Bam! Arcanine collided headfirst with the reflect barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered under the force, scattering shards in all directions. The impact left Arcanine dazed, but it had broken through Slowbro's defense. However, just as it stumbled forward, nearly colliding with Slowbro, Slowbro raised both arms, meeting Arcanine's gaze with its now glowing eyes. Buzz! An invisible psychic force radiated from Slowbro's mind, and Arcanine felt its entire body suddenly weighed down. It was as if it were trapped in wet cement, with every movement demanding tremendous effort. By this point, Arcanine's initial momentum from extreme speed had been entirely neutralized by Reflect and Slowbro's psychic restraint. It could only watch as Slowbro's psychic power lifted it and slammed it forcefully into the ground. Bam! A cloud of dust rose around the impact. Arcanine, Gary shouted, worried that it might meet the same fate as Pidgeot, taken down in just a few moves. But Arcanine was tougher than Pidgeot, and Slowbro wasn't quite as powerful as Mimikyu. Roar! A roar erupted from the dust cloud as Arcanine, barely injured, unleashed a flamethrower, a fiery jet shooting straight at Slowbro. Water gun. PSSH. While not quite a hydro pump, Slowbro's water gun was stronger than an average one. With a lazy but potent spray, Slowbro met the flamethrower head-on. The collision between fire and water filled the air with steam, and as sunlight hit the rising vapor, a small rainbow formed over the battlefield. This time, neither side gained the upper hand. For a water type like Slowbro, ending in a draw meant that Arcanine had the upper hand in terms of power. As the steam dissipated, Arcanine emerged from the smoke with only minor scuffs. Seeing that his Arcanine was unharmed, Gary's eyes lit up with determination. Learning from his earlier battle, Gary decided to avoid a close-range fight with Slowbro, at least for the moment. Arcanine, fire spin. He intended to trap Slowbro in a swirling vortex of fire, hoping to wear it down bit by bit. Gary's strategy was obvious. Luo Yuan didn't miss it. Planning to trap Slowbro with fire spin, Luo Yuan called out, "All right then, Slowbro, use Water Pulse." Slowbro extended its arms forward and released a ring of rippling water, sending it rolling towards the approaching fire vortex. Hiss! More steam filled the air as water and fire met, saturating the field with a thick, humid heat. Arcanine shook off the damp fur clinging to its body, matted down from the lingering humidity in the air. The sensation was undeniably uncomfortable. Arcanine used Fire Blast. Roar! Arcanine let out a fierce growl, opening its mouth wide as a blazing flame gathered within. Although Slowbro had managed to block previous moves like Flamethrower and Fire Spin, this gave Gary a chance to gauge its true strength. All things considered, Slowbro wasn't weak, but it was clear Arcanine held the advantage. That's why Gary decided to use Fire Blast to bring down Slowbro. With Arcanine's power, charging up the Fire Blast didn't take long. Whoosh! A fiery burst shot out of Arcanine's mouth, taking the shape of a large, blazing character in midair before hurtling towards Slowbro. Without a change in his calm expression, Luo Yuan called out, "Slowbro, use Water Pulse." It was another Water Pulse. Surf wasn't an option here, so Water Pulse was Slowbro's strongest available water-type move for now. Splush! Slowbro launched another torrent of water. The intense heat from the fire evaporated a cloud of steam, but this time, Slowbro's Water Pulse wasn't quite enough. Even as it pressed against the wave, Fire Blast pushed forward fiercely, still surging towards Slowbro. Realizing Water Pulse wouldn't hold, Luo Yuan quickly commanded, "Slowbro, light screen." A shimmering barrier appeared before Slowbro. Fire Blast collided with the light screen, causing it to flicker violently. The shield only managed to last a second before shattering with a resounding crash. But a second was all Slowbro needed to make its move. First, it dodged the path of the Fire Blast. Slowbro leapt aside, narrowly evading the attack as it slammed into the ground, leaving a large crater and sending fragments of stone flying. Neither Luo, Yuan, nor Slowbro was particularly concerned with the destruction left by the Fire Blast. After all, no matter how strong the move was, it meant nothing if it didn't hit. Then, following Luo Yuan's command, Slowbro began its counter. Standing in the arena, Slowbro's body glowed with a mysterious blue light as it moved with a strange, trance-like rhythm. Water vapor in the air above swirled and thickened, gathering ominously. Is that Rain Dance? Professor Oak, with his experienced eye, instantly recognized the move. Looking around, Oak noted the environment. The air was thick with moisture, water vapor hanging in the air, providing a perfect setup for Slowbro's Rain Dance. In the games, Rain Dance may only need a quick command to activate, but in real battles, it required the right conditions. Moisture from the air gathered into clouds over the field, darkening before releasing a steady drizzle. Drip, drip. Raindrops began to fall, landing on Arcanine as it readied for another attack, visibly disturbing it. For Fire-type Pokémon, Rain was always an unpleasant adversary. With its fluffy coat now damp and clinging to its body, Arcanine not only felt uncomfortable, but was also hindered in its movements. Gary noticed this too, but there was little he could do. His Arcanine hadn't learned Sunny Day. Arcanine used Fire Fong. Flamethrower, Fire Spin, and Fire Blast had all been blocked or dodged by Slowbro. This made Gary realize that Slowbro seemed to have a reliable strategy for evading Arcanine's ranged attacks. So he decided to switch to close-range physical moves instead. Arcanine, however, was unfazed by its trainer's indecision over attack choices. Roar! As soon as Gary's command was issued, Arcanine's teeth ignited in flames as it charged towards Slowbro, kicking up its paws as it sprinted across the muddy ground. The rain-soaked earth clung to its paws, dirtying its once pristine fur. But Arcanine ignored this, quickly closing the gap between it and the dancing Slowbro. Then, blazing with intense heat, it lunged at Slowbro. One could imagine that, if this bite hit, Slowbro might be ready for the platter after a bit of slicing. Luo Yuan, of course, wasn't about to let that happen. He gestured to Slowbro. Slowbro, use Mega Punch. As he gave the command, Luo Yuan mentally projected an image of Arcanine's stance and trajectory directly into Slowbro's mind. Not only did Luo Yuan predict Arcanine's next move, but he also pinpointed exactly where Slowbro should strike for maximum impact. With such guidance, it would be hard for Slowbro to miss. If it failed even with this much assistance, Luo Yuan was seriously considering putting Slowbro through a grueling 2-month boot camp. Slowbro, unaware of the impending consequences should it fail, focused entirely on Luo Yuan's instructions, firmly planting its stance before drawing back its fist, aiming for Arcanine's vulnerable abdomen. Slow! Pow! Following Luo Yuan's marked trajectory, Slowbro bypassed Arcanine's weakened guard, striking it squarely in the stomach. Arcanine's midsection caved slightly from the impact, a ripple spreading outward from the point of contact, hitting deep through muscle and fur. Aru! Arcanine let out a pained cry as it lost its balance. Its body flung backward before it crashed to the muddy ground. Arcanine! Gary called out, his voice full of concern as he watched his once proud Arcanine now muddy and soaked. But Luo Yuan and Slowbro weren't about to slow down. A blast of water gun struck Arcanine, completing its transformation into a sopping, battered mess. Then, Slowbro used Zen Headbutt. This was one of Slowbro's strongest moves. If it landed, the battle's outcome would be clear. Whoosh! Upon hearing Luo Yuan's command, Slowbro surged forward, explosive energy propelling it as it leaped, aiming its sturdy head straight for Arcanine. Although Slowbro's head wasn't as hard as Deoxys's steel exterior, it was solid enough to deal with Arcanine without issue. Sensing the danger, Arcanine suddenly grew calm, focusing amidst the chaos. Ignoring its pain, it swiftly dodged to the side, exploiting its speed advantage to avoid the headbutt. Crash! Slowbro's head smashed into the ground, forming a web of cracks upon impact. The strength of Slowbro's Zen headbutt was evident. Seeing Arcanine dodge the attack, Gary exhaled in relief. Then, glancing at Slowbro, still head down with its tail raised, Gary felt that his chance had finally arrived. When Arcanine took the hit from Mega Punch, it made Gary break out in a cold sweat for his partner. Now that he saw an opening, he wasn't about to let it slip away. Arcanine used Flame Wheel. Without hesitation, Gary called for Arcanine's Flame Wheel. Although not as powerful as Fire Blast, Flame Wheel was well suited to capitalize on Arcanine's speed and physical advantage. Arcanine ignited in blazing flames. With Slowbro in such close range, and especially in that awkward position, there was no way it could dodge Arcanine's attack. The heat from Arcanine's flames dried its damp fur, and then, engulfed in fire, it charged straight towards Slowbro. Given Arcanine's speed and the fierce blaze surrounding it, the damage this flame wheel would inflict was bound to be devastating. Arcanine lunged forward. The first to notice Arcanine's advance was Shelder, still clamped on his Slowbro's tail. Slowbro's symbiotic partner, Shelder, increased its grip on Slowbro's tail, trying to alert it. But Slowbro didn't quite understand what Shelder was fussing about, until Yuan sent a mental image of the incoming Arcanine directly to Slowbro's mind. Startled, Slowbro jerked, stopped wiggling its tail, and yanked its head out of the ground with a mighty pull. But by then, Arcanine was already within striking distance, its searing flames singeing Slowbro's skin, causing a painful burning sensation. Just as Slowbro was about to take a hit, in that critical moment, a sudden inspiration struck Slowbro, prompting it to make a move that neither Gary nor Arcanine expected. Slowbro whipped its tail, and in an instant Shelder popped off. As Shelder detached, Slowbro quickly reverted to its previous, more agile form, lying flat on the ground as a Slowpoke. Freed from Shelder's weight, Slowbro's body immediately slimmed down, and it rolled across the ground to escape the flames, using its psychic energy to propel itself out of harm's way. Gary was left speechless. Was that even possible? Could Shelder really just fall off like that? Gary was stunned, and Arcanine looked just as bewildered. It skidded to a stop, glancing between the Slowpoke on one side and the separated Shelder on the other. Was this even fair? Was it now a 2-on-1? Ref, I think we got a violation here. Gary and Arcanine both turned to Professor Oak at the sidelines. Professor Oak looked equally troubled. He thought he was simply refereeing a straightforward match, but Yuan Slowbro had pulled out a rather unconventional strategy. Was this against the rules? There were no specific guidelines on this, as the league had never formally addressed such scenarios. However, based on Oak's years of experience, this didn't technically count as a foul. After all, there were numerous Pokemon in the world that coexisted in similar symbiosis. Take Kanto's Magneton, for example. It's composed of 3 Magnemite combined through evolution. Could you really prohibit these Pokemon from splitting up if needed? This was, after all, a tactic in itself. So Professor Oak shook his head at Gary, indicating there was no foul here. Gary sighed, but accepted it. The battle had to go on. He took a deep breath and focused back on the Slowpoke, trying to think of his next move. Meanwhile, the Slowbro, now it was Slowpoke and Shelder, took advantage of the brief lull while Gary and Professor Oak conferred. Though Slowpoke's tail had been scorched and smelled vaguely appetizing, it could regenerate. The tail would regrow in time, and aside from some pain, it wasn't really a problem. Even so, Slowpoke was decidedly annoyed. Slowpoke. For once, anger surged through Slowpoke's mind. A fierce battle spirit kindled within it, and with a determined gleam in its eyes, Slowpoke spat out a rippling water pulse, aimed straight at Arcanine. Arcanine was far faster than Slowpoke, though, and if Slowpoke could dodge Arcanine's attacks, it would be easy for Arcanine to avoid Slowpoke's moves. Arcanine sprinted around in a wide arc, aiming to circle back and pounce on Slowpoke again. But just then, Shelder, which had been lying motionless on the ground after Slowpoke shook it off, suddenly sprang into action. Shelder opened its mouth and shot out a powerful whirl of water, creating a whirlpool that trapped Arcanine in place. While Slowpoke and Shelder individually might not be as powerful as they were combined as Slowbro, they now had one advantage Slowbro didn't possess: coordinated teamwork, Water Pulse, and Whirlpool. This was the first time Slowpoke and Shelder had achieved such seamless coordination since forming their symbiotic bond. Their combined tactics produced an effect far greater than the sum of its parts. The Whirlpool obstructed Arcanine's movement, allowing Water Pulse to land squarely on target. Plus, with the rain-boosting water-type moves, the impact of Water Pulse was amplified. Arcanine let out a distressed howl as the Water Pulse crashed into its body. Its massive frame broke through the water veil, landing on the muddy ground with a heavy thud. "Hang in there, Arcanine!" Gary cheered his partner on. Maybe it was Gary's encouragement, or perhaps it was Arcanine's sheer resilience. But even after being hit by a rain-boosted water-type move, Arcanine struggled to its feet, ready to retaliate against Slowpoke and Shelder. It had a plan: take out the already injured Slowpoke with 2 solid fire blasts, then deal with the less threatening Shelder. But just as Arcanine got to its feet, it saw Shelder rolling over towards Slowpoke, which picked it up in its grasp. And then, to Arcanine's surprise, Slowpoke started swinging Shelder around like a flail, its body spinning at high speed. Somehow, Slowpoke had summoned enough strength to whirl like a top, forming a blur of motion. Just as Arcanine sensed something amiss, it heard Yuan shout, "Slowpoke, use Razor Shell." Shelder spun through the air, slashing toward Arcanine with a bladed edge of white energy. The bladed shell tore through the air, reaching Arcanine in the blink of an eye. On instinct, Arcanine breathed out a flamethrower, trying to intercept it. But Shelder's shell, toughened by its density and accelerated by the spin, sliced straight through the flames as if they were nothing. Then, before Arcanine could react, wham! The spinning razor shell struck Arcanine square on the head. With a loud thud, a crimson welt appeared on Arcanine's face, and its massive body tilted backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Chapter 153. A showdown between starter Pokemon, 2/4. Arcanine's body slumped, hitting the ground with a heavy impact. The Razor Shell maneuver was a spur-of-the-moment idea from Yuan. It was inspired by seeing Slowbro split into 2 parts, sparking a flash of creativity. Slowpoke normally couldn't learn Razor Shell, as the move was exclusive to Shelder. However, Shelder's movement limitations often rendered the move ineffective, making it as impractical as a Magikarp splash. But now, Yuan had managed to harness Slowpoke's strength and coordination to unleash the full potential of Razor Shell. And, from the looks of it, the results were exceptional. Don't give a chance to recover. Use Water Gun. Seeing Arcanine lying on the ground, still struggling to rise, Yuan called to the Shelder, now mere inches away from Arcanine. Splush! Shelder released a powerful water gun from its shell, bringing this back-and-forth battle to a decisive end. Arcanine is unable to continue. Yuan wins. Professor Oak, who had watched the entire match, couldn't help but marvel at the creativity on display. Even he had to admit this was one of the most imaginative battles he'd ever witnessed. Yuan and his Slowbro had truly utilized the unique attributes of their Pokemon, not simply relying on brute force like typical trainers. Reflecting on this, Professor Oak looked over at the relaxed Slowpoke. Slowpoke. Seeing Arcanine defeated, Slowpoke let out a sigh of relief. It flopped onto the ground, its tail half-roasted but already beginning to regrow, enjoying the cool raindrops pattering on its back. Well done, Slowbro. Come back now. Slowpoke had put in a lot of effort in this battle, so Yuan didn't demand any more from it, allowing Shelder to reattach itself to Slowpoke's tail. Slow. With a lazy sigh, Slowbro allowed Luo Yuan to recall it back into its Pokeball. On the other side, Gary also recalled Arcanine. Gary looked up at Luo Yuan with admiration in his eyes. Slowbro's victory against a stronger opponent was nothing short of classic. He realized there was so much he could learn from Luo Yuan. Let's keep going. Despite his loss, Gary smiled in eager anticipation. He looked forward to learning more from Luo Yuan. And then, he watched Luo Yuan throw out another Pokeball. Boom! In a flash of white light, a roaring Charizard emerged on the field. Ruhar! Charizard beat its wings and bellowed skyward, releasing a long stream of fire. By this time, the drizzle had ceased and sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting warm rays over the field. Though there were still puddles around, they didn't bother Charizard in the slightest. Recalling how Arcanine struggled under the rain, Gary knew he couldn't afford the same mistake. With a wave of his hand, his first Pokémon stepped onto the field. Its sturdy body, short yet powerful legs, and tough shell, giving Blastoise an air of calm and resilience. Blastoise, let's do this! Unlike Gary's Squirtle and Wartortle, which had been just as cocky as him, his Blastoise now exuded a steady, focused energy, keeping its gaze locked firmly on Charizard. For it, nothing else existed. Evolution sure does bring big changes to a Pokémon's personality, Luo Yuan mused, glancing between Blastoise and Charizard. Once a cheeky Squirtle, Blastoise had matured into a model of composure, while Charizard, who used to be an adorable Charmander, had grown into a proud, fierce fighter. Getting them to truly respect their trainer's orders required one of two things: either overwhelming strength, as Luo Yuan demonstrated, or a deep understanding of their unique temperaments. Without that, Ash's Charizard would serve as the prime, cautionary example. It went to show that even the easiest of starter Pokémon required diligent training to master. While Luo Yuan pondered, Blastoise launched into a probing attack under Gary's direction. Water Gun! From the cannons on Blastoise's back, twin jets of water shot toward Charizard. Gary was testing the waters, confident that his Squirtle and Luo Yuan Charizard had been evenly matched upon receiving them as starters. Even if training had created some disparity, the gap couldn't be too wide. At the very least, Charizard would have to dodge the water gun, giving Gary a good sense of its strength and speed. Splush! Water sprayed forward. Yet things went differently than Gary expected. Facing the water gun, Charizard let a flicker of disdain cross its eyes. Its body remained entirely still, with no intent of dodging. Not until the water was nearly upon it. Then Charizard opened its mouth. Whoosh! A flamethrower, almost twice as thick as an average Charizard's, erupted from Charizard's jaws. Hiss! The water quickly evaporated into steam. Just as Arcanine's flame had previously vaporized Slowbro's water gun. Only this time, Charizard's flames were on an entirely different level. Blastoise's eyes flashed with anger at the taunting display. Although it had once lost to Charizard when it was still a Charmander, it had made tremendous strides under Gary's training. It was used to being the one provoking others. Now, Charizard, a Pokemon it held a type advantage over, dared to taunt it? Blastoise! Blastoise stepped back with its right leg, extending its cannon slightly, then fired a larger, more powerful stream of water at Charizard. The streams crisscrossed midair, forming a swirling water pulse that sped toward Charizard. Think you can stay calm through this? Blastoise cast a challenging gaze at Charizard, awaiting its reaction. Charizard let out a bellow, its abdomen glowing faintly as it launched a fire blast into the oncoming water pulse. Hiss! Once again, steam billowed up. Fire blast and water pulse were locked in a fierce standoff. But Charizard, ever impatient, wasn't one to stand idle, waiting to see which move would overpower the other. And Blastoise witnessed a sight it wouldn't soon forget. Charizard let out a defiant roar, puffed up its chest, and rapidly spat out 4 smaller fireballs. The 4 fireballs spread out in midair, joining with the initial fire blast. 1 plus 4, a total of 5 fire blasts barreled toward Blastoise. With water pulse exhausted, unable to counter the onslaught, Blastoise found itself enveloped by the overwhelming heat from the five-pronged attack, almost as if it were about to be roasted alive. No, don't take it head-on. Realizing the danger, Gary quickly called out to Blastoise. Despite its bulky form, Blastoise was far quicker than Slowbro, with a base speed of 78, allowing it to dodge the fire blast with ease. With a powerful push of its legs, Blastoise launched itself off the ground. Its massive body shot sideways like a cannonball. Fire blast whistled past, crashing into where Blastoise had just been. A series of thunderous explosions rocked the ground, with smoke and debris engulfing the entire field. Watching the aftermath, Gary felt a chill of relief. That was close. Had he opted for Blastoise to brace and endure it, it would have been either out of commission or seriously injured. But Gary quickly collected himself. Firing off 5 consecutive fire blasts surely took a toll on Charizard's stamina, right? With that in mind, Gary signaled to Blastoise, "Blastoise, use Muddy Water." This move wasn't only significantly stronger than Water Gun and Water Pulse, trailing only Hydro Cannon in power, it also had a chance of lowering the target's accuracy. It was one of Blastoise's most formidable moves. Gary had saved up for nearly half a month to buy the TM to teach Blastoise Muddy Water. Show them your strength. With Gary's spirited command, a murky, brown torrent erupted from Blastoise's cannons. The sludge-colored water shot toward Charizard. Gary watched Charizard intently, hoping it would underestimate the muddy water and try to tank the hit head-on. He was certain Blastoise's muddy water would give Charizard quite a surprise. However, Charizard's pride didn't make it reckless. As fierce as the muddy water looked, Charizard didn't need Luo Yuan's reminder to know this attack was no joke. This time, Charizard took Blastoise's attack seriously. With a quick beat of its wings, it soared into the sky. Watching his attack miss, Gary's face was a mixture of confusion and frustration. Where was the anticipated showdown? Why did Charizard dodge just as he brought out Blastoise's big move? Unwilling to back down, Gary continued directing Blastoise to fire Muddy Water at Charizard in the sky, to prevent trainers from stalling matches by keeping their flying-type Pokémon out of reach. The league imposed rules against staying at excessively high altitudes for too long. So, Blastoise kept firing Muddy Water, trying to pin down Charizard. But after its evolution, Luo Yuan had trained Charizard not to just be a stationary powerhouse. During a recent retreat to the Cinnabar Island Hot Springs, Luo Yuan had enlisted Dragapult to coach Charizard on high-altitude combat and evading attacks in the air. Although the training was brief, Charizard had mastered enough to elude a Pokémon like Gary's Blastoise. Charizard darted gracefully through the air like a butterfly weaving through the muddy water, making Blastoise's relentless efforts fruitless and leaving it increasingly agitated. Eventually, it was Gary who couldn't bear the wasted effort any longer. "Blastoise, let's use Rain Dance." Gary had witnessed how Slowbro's Rain Dance had turned the tide in its favor. Now he aimed to mimic Slowbro's strategy and summon rain again. As long as rain poured down, Charizard's movements in the air would be restricted, or at the very least, it would be forced down to face Blastoise on the ground. On the field, Blastoise began an odd rain dance that didn't quite match its heavy frame. Cold winds kicked up, and clouds started to gather in the sky. But did Luo Yuan look like the kind of trainer who would just stand by and let them summon rain? His Charizard was no Arcanine. Charizard used Sunny Day. With a loud whoosh, Charizard glowed brightly, the flames on its tail surging higher. Sunlight intensified across the sky, scattering the clouds that had begun to gather. The ground basked in renewed warmth as Charizard firmly took control of the weather. Witnessing this, Gary was tempted to smack himself. Why'd he try to play the weather game? Now, not only had Rain Dance failed, but Luo Yuan's Charizard had also managed to activate Sunny Day. The power boost Sunny Day provided to Fire-type moves more than offset the disadvantage Charizard faced against Blastoise. Moreover, with each exchange, Gary was forming a clear picture of Charizard's strengths. In terms of speed, Blastoise couldn't match Charizard. In raw power, Charizard had the edge. Even in endurance, he had to admit Blastoise fell short. This battle is really tough. Gary racked his brains, strategizing. When outclassed on all fronts, tactics became even more crucial. But would Yuan, who held the upper hand, allow Gary the luxury of planning? Charizard, Fire Blast, Ground Assault. Yuan called out to Charizard. Ruhar. Charizard roared back. Its wings beat powerfully as it ascended to a height of several hundred meters, becoming a tiny speck in the sky from the field below. Then, amidst the howling wind, Charizard plunged down, unleashing consecutive fire blasts from its mouth. As Charizard dived, a barrage of fiery symbols expanded and descended upon the field. Boom! The first fire blast struck the center of the field, far from Blastoise. This sight gave Gary a glimmer of hope. From the looks of it, Charizard's accuracy was off. Gary felt a twinge of optimism. But sometimes, the sweeter the hope, the harsher the reality. Yuan, who had orchestrated Charizard's strategy, remained calm, watching the first fire blast with an unwavering expression. Why? Because he knew this was just the calibration shot. With a subtle smile, Yuan looked up. In the sky, more fire blasts appeared, raining down in bursts. Boom, boom, boom. Starting from the center line and sweeping to one half of the field, Charizard's fire blast created a continuous barrage on Blastoise's side of the arena. The ground shook violently. Blastoise's side of the field was consumed by explosions, and there was no escape for Blastoise. Professor Oak, watching from the sidelines, was left speechless. Today, he had witnessed more unconventional tactics than he had in years of officiating battles. Blastoise dodge. The spectacle left Gary's mind feeling as if it had been hit by its own explosion, momentarily unable to think. He could only shout a vague command to dodge. Blastoise didn't need to be told. It had every intention of evading. The problem was it couldn't entirely avoid it. Even though Blastoise scrambled frantically to evade the raining fire blasts. As the primary target, Blastoise bore the brunt of this special treatment. Ducking and weaving, Blastoise still couldn't escape the explosive waves of Charizard's fire blast barrage. Scorched and battered, Blastoise's charred body was thrown across the field, landing heavily on the ground. Blastoise, caught in Charizard's ground assault fire blast, took a hard hit. Despite being a water type, the intense attack left it badly damaged. Charizard's fire blasts, even though they were rapid fire versions, were amplified by its fire affinity, making them even stronger than a typical Charizard attack. Had Blastoise not been a water type, it might have been taken out completely. Now it was just left with singed, blackened skin, a dazed head from the shockwaves, and some minor burns. Blastoise, are you all right? Gary called out to Blastoise, his worry evident. Blastoise, shaking its head to clear the dizziness. Blastoise locked eyes on Charizard, now descending to the ground, signaling that it was still in the fight. After its fierce barrage, Charizard stopped its pursuit, though not by choice. It was simply out of breath. Even with its rigorous training, Charizard needed a moment to recover, unlike a machine that could just keep going. All right. Gary breathed a sigh of relief as Blastoise responded. Looking up at Charizard, his eyes sharpened as he gave the next command. Charizard looks exhausted. This is our chance, Blastoise. Use Skull Bash. The battle had already shown just how agile Charizard was in the air, proving its natural talent for flight. So, Gary abandoned long-range moves, deciding to engage Charizard in close combat. When it came to melee, Gary couldn't help but think of Arcanine in its Pokeball. Why did he always have to choose between long-range and close-range attacks in battles against Yuan? Pushing these thoughts aside, Gary watched as Blastoise followed his command. Blastoise hunkered down, tucking its head and limbs into its shell, boosting its defenses. Then, with a powerful burst of water from its hind legs, it propelled itself forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward Charizard. Charizard raised an eyebrow, a fiery snort flaring from its nostrils. So, despite taking a hit from its fire blasts, Blastoise was charging in. Roar! Charizard let out an intimidating roar, but Blastoise didn't falter, continuing its path straight toward Charizard. And Charizard's response? Brick Break! With a gleam of white light, Charizard's fist struck the incoming Blastoise. Thud! The impact momentarily slowed Blastoise's advance. But Brick Break alone wasn't enough to completely halt Blastoise's Skull Bash. Blastoise thrust its head out, aiming for Charizard's abdomen in a final push to deal some real damage. Suddenly, Charizard's tail glowed with a metallic sheen, flames crackling around it as it swung its steel tail at Blastoise. Bam! The heavy blow reverberated back through Charizard's tail, causing it to stumble. But force always has a reaction. If even Charizard was knocked back, how could Blastoise escape unscathed? Blastoise, encased in its shell, was knocked back like a baseball, skidding across the ground in a series of bounces, leaving it seeing stars. Charizard gave its tail a quick rub, then opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of flamethrower toward Blastoise, who was just emerging from its shell. Whoosh! The flames surged forward. Unfazed, Blastoise retaliated with a water gun. Steam filled the air. Charizard beat its wings, sending compressed air slashes slashing toward Blastoise. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The blades of air forced Blastoise to take some minor hits, but it blocked them one by one. However, Charizard wasn't resting during this pause. With a quick intake of breath, Charizard let loose a purple dragon breath toward Blastoise. Dragon breath. The paralyzing energy surged toward Blastoise, hitting it squarely. Crackle. A numbing paralysis crept over Blastoise, starting from its limbs and working its way inward. This is bad, Gary thought, alarmed. Blastoise, use muddy water. Gary hoped to get in one last powerful attack before the paralysis fully took hold, hoping to inflict as much damage as possible and narrow the gap between his paralyzed Blastoise and Charizard. But Gary had overestimated his luck. Though muddy water launched successfully, Charizard simply flapped its wings, soaring out of range with ease. They were back to square one. Blastoise's muddy water couldn't reach the agile Charizard, and even if a stray splash made contact, it barely scratched Charizard. Charizard's stamina was waning, its movements a bit more sluggish than before. But things were worse for Blastoise. The paralysis debuff now hampered its mobility, making it a sitting duck for Charizard. Charizard Fire Blast. This time, Charizard didn't need to carpet bomb the field. Blastoise was in no shape to run. Following Gary's orders, Blastoise withdrew into its shell, hoping to weather the attack. But as the first Fire Blast landed, Gary knew he'd lost the match. The explosion engulfed Blastoise's shell completely. The ground trembled. Shockwaves from the blast rattled through Blastoise's shell, penetrating to its core. Professor Oak, observing from the sidelines, could see it too. Yuan had this battle locked down. As the smoke cleared, the result was undeniable. Yuan looked across the field, spotting Blastoise at the center of the crater, covered in soot. What a beating! At the end, Blastoise had nowhere to dodge and took the brunt of the impact. Gary recalled Blastoise back into its Pokeball. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. Though he had lost both rounds, Gary felt a spark of hope, a sense that he was close to victory. So close. That lingering hope, as well as the desire to learn from Yuan, kept him in the fight. Now, it was down to the final match. Eyeing the imposing Charizard on the field, Gary felt his confidence waver. Yuan's Charizard was simply too strong. What could he bring to the field to counter it? His initial choice for this round had been Exeggutor. But with Charizard as the opponent, sending out Exeggutor would be like handing over an easy win. If he wanted to play it safe, Rhydon, I choose you. With its ground and rock typing, Rhydon's ground type moves wouldn't do much to Charizard. But rock type moves had a quadruple effectiveness against Charizard. That was why Gary chose Rhydon. As soon as Rhydon entered the field, Gary didn't waste a second. Rhydon, use Rock Slide. This move was the perfect counter to Charizard. Facing such an effective attack, Yuan raised an eyebrow. Charizard Steel Wing. Charizard Steel Wing. Rhydon's Rock Slide was devastatingly effective against Charizard, but Steel Wing had a similar advantage over Rhydon. Rhydon slammed its fists into the ground, sending a wave of cracks across the field. Then, digging its claws into the ground, it hoisted a massive boulder and hurled it at Charizard. The rock hurtled forward with a piercing whistle. Charizard, unflinching, beat its wings. Whoosh! Air currents swirled around Charizard, and thanks to the lingering dampness on the field from the earlier rain, no dust kicked up. Ascending gracefully, Charizard displayed the same agility it had used to dodge Blastoise's muddy water before. As each boulder came crashing down, Charizard weaved through them with expert precision, tracing elegant arcs through the air. At the same time, Charizard's wings began to glow with a metallic sheen, a steely layer spreading across their surface. Then, Charizard headed straight for one of the massive rocks. Slash! Crack! With a single swipe of its wing, Charizard split a boulder nearly 2/3 its own size clean in half, sending the pieces crashing to the ground. Not slowing down, Charizard ascended briefly, then dived, adding the momentum of its descent as it plummeted toward Rhydon. Gary instantly noticed the danger. His first thought was to tell Rhydon to dodge, but with Charizard's speed and Rhydon's bulk, evading would be nearly impossible. That left Gary with only one option. Rhydon, use Protect. At Gary's command, Rhydon crossed its arms in front of its body, generating a faint blue energy shield. Charizard, moving at incredible speed, reached Rhydon within seconds after Protect was activated. Boom! Steel Wing collided with the Protect shield, emitting a low, resounding thud. The barrier crackled, lines of strain appearing across its surface. But held. Seizing the opportunity created by Charizard's close proximity, Gary quickly ordered, Rhydon, Rock Tomb. Rhydon raised a boulder with its massive hands, aiming to pin Charizard's wings and restrict its movement. But Yuan, already anticipating this from the moment he saw Rhydon's Protect, telepathically sent his command to Charizard. Charizard, Brick Break then, Flare Blitz. Hua! Charizard understood instantly. Its claw, glowing with a white light, chopped down on a rock. From Professor Oak and Gary's perspective, it appeared that Charizard had initiated a counter on its own, without any prompt from Yuan. Crack! The boulder shattered in two under Brick Break. While Rhydon was momentarily thrown off, Charizard's body erupted in flames, its entire frame engulfed as it charged Rhydon in a fiery blitz. What flawless coordination! Professor Oak's eyes lit up with admiration. To counter Rhydon's attack so precisely and flow so seamlessly into a counterstrike was extraordinary. Charizard, cloaked in flames, slammed full force into Rhydon's chest. Crash! According to official data, Rhydon was generally about a third heavier than Charizard. Yet the sheer impact from Flare Blitz sent Rhydon stumbling backward. The intense flames seared Rhydon's rocky hide, though its heat-resistant skin, capable of withstanding temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees, shielded it from burn damage. But Flare Blitz wasn't just about blitz, it was also about the raw, bone-shaking force of impact. The blow transmitted through Rhydon's rock-hard exterior, reverberating throughout its body. Rhydon could almost feel its bones creak under the strain. Yet, even under such pressure, Rhydon didn't cower. Instead, it threw a punch back at Charizard. Dynamic Punch. Rhydon's fist crashed into Charizard's forearm, forcing Charizard to retreat with a grimace. Seeing Rhydon retaliate, Gary's initial panic gave way to a renewed focus. Rhydon used Stone Edge. Dynamic Punch had granted Rhydon a brief moment to recover, and Gary seized this opening to coordinate a counterattack. Rhydon stomped on the ground. A jagged rock formed, then launched toward Charizard under Rhydon's command. Stone Edge, a rock-type powerhouse move, could seriously wound Charizard if it connected. But would Charizard let itself be hit so easily? As it regained its stance, Charizard received a telepathic alert from Yuan, signaling the Stone Edge's trajectory. Charizard quickly beat its wings, retreating backward. Simultaneously, it launched 3 fireballs from its mouth in quick succession. Fire Blast, Fire Blast, Fire Blast. 3 fire blasts shot toward the sharp stone in rapid succession. Boom, boom. 2 of the fire blasts collided with the incoming Stone Edge rocks, shattering them and sending shards flying. Then, Through the residual flames of the explosion, the third fire blast shot straight toward Rhydon. Rhydon, focused on following Gary's commands to prepare a new move, didn't see the fireball until it was too late. Under normal circumstances, Protect would be the obvious choice. But since Rhydon had just used Protect recently, success wasn't guaranteed if used again immediately. In the heat of the moment, Rhydon instinctively raised its arm to shield itself. Boom! The third fire blast engulfed Rhydon. "Hang on, Rhydon," Gary called, his voice full of concern. Whoosh! Charizard flapped its wings, clearing the smoke from the explosion, revealing Rhydon with its arms scorched, swaying slightly, but still standing. If it was still standing, that meant there was still a chance. Seeing this, Gary's spirits lifted. He took a deep breath and called out, "Excellent, Rhydon." He was about to command Rhydon to create some distance from Charizard and regroup. Buying some time would be crucial. Gary firmly believed that, given an opportunity, his Rock-type Rhydon could turn the tables against Charizard. However, before he could finish his thought, Charizard unleashed a fresh wave of 5 fire blasts. Seeing the 5 fireballs streaking toward Rhydon, Gary couldn't help but feel the familiar chill of Charizard's overpowering, relentless ground assault technique. "Oh, Ryadari, Ahem Wise Senpai told me to give you a message. Attention, everyone. The latest chapters of Morix the Geo Archon, Billionaire in the chat group are now live. This story continues to showcase the Geo Archon's incredible wisdom and his unexpectedly charming presence in a modern chat group. Who would have thought Zhongli-san would actually have money for once? Senpai, that's Wise Senpai, has been working diligently to bring this adventure to you, and the results are absolutely worth the wait. Please take a moment to explore these new chapters and let yourself be drawn into the rich world of Liyue and beyond. Remember, the strength of a great Archon isn't just in their strength, but in their ability to bring people together, even in a chat group. Enjoy the journey. A relentless barrage of fire blasts. This was the same move that had taken Blastoise down before. Watching it unfold again, Gary felt a chill run through him even under the blazing sun, his hands going cold as a shiver gripped him. Did having massive stamina make Charizard unstoppable? And yet, the reality was that having so much stamina really did allow for near-limitless attacks. Professor Oak, observing the scene, couldn't help but take another long look at Charizard. If Charizard's earlier Fire Blast barrage had been impressive, perhaps due to some exceptional talent, then seeing it happen again after such an extended fight with Rhydon raised more questions. How could Charizard have the energy to unleash Fire Blast in rapid succession yet again? Was Charizard's stamina actually infinite? When it came to Charizard's endurance, no one knew better than Luo Yuan. Of course, Charizard's stamina wasn't infinite. In fact, the Fire Blast barrage that had finished off Blastoise had already consumed a considerable portion of its energy, leaving Charizard dangerously close to exhaustion. Just 2 days ago, if this same Charizard had faced off against Rhydon, it likely would have collapsed from fatigue mid-battle. But everything had changed yesterday when Luo Yuan acquired Ground Affinity. With this new affinity, Luo Yuan not only enhanced his abilities with Ground-type Pokemon, but Charizard also gained the unique trait of replenishing its stamina as long as it remained grounded. After defeating Blastoise, Charizard had recovered a steady trickle of energy from standing on the ground. While this recovery wasn't fast, it was steady and continuous. Thanks to this gradual recharge, Charizard had built up enough stamina to deliver yet another Fire Blast quintuple barrage, this time aimed at Rhydon. Gary's face tightened as the blazing fireballs surged forward. Blastoise had already shown firsthand just how devastating this move was. But Gary was far from ready to admit defeat. As Rhydon's move set flashed through his mind, an idea suddenly sparked. Gary recalled a seldom used but powerful skill in Rhydon's arsenal. Lifting his head, Gary shouted, "Rhydon, use Endure." Endure, a skill that allowed a Pokemon to withstand any one-hit KO with a sliver of health remaining, provided the attack didn't far exceed its limits. Gary didn't know if Charizard's Fire Blast counted as an attack beyond Rhydon's ability to withstand, But at this point, endure was his only option. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions erupted, and fire blast flames consumed Rhydon. The shockwaves swept across the entire field, sending waves of sand and debris through the air. Professor Oak and Gary instinctively raised their arms to shield their faces from the gritty impact. Yuan, on the other hand, simply focused his mind, creating a telekinetic barrier to block out the flying debris. Watching the fire that had engulfed Rhydon, Yuan felt less than satisfied. Everyone else saw the power of Fire Blast, but Yuan saw its limitations. The efficiency is too low. The overlapping explosions from 5 consecutive fire blasts interfered with each other, reducing the overall impact to only about 60% of the total power. 5 fire blasts had, in effect, delivered the damage of just 3. Yuan resolved to find some materials on explosive optimization for Charizard, aiming to create a 1+1 is equal to 2 or greater effect by maximizing Fire Blast's impact instead of wasting its full potential. Gary, of course, had no idea Yuan wasn't yet satisfied with Fire Blast's quintuple power and was already considering improvements. He focused on the flames surrounding Rhydon, his face tense with worry. Can Rhydon endure it? Gary watched the heart of the explosion intently, his eyes unblinking. A gentle breeze swept through as the flames finally cleared, revealing what lay beneath. Rhydon stood in place, its body charred black and covered in scorch marks, struggling but still standing. It actually endured. Gary's face lit up with excitement. The success of Endure was indeed a relief. Gary had relied on it as a last hope, not fully believing it would hold up, but it had. Suppressing his excitement, Gary knew he couldn't waste any more time. Rhydon, hit it with Stone Edge. Give it everything you've got. Charizard was visibly worn out. That last quintuple fire blast had drained nearly all its remaining stamina, leaving it panting as it drew strength from the ground. At this point, a well-placed Stone Edge from Rhydon might be enough to finish Charizard. But as he took in Rhydon's weakened state and observed Yuan's reaction, Gary noticed something strange. Yuan didn't call for Charizard to dodge. Instead, he simply watched Rhydon muster the last of its strength for an attack. Gary felt a flicker of doubt at Yuan's calm demeanor, but he had no time to dwell on it. All his focus turned back to Rhydon. This final Stone Edge was his last shot. However, just as Rhydon took its first step forward, its entire body froze, and with Gary mirroring its shock, Rhydon toppled to the ground. Thud! The ground trembled beneath its massive weight. What's going on? Gary's face was a picture of confusion and disbelief. Rhydon had looked fine just a moment ago. How could it collapse so suddenly? Turning to Yuan, Gary silently pleaded for an explanation. Before Yuan could speak, Professor Oak stepped in. Burn status. Rhydon has been burned. Professor Oak pointed to the scorch marks across Rhydon's body. Burn? Gary gave his grandfather a skeptical look. He had studied the Pokédex. According to the entries, Rhydon's rocky skin could withstand magma temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees, making a burn status seem impossible. It wasn't like he hadn't faced fire types before. Even in battles against Bane, Rhydon hadn't been burned. Professor Oak, seeing Gary's confusion, patiently explained. While it's true Rhydon's skin can withstand extreme temperatures, what happened here was unique. Charizard's consecutive fire blasts didn't just create heat. The core temperature of those fire blasts likely spiked above 2,000 degrees, and the shockwaves left openings in Rhydon's defenses, allowing the flames to seep through and cause burns. This was the effect of fire affinity. Fire affinity had increased the power of Charizard's fire blast, with the most noticeable boost being in its temperature. Only fire types were immune to burns. Even Rhydon, with its high fire resistance, couldn't avoid the status once its armor was breached. As Gary issued his last command to Rhydon, the burn sapped the final bit of its remaining energy. Rhydon is unable to battle. Yuan wins. In the end, Rhydon fell to Charizard. Seeing his opponent down, Charizard opened its mouth and released a stream of flames in a triumphant display. Watching Charizard look so lively even now, Gary couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He was still reeling from the fact that his Rhydon had been taken down by a burn. It still has energy to spare. Suddenly, he didn't feel so disappointed anymore. From the looks of Charizard's current state, even if Rhydon had managed to pull off its Stone Edge, it's doubtful it would have posed any real threat. A total loss, Gary thought, sighing internally. Oddly, though, he didn't feel too bad. In fact, he was actually in high spirits. Of course, this wasn't because Luo Yuan had beaten him into some kind of defeatist mindset. Rather, he had just come to an uplifting realization. If Luo Yuan was this powerful, didn't that mean that he, Gary, who'd fought him to a near standstill, well, almost, was also pretty strong? At the very least, defeating Ash would be a breeze. As this thought crossed his mind, Gary's mood brightened considerably. Luo Yuan, on the other hand, couldn't quite decipher the smile creeping across Gary's face. Professor Oak, meanwhile, had already pulled out a potion and approached Rhydon, preparing to treat its burns and other injuries. He always seemed to be going the extra mile for Gary. But Luo Yuan stepped forward and held Professor Oak back. "Professor, let me handle it," he said, holding his hand near Rhydon and activating the Viridian Force. A gentle, healing energy radiated from Luo Yuan's hand. As he passed his hand over Rhydon, its burns and wounds began to close and heal rapidly. Within moments, Rhydon was nearly back to normal. "What is this?" Professor Oak asked, surprised, as he looked at Luo Yuan. "This is an ability I awakened while in Viridian Forest. I call it the Viridian Force," Luo Yuan explained. He hadn't changed its name. He simply claimed it was an ability he'd awakened in the forest and named after it. "The Viridian Force? So it can heal Pokemon?" Professor Oak asked. For what he'd seen, Viridian Force appeared to have remarkable healing properties. "Yes, it can heal Pokemon, and it also lets me communicate with them." To demonstrate, Luo Yuan extended his hand toward a curious Bulbasaur that had wandered over, attracted by the Viridian Force's gentle energy. Bulbasaur trotted over to Luo Yuan and rubbed its head affectionately against his hand. A truly invaluable ability. Professor Oak marveled. While the healing aspect was impressive, it was the ability to communicate with Pokemon that especially piqued Professor Oak's interest. As a researcher, he understood how transformative such an ability could be. When it came to researching Pokemon, communication was key. The difference between working with cooperative Pokemon and uncooperative ones was night and day. With this in mind, Professor Oak turned to Luo Yuan with an idea. "Luo Yuan, are you interested in Pokemon research? How about joining my lab?" He extended the invitation, hoping to bring Luo Yuan on board. With the Viridian Force, Luo Yuan's presence would undoubtedly make his research efforts far more effective. Gary, overhearing the invitation, looked at Luo Yuan in surprise. Having grown up alongside Professor Oak, Gary couldn't recall a single time his grandfather had invited someone to join the lab so openly. Was Luo Yuan's Viridian Force really that amazing? Hearing Professor Oak's invitation, Luo Yuan smiled. Revealing his Viridian Force was part of his plan to strengthen ties with Professor Oak. However, he had no intention of joining the lab permanently. Shaking his head, Luo Yuan replied, "My goal is to become a Pokemon master. Research isn't really my calling. But if you ever need help, Professor, I'd be glad to assist whenever I have the time." Rejected, Gary's surprise grew. It wasn't that he couldn't understand someone turning down an offer, but he hadn't expected Luo Yuan to refuse so decisively. Professor Oak, hearing Luo Yuan's response, realized that his invitation had been a bit forward. Given Luo Yuan's exceptional abilities as a trainer, his future in competitive training looked bright. Besides, Luo Yuan was still young. Even Professor Oak hadn't transitioned from trainer to researcher until he reached a certain age. In his experience, a trainer's journey could often deepen one's understanding of Pokemon, providing invaluable insights for future research. "Well, if you ever find yourself interested in research, you're welcome to come to me," Professor Oak said with a smile. From Luo Yuan's previous help in locating that giant Dragonite, It was clear he had a knack for these things. So Professor Oak offered him an open invitation to join at any time. That the esteemed Professor Oak was extending such an offer was proof of how much he valued Luo Yuan's abilities. Luo Yuan understood the weight of Professor Oak's words. "Thank you for the invitation, Professor. I'll certainly give it some thought." He patted Bulbasaur's head, urging it to rejoin its friends. Then, Luo Yuan released Slowbro from its Pokeball, healing it with the same Viridian Force energy. Slowbro lay happily on the ground, basking in the soothing energy. "It's already noon. Why don't you stay for lunch? I have everything we need for a hot pot," Professor Oak suggested warmly. In a rare turn, Professor Oak, in high spirits, decided to skip his usual instant noodles and instead opted for a hot pot feast. Luo Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at this. Hot pot was almost as convenient as noodles. Both were quick to prepare with minimal fuss. Professor Oak truly had a soft spot for simple meals. But hot pot was certainly a step up from instant noodles, so Luo Yuan gladly accepted the invitation. With Machamp's help, Professor Oak gathered the ingredients. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan released all of his other Pokemon for a bit of fresh air. Eevee crawled into his lap, stretching lazily. Ditto morphed into Slowbro's likeness and lay on the ground, mimicking Slowbro's relaxed posture almost perfectly. Dragonair coiled around him, allowing Luo Yuan to rest against her as a cushion. Porygon Z and Mimikyu, off to the side, communicated in their own silent way, using gestures as if in some form of sign language. Charizard lay sprawled out, napping to regain its strength. Gyarados soaked in the nearby lake, accidentally frightening a group of local Pokemon into huddling nervously in a distant corner, eyeing it warily without daring to move. It was a peaceful scene. Luo Yuan pulled out special Pokemon treats he had packed and handed them out. Gary, observing the scene, looked somewhat puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Luo Yuan, how are you carrying 8 Pokemon?" With 8 Pokemon on him, Luo Yuan was exceeding the usual 6 Pokemon limit. 8 Pokemon? Oh, that? I just turned off the auto-transfer function on my Pokédex, Luo Yuan replied. According to the League's research and data analysis, 6 Pokemon was the ideal number for trainers to raise simultaneously. As for why not 5, 4, or 3? Well, that ties into the League's purpose in promoting Pokemon battles. For the League, spreading Pokemon battles serves as a means to stimulate regional economies. As one of the most reliable routes to success for ordinary people, the annual Pokemon League generates a massive influx of trainers. These trainers drive a huge portion of consumer activity in the Pokemon world. They fuel the Pokeball industry by capturing Pokemon. Pokemon injuries sustain the medical sector. Feeding and caring for Pokemon keep the food industry thriving, and trainers traveling to challenge gyms stimulate tourism in gym-hosting cities. The League also provides countless jobs, staffing gyms and related establishments with large teams of workers. Then, through the League tournaments, they generate revenue by selling advertising, broadcast rights, and merchandise, which funds the League and supports gyms across the regions. Essentially, everything the League does is aimed at commercializing Pokemon battles to maximize the viewing experience for spectators. With this in mind, when determining the ideal number of Pokemon a trainer can carry, the League needed to balance excitement and practicality. A 3v3 format? It works for preliminary matches, but feels lacking in a final match. Spectators want more action. 10v10? That would be too slow, dragging matches on too long. 6v6 offers the perfect blend of competition and entertainment value. So, the League issued a 6 Pokemon limit guideline for trainers. When a trainer carries more than 6 Pokemon, any extras are automatically transferred to storage via the Pokemon transport system. Luo Yuan didn't know exactly how the Pokédex in the anime managed the auto-transfer, but here in the real world, any Pokemon exceeding the 6 Pokemon limit was transferred to Professor Oak's lab or another designated storage facility. If a trainer wants to carry more than 6 Pokemon, there are 2 ways around it. The first is simply to avoid carrying a Pokédex or any similar device with the auto-transfer function. Teams like Team Rocket often do this. For example, people like Proton and Ariana are known to carry large teams of Pokemon. Of course, Team Rocket also has its own Rocket Dex, which is another story. The second method is to manually disable the transfer feature on the Pokédex. The League only suggests the 6 Pokemon limit. They can't actually enforce it. However, the League cleverly hid the disable option in the Pokédex settings, so not many people even know it's there. Like Gary, for instance. You could turn it off? Gary asked, surprised. His grandfather, Professor Oak, had never told him about this feature. And it wasn't just Gary. Most people had no idea that the transfer function could be disabled. Of course, Luo Yuan said. Professor Oak only wanted what's best for you. For a beginner, managing 6 Pokemon is already a big challenge. Even most elite trainers only have 6 Pokemon on their primary team. That makes sense. Gary thought it over and understood. Truthfully, training even his current team took up nearly all his energy. Aside from spending time with his girlfriends, he devoted almost every spare moment to preparing for his match with Luo Yuan. And despite all that, he hadn't managed to win a single round today. This is tough. Lost in thought, Gary sighed and dropped the topic. Right before I left Cinnabar Island, I ran into Ash. Looks like he's planning to take on the Cinnabar Gym too, Gary mentioned to Luo Yuan. Oh, he's making good progress then. Luo Yuan had assumed that without Misty, Ash's pace would slow down. But it seemed he'd been wrong. Gary didn't respond, already lost in thoughts of thoroughly defeating Ash. He planned to make Ash experience the same crushing defeat he'd felt against Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan didn't linger long at Professor Oak's lab. After lunch, he left Pallet Town. Holding EV, he headed back to Viridian City. Once there, after a quick disguise, Luo Yuan made his way to the rocket base beneath Viridian Gym. Madam Boss. Luo Yuan knocked on the edge of Matori's desk, a playful grin on his face. Matori looked up at him with mild exasperation. Join me for lunch? She declined him before, but Luo Yuan was persistent. Matori raised a finance report and held it out to him. Does it look like I have time? Luo Yuan skimmed through the document. The report was a daunting array of figures that made his head spin. With just a brief glance, he spotted items like new base budget for the Seviai Islands, expansion fund for the Orange Archipelago, new island base damage assessment, and third quarter profit/loss analysis for Team Rocket. Never mind, you're obviously swamped. Realizing she had no time to go out, Luo Yuan decided to kill some time. He headed to Giovanni's office instead. It had been months since he'd last been here, and the office had undergone quite a transformation. Previously, the room's most prominent features were the massive monitor on the wall, Giovanni's desk, and his rotating chair. Now, a glass wall had been added, partitioning off a third of the office. Beyond the glass, Luo Yuan could see Mutwo's body suspended in a nutrient-rich fluid. Seeing Luo Yuan's attention focused on Mutwo, Giovanni explained, Mutwo was only recently created, so its body is still unstable and requires extensive maintenance. Luo Yuan nodded in understanding. Mutwo's condition had been apparent from its earlier battle. Giovanni then redirected the conversation. So, what brings you to my office? There's a matter that requires your approval, Giovanni. And what would that be? I recently recruited Hunter J, and I'd like to establish a Hoenn branch for Team Rocket. To do that, I'll need some funding from headquarters, Luo Yuan said. Though he wasn't short on funds, he saw no reason not to use Rocket resources when they were available. The Hoenn branch? Giovanni raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He hadn't expected Luo Yuan to bring up a topic like this. But, in a way, Luo Yuan's suggestion was timely. Due to their focus on Mutwo's creation, most of Team Rocket's external expansion plans have been put on hold. Now, with the Mutwo project a success, even at the cost of the new island base, Team Rocket's power had surged. It was time to resume expansion. Still, can Hunter J be trusted? While Team Rocket and Pokemon Hunters were both illegal organizations, Hunters had a more ruthless reputation, driven purely by profit with little in the way of ideals. If Luo Yuan himself were overseeing the Hoenn expansion, Giovanni wouldn't worry. But with Luo Yuan occupied with infiltrating the League, the idea of handing this project over to the notorious Hunter J was questionable. Luo Yuan, however, remained unperturbed. No matter where Hunter J is, my Deoxys can track her exact location. She's sharp enough to understand the stakes. Since the incident on Cinnabar Island, even with some leeway in her restrictions, Hunter J had stayed obediently on her airship. As long as Deoxys was his Pokemon, Luo Yuan was confident Hunter J wouldn't dare betray him. Giovanni nodded, satisfied. After a brief pause, he picked up his phone. Midori, coordinate with Luo Yuan on reactivating the Hoenn branch. As for startup funds, let's allocate an initial budget of 10 billion. With that, Giovanni hung up. It was a significant amount, a clear indication of his commitment to the Hoenn expansion. I have intelligence suggesting both Team Magma and Team Aqua have leads on Kyogre and Groudon. Their conflict is escalating fast. Use this to your advantage, Giovanni advised. Luo Yuan nodded. This could indeed be an excellent opportunity to profit from the chaos. He made a mental note to brief Hunter J on this, then turned back to Giovanni with another question. Giovanni, there's one more thing. About Bane. Keeping him here indefinitely isn't a viable solution. Is it time to release him? The relationship between Blaine, Team Rocket, and Giovanni was complicated. On one hand, Blaine had drifted away from Team Rocket with clear inclinations toward the League. On the other, it was undeniable that he had once contributed significantly to Team Rocket's projects. Blaine? Bring him here. I'll talk to him. Originally, Blaine had been captured for his Mutwo research. Now that the project was complete, Giovanni thought it was time for an open conversation. As one of the few who knew Blaine's body was partly fused with Mutwo's cells, Giovanni sensed Blaine's urgency and might even use this to bring Blaine back into Team Rocket. Luo Yuan nodded. He was about to say something further when the phone on Giovanni's desk rang. Giovanni's face went from calm to stormy as he listened, then to full-blown anger. What? And our people didn't get a single warning? What a useless bunch of idiots. What happened? Luo Yuan asked after Giovanni slammed down the receiver. From Giovanni's expression, it was clear something had gone very wrong. Giovanni didn't hold back. Lance has teamed up with Agatha to lead a raid on our Celadon City base. The Celadon City base? You mean? Yes, the Rocket Game Corner. Giovanni's voice was icy with rage. As Team Rocket's second-largest base in Kanto, the Rocket Game Corner was one of their primary sources of revenue. Now, it was under assault by Lance and his team. Giovanni, fresh off the high of creating Mutwo, was incensed. Yet, beyond the immediate financial loss, Giovanni's anger was fueled by the strategic blow. The Celadon City base didn't just bring in revenue. It was also a central hub for Team Rocket's personnel and supplies across Kanto. With the base compromised, Team Rocket's control over the region would weaken significantly. This was a consequence Giovanni couldn't accept. At Giovanni's confirmation, Luo Yuan couldn't help but be impressed. No wonder Lance had stayed quiet since his defeat at the Sevilla Islands. He'd been planning this. The operation had been so tightly guarded that not even Team Rocket spies within the League had managed to report back. With both Lance and Agatha, two Elite Four members, leading the assault, Team Rocket didn't stand a chance unless Giovanni or Luo Yuan had been on site to intervene. Lance had certainly hit Team Rocket's weak spot this time. Shall I go? Luo Yuan offered. The raid was likely a done deal, but some Rocket operatives could still be saved. No doubt Lance's team had captured many of Rocket's people. While Giovanni could dismiss them as incompetent, Team Rocket's code required providing aid to captured members. Considering that Lance and Agatha were directly involved, the usual bail procedures were unlikely to work. A jailbreak might be the only option. After a moment's thought, Giovanni nodded. I'll leave it to you. If Luo Yuan hadn't been there, Giovanni would have handled it himself. But with Luo Yuan available, there was no need for Giovanni to risk exposing his own identity. Luo Yuan was about to head to Celadon City when Giovanni suddenly called out, "Wait!" ? Luo Yuan turned, curious. As he watched, Giovanni pulled out a remote control and pressed a button. The glass wall in his office slid open, draining the nutrient fluid from the cylindrical tank, leaving Mutwo exposed to the air. Click, click. The M2 restraints locked around Mutwo, helping it control its immense power. Then Giovanni spoke again. The connection between Tech Hunter and Team Rocket is starting to look less like a partnership and more like an alliance. It's best not to use Deoxys on this mission to avoid blowing your cover. Take Mutwo with you instead. This will be a good chance to collect combat data on it. Luo Yuan glanced at Mutwo. The Pokemon returned his gaze with a neutral expression, though he could sense a faint feeling of kinship mixed with the recognition that he'd once defeated it. Luo Yuan's face broke into a smile. He extended his hand. I'm Luo Yuan. Nice to meet you. Mutwo's expression didn't change as it raised a hand, meeting Luo Yuan's outstretched one. A faintly cool telepathic voice echoed in Luo Yuan's mind. Mutwo. Truthfully, Luo Yuan hadn't expected Giovanni to lend a Mutwo. Giovanni's reasoning was solid, but if Luo Yuan put himself in Giovanni's shoes, he doubted he'd be able to loan out a legendary Pokemon, even if the other person already had one just as powerful. Giovanni's actions once again made Luo Yuan reconsider the scope of the man's character. The show of trust even stirred a faint sense of gratitude within Luo Yuan. He pushed that feeling aside, though, as he turned to look at Mutwo. The M2 restraints, which Deoxys had previously damaged, seemed to have been upgraded. Not only did they look more durable, but Luo Yuan could feel a subtle aura of Mutwo's psychic energy being drawn into the device, stored as though awaiting a trigger. Mutwo, for its part, regarded him with a cool indifference, which didn't surprise Luo Yuan. After all, it wasn't long ago that Deoxys had given it a sound defeat. If Mutwo had shown no resentment at all, Luo Yuan would have found it strange. Since Giovanni had more matters to attend to, Luo Yuan didn't linger. He led Mutwo through the hidden path connecting Viridian Gym to the depths of Viridian Forest. On the airship, Hunter J eyed Mutwo curiously as it stood beside Luo Yuan. As one of the top Pokemon hunters in the world, Jay was highly knowledgeable, familiar with nearly every species in existence. But twice now, she had seen creatures at Luo Yuan's side that she'd never encountered. Is this another legendary? Jay wondered to herself. Since Luo Yuan wasn't offering any information, she decided not to ask. As the airship headed toward Celadon City, Luo Yuan turned to Jay. Your new assignment has come through. What? Jay blinked, caught off guard. I need you to go to the Hoenn region to establish a rocket outpost there. The Hoenn branch? We're expanding into Hoenn. Jay was quick to adapt, already thinking in terms of we when referring to Team Rocket. Pleased with her change in attitude, Luo Yuan nodded. The Hoenn League is busy dealing with Team Aqua and Team Magma. They won't have the resources to pay attention to us, making it an ideal time. No, what I mean is, are we doing this with only a handful of people? Jay asked. Hoenn's Team Aqua and Team Magma, though less developed than Team Rocket, were formidable. With so few people, Jay doubted they could compete for territory. Luo Yuan shook his head. Jay's hopes rose, thinking perhaps Team Rocket was sending reinforcements to Hoenn. But Luo Yuan's next words dashed those hopes. It won't be we. It's just you along with the team already on the airship, heading to Hoenn to build the branch. Jay's face was a picture of disbelief. After a previous encounter with Luo Yuan, Jay had gained a realistic view of her own abilities. She'd been optimistic about Rocket's expansion into Hoenn, assuming they'd send enough people. If no reinforcements were available, she'd hoped Luo Yuan would at least be joining her to take on Team Aqua and Team Magma. But now he was suggesting she go alone, with her limited crew, to take on both factions. Wasn't he just sending her on a suicide mission? She stared at Luo Yuan for a long moment, trying to gauge if he was joking. But when she realized he was completely serious, Jay felt as if she'd boarded a ship she couldn't get off. And even if she tried, Deoxys would never let her leave. Luo Yuan could read the doubt on her face and addressed it calmly. There's no need to worry. I'm not sending you to wage open war on Team Aqua and Team Magma with such a small crew. Rocket already has a hidden base in Hoenn. Your job is to expand from that base and quietly build up our numbers. As a front, your identity as a Pokemon hunter can be an asset. True, it's notorious, but it's also perfect cover. While Hoenn's League may keep an eye on you, Team Aqua and Team Magma will be too pleased with Hunter J stirring up trouble to worry about you, Luo Yuan explained. Jay had to admit his plan was reasonable. Hoenn wasn't like Kanto. Neither Team Aqua nor Team Magma held an iron grip over the region as Rocket did in Kanto. That left room for a Pokemon hunter to operate. And another thing, you'll have a budget of 10 billion for this mission. Seeing Jay's cautious expression, Luo Yuan delivered the final blow. 10 billion. Jay's eyes widened. Most people couldn't comprehend what 10 billion really meant. To put in perspective, the airship they were on had cost her close to 7 billion to build, funded by every last coin of her savings and a significant loan. Now Rocket was offering her 10 billion just for operating costs in Hoenn. The figure boggled her mind. These are just operating funds, Luo Yuan added casually. Any salaries for new recruits will be covered by headquarters. This, too, was a part of Giovanni's strategy to maintain loyalty within Rocket. By controlling the paychecks, Giovanni ensured the loyalty of Rocket's operatives. It was also the reason he could confidently delegate places like the Sevii Islands and Johto to commanders like the Beast Trio and the Four Generals. I understand, Jay replied, almost numb with disbelief. Thinking back to her days working for a few 100,000, or, if she was lucky, 1 million per hunt, she couldn't help but feel her past was painfully modest by comparison. Team Rocket's sheer wealth was making her optimistic and motivated. Money could solve 99% of problems in the world. If it couldn't solve something, then clearly there just wasn't enough money involved. With 10 billion in funds, Jay felt confident she could make a name for herself in Hoenn. Seeing the determined look on Jay's face, Luo Yuan knew he had her full commitment. He walked to the airship's window, peering through the clouds to spot Celadon City below, with the massive Celadon department store standing tall. They'd arrived. This was Luo Yuan's second time in Celadon City since his return to Kanto. But this time was different. He was here as Rocket Executive K. Disguised by Ditto as K, Luo Yuan strolled down Celadon streets, his presence unnoticed but for the occasional curious glance at Mutuo. The atmosphere here was tense. Rumor of Lance and Agatha's raid on the Rocket Game Corner had spread quickly, and news that a major rocket base was hidden beneath the arcade left the residents of Celadon in shock. Reactions were divided. On one hand, there were those cheering the League's takedown of the Game Corner. Many of them had lost money to the arcade and felt vindicated knowing it was connected to Team Rocket. For them, it was a chance to vent long-held frustrations. But others in Celadon were apprehensive. Rocket's history in Kanto was nearly 3 decades long. They'd grown from a small organization to a powerful entity spanning Kanto and Johto. Many residents were well aware of Rocket's methods and feared retaliation. The League might swoop in to save them, but what if Rocket retaliated after they left? Two conflicting moods now rippled through Celadon. Listening to the chatter around him, Luo Yuan couldn't help but respect Giovanni's efforts. Rocket's reputation had become so fearsome that even their enemies feared what was to come after the Game Corner's fall. In any other region, a victory like this would be cause for unanimous celebration. But here in Kanto, it only sowed further worry. Luo Yuan's earbud crackled to life with a message from Midori. We've pinpointed their location. According to intel from our informants in the League, they're preparing to transfer our captured members to Indigo Plateau. The good news is that Lance and Agatha are still at the Game Corner. They didn't join the convoy. A map appeared on his phone with the convoy's precise route. 3 blocks from here, huh? Luo Yuan murmured, noting that Lance and Agatha's absence felt convenient. Still, his confidence kept any doubts at bay. He held out his phone to Mutuo, who regarded the map coolly, then placed its hand on Luo Yuan's shoulder. Together, they summoned their combined psychic energy. Flash! In the stunned gasps of bystanders, Luo Yuan and Mutuo vanished. Teleportation. The next moment, Luo, Yuan, and Mutuo hovered in midair, staring down at the convoy of vehicles below. Mutuo, Luo Yuan called, gesturing downward. Mutuo didn't need further instructions. Its hand rose to chest level, eyes glowing with a brilliant blue light. One by one, the vehicles below floated off the road, captured by Mutuo's telekinetic grip. What's going on? Why won't the car move? The drivers frantically jammed their gas pedals to no avail as Mutuo's three-fingered hand tightened, and with a faint squeeze, every tire exploded with a loud pop. The vehicles crashed back down. Finally, the League trainers escorting the convoy realized the attack. It's Rocket. Enemies sighted. One person. Take him down. Spotting only Luo Yuan and the unfamiliar Pokemon beside him, the League trainers tossed out their Pokeballs without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh. Amid the hissing release of Pokeballs, 20 or 30 Pokemon filled the street below, each primed to attack under its trainer's command. Water Gun, Thunderbolt, Flamethrower. Their practiced teamwork launched a barrage of moves toward Luo Yuan and Mutuo. Luo Yuan smirked, a hint of mockery in his eyes, and snapped his fingers. Mutuo, block it. The command was vague, one that might have baffled most Pokemon. But Mutuo wasn't an ordinary Pokemon. A mere glance was enough. Mutuo's hand rose again, and a transparent, blue sphere materialized around them. The massive onslaught, beams, blasts, and torrents of elemental power all crashed uselessly against Mutuo's barrier. With no equal among the League trainers below, Mutuo might as well have been invincible. What? No damage at all? Its psychic type sent out dark and ghost types. The League trainers quickly adjusted their strategy, but Luo Yuan just chuckled. Isn't it a bit late to rethink your approach? He said. Mutuo, Psychic Crush. With a single command, Mutuo's eyes blazed as its psychic aura flared. Luo Yuan felt the air thicken as an immense pressure bore down on the Pokemon below. One by one, the League's Pokemon clasped their heads in agony before collapsing, strewn across the street. In mere seconds, almost 10 Pokemon had been defeated. Without the advantage of high-level opponents, the League trainers were overwhelmed, pinned down under Mutuo's psychic prowess. While Mutuo kept the trainers occupied, Luo Yuan floated over to a transport truck holding Rocket prisoners. This mission almost feels too easy. Maybe I should pay Lance a visit afterward? Luo Yuan mused, while telekinetically snapping the lock on the truck's back door. But instead of grateful Rocket members, a hulking figure hurtled out. The creature had sausage-thick lips, wore only a pair of trunks, and boasted 4 muscular arms. Macamp, its granite-like muscles bulging as it lunged straight for Luo Yuan. Question: you open a door and a muscle-bound stranger charges at you. What do you do? Luo Yuan's reaction was swift. At the first sight of Macamp barreling his way, he pulled back sharply. But Macamp, who had clearly been lying in ambush, wasn't about to let him go that easily. It was faster than Luo Yuan, much faster. Luo Yuan's eyes narrowed, a cool blue glow sparking to life in them as he threw up a psychic barrier in front of himself. Yet this wasn't just any Macamp. Experienced and exceptionally powerful, it sized up the psychic barrier in an instant and swung one of its 4 mighty arms against it. Crash! The hastily summoned barrier shattered on impact. Machamp's path cleared. It closed the gap with a follow-up chop aimed straight at Luo Yuan. But that brief instant was enough. The distance Luo Yuan had managed to gain put him out of reach just as Macamp swung. Yet Macamp was relentless, closing in fast. For a Pokemon like it, brute force and raw speed went hand in hand. He wouldn't let this slide. Forced to play his own hand, Luo Yuan reached into Jengar's shadow and pulled out the enormous psychic spoon he'd won in the prize draw. Psychic energy coursed through the spoon, wrapping it in a glowing blue aura. Macamp hadn't been prepared to see its opponent suddenly brandish an oversized spoon as a weapon. With no time to dodge, it took the full brunt of the massive spoon. Wham! With a dull thud, the charging Macamp flew back, propelled by Luo Yuan's strike like a rocket. Boom! Macamp was sent crashing back into the prison truck, where it landed in a pile of crumpled metal. Phew! Luo Yuan rubbed his temples, which throbbed slightly from the exertion of the psychic burst. He steadied himself in mid-air with a levitating pulse of psychic power and kept his gaze on the truck. It trembled. Ma Camp staggered out, nursing a bruise where the spoon had struck, but otherwise seemed none the worse for wear. But Luo Yuan wasn't watching Ma Camp. His eyes were fixed on the truck. To raise a Ma Camp of this caliber, he could only think of one person in the Kanto region who could do it. And sure enough, thud, following Ma Camp, a muscular man who rivaled Ma Camp itself for sheer brawn stepped down from the truck. Bare-chested and clad only in long pants, his presence was undeniable. Bruno of the Elite Four. Even though Luo Yuan had considered this possibility, seeing Bruno emerge confirmed it in a way that was both satisfying and daunting. It seemed the League had spared no effort in today's operation. Not only had they deployed Lance and Agatha, but they'd gone so far as to have Bruno pose as a prisoner, hiding in the truck to lure Rocket into a trap. If it weren't for his own abilities, any other Rocket officer would have been blindsided and taken down by Machamp's surprise attack. Down below, Bruno let slip a hint of frustration on his otherwise calm face. "Close," he murmured. "Guess we should be flattered," Luo Yuan remarked dryly. The League must think pretty highly of Rocket to send 3 of the Elite Four. Now, mind telling me where my captured team members are? A quick psychic scan of the truck revealed it was empty. Luo Yuan's suspicion had been correct. Lance was playing it dangerously by calling in every Elite Four member, leaving Jado completely exposed to any retaliation by Rocket. But Bruno wasn't interested in chatting. With a sharp gesture, he called out, "Enough talk. Ma Camp." Under Bruno's command, Ma Camp barreled toward Luo Yuan and Mutuo. Halfway there, Machamp's legs bunched as it sprang high. All 4 fists raised to strike Mutuo in an X pattern. Cross chop. Nice spirit, but too inexperienced. Luo Yuan snapped his fingers, issuing a psychic command to Mutuo through their mental link. As Ma Camp rocketed toward them, Mutuo's expression didn't change in the slightest. Mutuo's psychic shield flared into existence again, forming a wall that Ma Camp slammed into midair. Mutuo raised its hand, and with a flick of the wrist, the psychic barrier pulsed down on Ma Camp, pushing it toward the ground. It wasn't simply a barrier, it was raw, crushing force. Bruno's face tightened as he realized his miscalculation. None of them had anticipated that the rocket prey they were hunting might turn out to be a shark in disguise. The Pokemon this rocket executive had brought in a battle was one Bruno didn't recognize, but whatever it was, it posed a serious threat. Ma Camp strained to rise under the immense psychic pressure, but Mutuo's power kept it firmly pinned. Seeing this, Bruno's brow furrowed, and he called out, "Hitmonlee, to the field." Thud! One of Kanto's top fighting Pokemon, Hitmonlee was known for its elastic legs and devastating kicks. Hitmonlee had already seen enough from inside its Pokeball to jump into action as soon as it was released. High jump kick. Without hesitation, Hitmonlee launched itself into the air, one leg stretching as it aimed for Luo Yuan in midair. Seeing that some of the League's other trainers had begun to rally around Bruno, Luo Yuan made a snap decision. The scene had changed since earlier. These trainers weren't the League's regular fighters. Bruno's fighting Pokemon might be psychic weak, but he wouldn't underestimate an Elite Four member's tactical prowess. Mutuo, teleport. Mutuo touched Luo Yuan's shoulder, and they vanished just as Hitmonlee's kick, along with a wave of other attacks, crashed in empty air. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yuan and Mutuo reappeared at another angle, hovering above Ma Camp as it struggled to stand, while Hitmonlee was pulling its leg back from the missed kick. Now Luo Yuan ordered. At his command, Mutuo unleashed a psychic blast that radiated outward in all directions, slamming into the League Pokemon that were still on their feet. Luo Yuan didn't want any distractions while interrogating Bruno about the location of the captured Rocket members. And as far as he was concerned, the first step was to deal with every single one of these nuisances. Psy Strike. Luo Yuan commanded Mutuo. As Mutuo unleashed the attack, it felt that strange power augmenting it once again. Normally, After passing through its M2 restraint, Mutwo's psychic strength would be limited to about 70% of its full potential. But now, even through the restraint, the amplified force was reaching beyond 100%. With its intelligence, Mutwo quickly deduced that this boost had something to do with Luo Yuan. However, there was no time to investigate. Psychic energy surged from Mutwo like a tidal wave. With a crushing sense of oppression, the psychic onslaught flooded down over the League trainers below. Designed with complex battle scenarios in mind, Mutwo was created and later trained specifically by Giovanni for handling group battles. So dealing with the Pokemon down below was practically second nature to it. In quick, efficient strikes, Mutwo seized control of each Pokemon's body with its telekinesis, lifting them from the ground to strip them of mobility, then sent a mental blast directly to their consciousness, knocking them out cold. With Mutwo efficiently subduing his forces, Bruno's face grew more grim. This was something he hadn't expected, not even remotely. His entire plan was falling apart. This had to be stopped. Hitmonlee used low sweep. Hitmonlee launched a sharp sidekick toward Mutwo, its leg extending as it struck upward with alarming speed. Sensing the oncoming blow, Mutwo furrowed its brow, preparing to counter Hitmonlee, but Luo Yuan cut in just in time. "Keep going. I'll handle this." He stepped in, hefting the massive psychic spoon that Mutwo seemed to have an odd affinity for, channeling psychic power through it. The spoon lengthened under the surge of psychic energy, swinging down to intercept Hitmonlee's kick. Boom! The clash sent a shock wave through the air, and by expending a considerable amount of psychic power, Luo Yuan had managed to parry a powerful strike from Bruno's elite Hitmonlee. Seeing this, even Bruno, who had long advocated for training humans to harness their full potential, couldn't help but stare, taken aback at the sight of his elite Hitmonlee's kick being blocked by someone wielding a giant spoon. Previously, he'd assumed Macamp had been forced back due to an oversight. But now, seeing his Hitmonlee's powerful kick deflected so cleanly, this was just ridiculous. Of course, Luo Yuan wasn't as unfazed as he appeared. His arm was tingling and sore from the residual force that had been transferred through the spoon, even with his psychic defenses. Dealing with an elite Hitmonlee is pushing my limits here. But Luo Yuan's efforts had bought them critical time. Mutwo had already incapacitated most of the League Pokemon on the field. A multitude of Pokemon, along with their trainers, lay sprawled out, knocked unconscious by Mutwo's relentless psychic barrage. Frankly, Luo Yuan could have ended things faster if he'd let Mutwo finish them for good. But he wasn't looking for a death match with the League. Knocking them out would suffice. Bruno scowled as he surveyed the fallen Pokemon, his gaze hardening as it landed on Mutwo. Earlier, he hadn't been certain, but now he was. Mutwo was operating at a level well beyond even the Elite Four. Is this another legendary Pokemon? Bruno recalled the long-standing rumor that Rocket was trying to manufacture legendary Pokemon, a rumor he'd once dismissed as absurd. But now, looking at Mutwo, he wasn't so sure. If Tech Hunter possessed Deoxys, and now Rocket had created this Mutwo, had legendary Pokemon become this common? However Bruno felt about it, Mutwo stood before him now, and he'd need to give everything he had. Without hesitation, Bruno tossed out his remaining 4 Pokeballs. Besides Macamp and Hitmonlee, Bruno's other team members, Hitmonchan, Primeape, Poliwrath, and Throh, emerged. Bruno truly lived up to his title as the Fighting-type elite. All 6 of his Pokemon specialized in Fighting-type moves, unlike a certain Flying-type elite. The 6 Pokemon sprang into action as Bruno shouted out his next commands. Primeape, throw Hitmontop. Hitmontop, follow up with Close Combat. Hitmonlee, Mega Kick. Poliwrath, Hydro Pump. Primeape grabbed Hitmontop by the arms, flung it forward with all its might, and the spinning Pokemon lunged at Mutwo. Meanwhile, Hitmonlee launched a kick, while Poliwrath aimed a jet of water toward Luo Yuan. In perfect coordination, Bruno's team struck as one. Even the League's elite resort to targeting trainers now. Huh? Luo Yuan muttered, forming a psychic barrier in front of himself to block the hydro pump. Then he tossed the enormous spoon to Mutuo. Catch! Mutuo blinked, instinctively snatching the spoon out of the air. The moment its fingers closed around the handle, Mutuo felt a peculiar surge of connection. Wielding the oversized spoon, Mutuo felt as though it was simply an extension of itself, with psychic energy flowing seamlessly from its mind into the weapon. Mutuo plus the giant psychic spoon created a fusion of power that transformed its entire aura. If Mutuo had been intimidating before, with the spoon in hand, it now radiated a keen, razor-sharp presence that made it nearly impossible to look at directly. In the blink of an eye, the change took effect. Mutuo's ears caught the sound of something spinning toward it. Turning, it saw Hitmontop spiraling its way. In the past, Mutuo might have opted to dodge or throw up a reflect barrier. Now, though, it had another option. Mutuo spun the giant spoon once in its hand, then swung it in a wide arc, directly at Hitmontop. Bruno and Hitmontop hadn't anticipated Mutuo's new weapon at all. Unprepared, the 50-kilo Hitmontop was sent flying in a single, decisive strike, rocketing back across the field as though Mutuo had hit a home run. It was out of the park. With that, Mutuo turned smoothly, spoon at the ready, to meet the incoming mega kick from Hitmonlee. Bam! Hitmonlee's mega kick struck Mutuo's spoon, causing Mutuo's body to tilt back ever so slightly as it absorbed the impact. Of course, fighting-type moves are less effective against psychic types, which helped Mutuo withstand the blow. But even taking that into account, the power disparity between an Elite Four Pokémon and a Legendary was stark. Mutuo, however, wasn't one to sit back and simply take a hit. The instant it blocked the attack, Mutuo deftly twisted the spoon around Hitmonlee's spring-like leg, coiling it tightly around the handle. Kaya! Hitmonlee's leg was firmly trapped. It was visibly panicked. But no amount of struggling was going to change the outcome. With a single powerful yank, Mutuo lifted Hitmonlee high into the air. As Hitmonlee came hurtling back like a bouncing rubber ball, Mutuo waited, one hand gripping the spoon, the other forming an aura sphere. The moment Hitmonlee was within range, Mutuo slammed the aura sphere into its face. Boom! The aura sphere exploded, and Hitmonlee went flying backward. But with its legs still entangled around the spoon, it reached the end of the tether and snapped back toward Mutuo like a spring-loaded yo-yo. Although it had only been wielding the oversized spoon for less than a minute, Mutuo was clearly enjoying it. Kaya! Hitmonlee's expression twisted with terror. But no matter how scared it looked, its spring-like legs weren't something it could control. Hitmonlee could only watch helplessly as it hurtled back toward Mutuo, who was already charging another aura sphere in its hand. Boom! Hitmonlee took a second aura sphere straight to the face. Despite its high special defense, the back-to-back hits left it barely hanging on. Watching Hitmonlee being toyed with, Bruno clenched his fists, unable to tolerate any more. Hitmonchan! Vacuum Wave! Hitmonchan rapidly swung its fists, launching a barrage of invisible vacuum waves toward Mutuo. Seeing the attack coming, Mutuo raised its hand, creating a light screen in front of it. The vacuum waves struck the barrier, making muffled thuds, but the shield held, with only faint cracks appearing here and there. Of course, Bruno had never intended Vacuum Wave to be his primary assault. Now, Macamp, use Sucker Punch. Under Hitmonchan's cover fire, Macamp crept closer, then bent its legs and leaped high, aiming all four fists straight at Mutuo. The timing was perfect. With Mutuo's focus on Hitmonchan's Vacuum Wave and the recent strain of maintaining the light screen, this was the optimal moment for Macamp to strike. Besides, Sucker Punch, infused with the power of Dark-type energy, was particularly potent against Psychic types. If Mutuo were any ordinary Pokémon, this sneak attack would have been foolproof. But legendary Pokémon defy the ordinary. Bruno miscalculated because he didn't truly understand what he was up against. Mutuo's psychic awareness was vast. It could sense its surroundings effortlessly, expending just a fraction of its mental energy. When Luo Yuan had defeated Mutuo, He relied on Deoxys's incredible speed, willingness to take hits, and pinpoint teleportation to edge out a victory. But Machamp didn't have that kind of speed. Machamp's ambush was doomed from the start. The fists closed in on Mutwo's head. At such close range, a light screen would be insufficient. It would shatter under Sucker Punch's force. But Mutwo made a simple adjustment. It gave a small tug on the spoon. With that pull, the tethered Hitmonlee was yanked back in front of Mutwo, becoming an improvised shield. Seeing this, Machamp's eyes widened with horror as it tried to pull back its punches at the last second. But it was too late. Thud! Machamp's fist slammed into Hitmonlee. Already on its last legs from two direct aura spheres, Hitmonlee instantly collapsed, fainting. With its usefulness expired, Mutwo casually tossed Hitmonlee aside and, with a flick of the wrist, brought the spoon down on Machamp in a relentless flurry of blows. Every strike, charged with psychic energy, left a bruise on Machamp's body. They say two fists can't match four arms. But here, a single spoon was enough to make even Machamp's forearms useless. Bruised and battered, Machamp stumbled back, completely overwhelmed by Mutwo's merciless assault. With each swing, Mutwo seemed to get more adept at wielding the massive spoon. Witnessing the spectacle, Bruno's face tightened with frustration as he watched Hitmonlee's defeat and Machamp's struggle. But he didn't falter. Hitmontop, Hitmonchan, Primeape, help Machamp. He kept one Pokemon, Poliwrath, back, just in case Luo Yuan made a move against him directly. As much as it pained him to admit it, the martial arts master of the Elite Four was relying on his Pokemon to shield him from a rocket executive. Just thinking about it stung. Bruno pushed those thoughts aside, focusing intently on the ongoing battle with Mutwo. The fight was relentless. Even though Mutwo's strength far outclassed Bruno's team, facing four elite Pokemon at once still posed a challenge, especially with the restraint device dampening its power. Bruno's Pokemon coordinated their moves with surgical precision. Right now, Hitmontop held up a Protect to deflect Mutwo's spoon, while Machamp prepared a karate chop aimed at Mutwo's head. Primeape moved in with a low kick to sweep Mutwo's legs, and Hitmonchan followed up with close combat from the center. One Pokemon blocked, while the others attacked. Despite its overwhelming power, Mutwo was finding it hard to avoid taking damage in the face of such teamwork. Seeing this, Luo Yuan knew it was time to step in. If things continued as they were, Mutwo might be in trouble. Timing his move precisely, Luo Yuan used telepathy to send Mutwo a message. Mutwo, teleport. Hearing Luo Yuan's voice echo in its mind, Mutwo hesitated for a fraction of a second, but quickly it obeyed. After all, Luo Yuan had bested it using Deoxys, a feat Mutwo couldn't ignore. The moment Mutwo decided to follow Luo Yuan's command, its eyes flared blue. With a sweeping motion of the spoon, Mutwo unleashed a wave of psychic energy to push back the four surrounding Pokemon, giving itself a moment's breathing room. With a blur, Mutwo used Teleport to escape from the encirclement. Reappearing dozens of meters away in midair, Mutwo looked down upon the Pokemon below. Mutwo, use Aura Sphere on them. Luo Yuan's voice echoed in Mutwo's mind through telepathy. Mutwo instantly carried out Luo Yuan's command. With a quick motion, Mutwo held out its hand, a deep blue ball of energy forming in an instant. Whoosh! The Aura Sphere was thrown downward. Watch out for the Aura Sphere. Bruno's warning came just a moment too late. It was too late to react. The Aura Sphere was already upon them by the time they heard Bruno's cry. Boom! The Aura Sphere struck the ground, triggering a massive explosion. The energy erupted outward, waves of force sweeping the area. Several Pokemon, still searching for Mutwo's position, were flung backward by the blast's impact. Don't give them a chance to recover. Use Psycho Cut. Under Luo Yuan's guidance, Mutwo channeled psychic energy into its Mind Spoon. Invisible psychic energy gathered at the spoon's edge, forming a sharp, unseen blade. Mutwo plunged down from the sky, slicing toward Machamp. Sensing danger, Machamp barely rolled aside to dodge the attack. Slash! A massive gash scarred the ground. The sight made Ma Camp and nearby Hitmonchan break into a cold sweat. Had that strike landed, the damage would have been severe. Fortunately, as fighting-type Pokemon, Ma Camp and the others were confident in their physical prowess. Dodging attacks was a staple of their basic training. Mutwo swung the psychic blade attached to its spoon at Hitmonchan. Hitmonchan sidestepped, his fist striking like lightning toward Mutwo with a sharp, whistling sound. Bullet punch. The punch knocked Mutwo's spoon slightly off course. Nearby, Hitmontop spun around, legs and tail rotating rapidly as he used triple kick against Mutwo. But, having been surrounded once before, Yuan had already coached Mutwo on how to handle these group attacks. A bright blue light flared in Mutwo's eyes. Invisible psychic energy gathered in the air, then, as though it had locked onto Hitmontop, took hold of his body and hurled him away. Seeing its ally thrown by Mutwo, Primeape charged forward, fists crackling with sparks. Thunder Punch aimed at Mutwo. Push back Primeape with Aura Sphere, Yuan commanded. Thanks to telepathy, Yuan's instructions were so detailed, Mutwo didn't have to waste time assessing the battlefield. Thus, Mutwo's response was instant. An Aura Sphere formed in Mutwo's hand, pressed directly against Primeape's face, and exploded, sending Primeape flying. Because Primeape's arms were much shorter than Mutwo's, it never managed to land its Thunder Punch. Use Future Sight, then teleport behind Hitmontop for a finishing psychic strike. A burst of psychic energy rippled through the void. Before Ma Camp could approach, Mutwo vanished from its spot, reappearing behind the recovering Hitmontop. Psychic Strike was Mutwo's signature move. By materializing psychic energy into a tangible wave, Mutwo unleashed an assault. The wave of psychic energy glowed brightly. With a sweep of Mutwo's arm, it shot toward Hitmontop, who had yet to react. Thud! Hitmontop was flung like a rag doll, crashing to the ground. After sustaining multiple attacks, including Aura Sphere and Future Sight, Hitmontop finally succumbed and was unable to continue battling. For left, as Bruno's face twisted with frustration, Yuan held up 4 fingers. Having dealt with Hitmontop, Mutwo remained composed. Defeating opponents of this caliber was hardly cause for celebration. Ma Camp, Hitmonchan, Primeape, regroup. Bruno had realized that sending his Pokemon to face Mutwo individually was futile. The 3 Pokemon gathered, forming a defensive formation, avoiding being picked off one by one. Defend first, then counterattack. This was Bruno's new strategy. Ma Camp, Hitmonchan, and Primeape stood with their backs to each other, each facing in a different direction, guarding against Mutwo's attacks. You think grouping together leaves me without options? Yuan raised an eyebrow, gazing up at the sky. The air above shimmered. A psychic blast rained down, striking the unsuspecting Hitmonchan. Hitmonchan's face contorted in pain. Their defensive formation now had a gap. Once more, Mutwo used Teleport, appearing before Hitmonchan. Ma Camp and Primeape immediately struck together. Dynamic Punch. Low kick. One aimed high, the other low. Despite the recent attack, Hitmonchan gritted its teeth and used Bullet Punch, aiming straight for Mutwo's center. Bruno's defensive strategy was working. Mutwo, facing 3 attacks at close range, had nowhere to dodge. By all accounts, Mutwo should be hit, but a legendary Pokemon defies convention. Mutwo's eyes flashed blue. A surge of psychic energy erupted, activating a feature within Mutwo's M2 restraint device. After Deoxys shattered the original M2 device, Giovanni had it redesigned with new capabilities. This updated M2 device had an energy reservoir, storing Mutwo's normally dissipated energy for crucial moments. The term restraint was now a misnomer. The device could be more accurately named the M2 Psychic Reservoir. Now, Mutwo's immense psychic energy triggered the M2 Psychic Reservoir. Stored power from the device unleashed in a massive wave. Boom! A torrent of psychic energy swept toward the 3 Pokemon like a tsunami. Bam! 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 Weaker than Macamp. Both Primeape and Hitmonchan were instantly flung away. Only Macamp remained, struggling to withstand the psychic storm. But Mutwo ignored Macamp. Teleporting behind the airborne Hitmonchan, Mutwo raised its Mind Spoon, striking to send Hitmonchan flying further. As Hitmonchan flew, Mutwo sent an Aura Sphere in the same direction. The Aura Sphere, faster than Hitmonchan's fall, chased him down. Like a shooting star. In midair, the Aura Sphere struck Hitmonchan, its explosion swallowing him completely. Boom! The unconscious Hitmonchan plummeted to the ground. Luo Yuan lowered one finger, leaving 3 raised. 3 left. Bruno watched Luo Yuan raise 3 fingers, his mind racing. The situation had grown dire. With 4 Pokemon against Mutwo, he'd managed to hold a slight advantage in head-on combat. Even with 3, his team's combined defense could hold its own. But now, with only Macamp and Primeape remaining, even with Poliwrath to cover Luo Yuan, just defending against Mutwo's attacks was no simple task. He glanced around at the fallen League trainers. As one of Kanto's Elite Four, there was no way he could abandon his team. We gotta hold out. He had already contacted Lance and Agatha. If he could just hold on until they arrived, the 3 of them together would surely prevail. His expression hardened with determination. But Bruno's resolve did nothing to improve the battlefield. Against Mutwo, a Psychic-type legendary Pokemon, his fighting types, Macamp and Primeape, were already at a severe disadvantage. Boom! Mutwo slammed its spoon into the ground. A tidal wave of psychic energy rippled out from Mutwo. Primeape, who had just scrambled back to its feet, stumbled and nearly fell again. Already prone to anger, the sensation made it seethe with fury. But Mutwo ignored Primeape, focusing instead on Macamp. Use Psycho Cut. At Luo Yuan's command, Mutwo swung its spoon, preparing to unleash the Psychic Blade. Seeing this, Bruno's heart tightened. He'd seen the power of Mutwo's Psycho Cut before. With only 3 Pokemon left, Bruno couldn't afford to lose another. He cast aside any illusions and called out firmly, Macamp, use Protect. A blue barrier formed in front of Macamp. As his ace, Bruno trusted Machamp's Protect would shield it from Mutwo's Psycho Cut. He also signaled to Primeape, instructing it to attack Mutwo the moment its strike was blocked. The invisible Psychic Blade sliced through the air. Its spectral outline shimmered, barely visible. But in a shocking twist, Mutwo's target wasn't Macamp at all. The Psycho Cut whizzed past Macamp, hurtling towards the back. Machamp's Protect was wasted, and the blade's true target was none other than Poliwrath, standing at Bruno's side. Poliwrath, it's aiming for you. Use Protect now. Caught off guard, Poliwrath hurriedly raised a barrier. Thanks to Bruno's rigorous training, even under sudden pressure, Poliwrath managed to form a defensive shield just as the Psycho Cut reached it. Crack! Psycho Cut sliced deep into the barrier. Although Protect was the ultimate defensive move, Mutwo's Psycho Cut was powerful enough to partially pierce through, barely sparing Poliwrath from further harm. But was that really Mutwo's only move? Though Mutwo hadn't formally trained under Luo Yuan, it had adopted some of his aggressive tactics. Luo Yuan preferred to seize every chance to finish an opponent decisively. Seeing Poliwrath stagger under its Psycho Cut, Mutwo vanished, reappearing directly in front of it. Aura Sphere. An Aura Sphere slammed into Poliwrath's chest, right on the spiral pattern. The explosion sent Poliwrath flying. Mutwo wasted no time. It teleported to where Poliwrath was about to land, striking it with its spoon to send it airborne once more, only to teleport again and repeat the assault. On and on it went. Mutwo appeared and disappeared in midair, with Poliwrath like a sandbag caught in an endless cycle of blows, unable to touch the ground. Poliwrath. Every hit that landed on Poliwrath seemed to strike Bruno's heart just as hard, each impact sending a shock through him. Finally, after a full minute of continuous attacks, Mutwo released Poliwrath and it dropped to the ground. Dazed and defeated, Poliwrath's eyes spun in the same spiral as its stomach, totally incapacitated. 2. Yuan lowered another finger. With only 2 fingers remaining, Bruno felt as though they were pressing into his chest, each one a steel spike that stole his breath. The smile on Yuan's face seemed twisted and demonic to Bruno. Yuan knew exactly what Bruno was thinking, but Mutwo's assault showed no signs of slowing. Seizing the moment as Bruno faltered, Mutwo launched another aura sphere from above, forcing Macamp and Primeape to dodge aside. In a flash, Mutwo teleported between the 2 remaining Pokémon. It pressed one hand on a Primeape's head, swinging its spoon-wielding hand towards Macamp. Macamp was knocked backward, rolling across the ground as though hit with a seismic toss. Then Mutwo turned its gaze to the Primeape it had pinned. Glare! Under Mutwo's stare, Primeape forgot even its rage, feeling only a paralyzing fear that seized its entire body. In every sense, Primeape was frozen. Mutwo was using its mean look. Locked in place by the move, Primeape could only float helplessly as Mutwo held it in place. Mutwo extended a single finger. At its tip, a aura sphere formed, silently and ominously. In Primeape's terrified eyes and its incoherent cries, Mutwo flicked the aura sphere with a casual motion. Boom! The aura sphere detonated on Primeape's head. Like a toy spinning top, Primeape was flung through the air, tumbling dozens of meters until it crashed into the trunk of a massive tree. The tree split cleanly in half. A Farfetch'd, clinging to the top of the tree and holding its leek, shivered as it tumbled down. Amused to see such a rare Pokémon here, Yuan glanced at it but kept his focus. Only 1 finger remained. Primeape had been defeated. Yuan's voice rang out like a hammer, pounding Bruno's spirit. Instinctively, Bruno glanced around the battlefield. Hitmonlee, Hitmontop, Hitmonchan, Poliwrath, Primeape. The only Pokémon he had left to fight with was his battered Macamp. Since becoming one of Kanto's Elite Four, Bruno had never encountered such a hopeless situation. Should he retreat? Others could run, but he could not. Behind him were his subordinates, all relying on him for protection. By now, several league trainers had regained consciousness and were anxiously watching the battle unfold. Macamp. Bruno looked at his Macamp, recalling the first time he'd encountered it, back when it was a small Mac Hop being bullied by a Nidoking in the forest. Machamp. Macamp met Bruno's gaze, defiant as ever, with that same fiery determination. As a fighting-type Pokémon, Machamp's unyielding will to face fear head-on was what had made it Bruno's primary partner. One final strike, Bruno said, enunciating each word. Macamp turned toward Mutwo, its 4 fists clenched, muscles bulging beneath the scars covering its body. A powerful aura began to build around it. Watching Machamp's aura surge, Yuan raised an eyebrow. Bulk up. Yuan's tone was questioning, yet he already knew what Bruno and Macamp were planning. Trying to stack buffs with Bulk Up to go all out against Mutwo. Bulk Up could enhance both defense and attack. But against Mutwo, defense wouldn't hold up for long. It was clear that Bruno and Macamp intended to go all in. Yuan had already guessed Bruno's strategy, but he wasn't about to give them a chance. Mutwo, in this with Aura Sphere, fighting-type Pokémon had a major shortcoming, a lack of long-range attacks. To cause any damage, they had to close the distance. As long as Mutwo stayed back and kept flinging Aura Spheres, they couldn't touch him. A blue, swirling Aura Sphere formed in Mutwo's hand, seeming to draw in all the surrounding light before it hurled it straight at Macamp. Machamp's expression didn't change in the slightest. Ignoring the oncoming Aura Sphere, it focused entirely on powering up with Bulk Up. Only when the Aura Sphere was mere inches away did Macamp halt, dropping out of its Bulk Up stance. For a split second, Yuan thought he saw a strange gleam in Machamp's eyes. As the Aura Sphere closed in, Bruno barked out his command. Brick Break. Without hesitation, Macamp raised its hand and swung down toward the Aura Sphere with a powerful chop. Against a standard Pokémon's Aura Sphere, Machamp's Brick Break would likely have smashed it to pieces. But its opponent was Mutwo. Boom! The Aura Sphere exploded. Half of Machamp's body was engulfed in the blast. Though the explosion forced a pained expression from Ma Camp, its gaze remained locked onto Mutuo in the sky. Rather than recoiling from the explosion to ease the impact, Ma Camp grit its teeth and powered through, pushing itself out of the flames. Whoosh! With a forceful step, Ma Camp shot forward, becoming a gray blur. But Luo Yuan, keeping a psychic lock on Ma Camp, could see clearly. The arm Ma Camp had used to deflect the aura sphere was twisted and mangled. Its side, the one that had taken the explosion, was charred black. Yet Ma Camp charged on, seemingly oblivious to the damage, closing in on Mutuo. "Give everything we've got, Ma Camp. Use superpower," Bruno shouted. At his command, Machamp's already bulging muscles tensed and swelled even further, glistening with a determined sheen. The mighty Ma Camp raised its remaining 3 good fists, slamming them all down toward Mutuo. Each punch was fierce and relentless. Watching Machamp's display, Luo Yuan spared a glance at Bruno. Finally, Ma Camp was fighting in a way that matched his expectations for the Elite Four's fighting-type master. Maybe it was the unfamiliarity with Mutuo's abilities or the overwhelming power Mutuo wielded that had thrown Bruno off his game. But expectations were one thing, reality was another. Ma Camp wasn't Pikachu. No amount of sheer determination could bridge the vast gap between it and Mutuo. As Machamp's punches came down, Mutuo calmly formed a spherical psychic shield around itself with a simple wave of its hand. Bang! Machamp's first punch struck the shield, causing it to shimmer, but no cracks appeared. Bang! The second punch. The shield pulsed under the impact, but Machamp's momentum began to wane. The third punch. A faint cracking sound rang out as small fissures formed in the shield, yet Machamp's aura had already faded back to what it was before using Bulk Up. The power-draining effect of superpower was taking its toll. 3 punches had drained Machamp's energy and weakened its fighting spirit. "Don't give up. Keep pushing," Bruno urged. At that moment, Bruno felt as though he was one with Ma Camp. Summoning every ounce of strength left, Machamp's eyes shone with a fierce resolve. It raised a fist for one final blow. Dynamic punch. Putting everything it had into the punch, Ma Camp struck the shield. Crack! At last, the energy shield shattered under the impact of Machamp's punch. But Ma Camp, too, had reached its limit. With a last surge of strength, it tried to swing at Mutuo. But in the end, Machamp's fist fell short, stopping mere inches from Mutuo before dropping limply to the ground. Its fist, just 10 centimeters away from Mutuo, might as well have been an impassable chasm. Throughout the entire attack, Mutuo hadn't moved a muscle, only relying on its psychic shield. "I lost." Bruno's clenched fists went slack, falling to his sides. Behind him, the watching league trainers looked on in shock and disbelief. Bruno, a member of the Elite Four, had lost, and in such a devastating way. Their shock was irrelevant to Mutuo. It was gazing down at the unconscious, defeated Ma Camp, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes. Ma Camp may have been weak in its view, yet even Ma Camp had something it was fighting for. But what about it? Mutuo drifted into thought. Having maintained a telepathic link with Mutuo, Luo Yuan immediately sensed the shift in Mutuo's emotions. Just as he was about to say something, roar! From the horizon, a fierce cry rang out. Luo Yuan looked over to see a Charizard soaring in, flames blazing as it shot a flamethrower straight at Mutuo. Luo Yuan's expression turned to one of puzzlement, but he reacted quickly, instructing Mutuo to raise a light screen. The light screen intercepted the flamethrower, but something felt off to Luo Yuan. The power of that flamethrower seemed far stronger than normal, and there was something familiar about this Charizard. At that moment, Truebird's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Luo Yuan, I've got bad news. Lance and Agatha are both headed your way. I've also found out where the Capture Team Rocket members are held, so you can pull out now." Luo Yuan, has Team Rocket's intelligence system really fallen this far? Luo Yuan muttered as he watched Lance in the distance, riding his Dragonite, and Agatha, clutching the shoulders of her Crobat, both rapidly approaching from the horizon. He called True Bird over the earpiece. He had a strong sense that Team Rocket's intelligence network had serious issues lately. Celadon City's intelligence network, once rooted in their base there, had suffered 2 lapses since Lance and Agatha had dismantled it. Yuan figured he owed it to Giovanni to suggest some adjustments in Team Rocket's intelligence department. On the other end, True Bird seemed to catch on. Wait, do you mean? Exactly. Lance and Agatha are here. Just as Yuan finished speaking, the Charizard that had launched Flamethrower earlier opened its jaws again. This time, it unleashed a fire attack Yuan knew all too well. Flare Blitz. Using Flare Blitz against me? Yuan's eyebrow twitched, and he snapped his fingers at Mutuo. Mutuo swiftly raised its hand, launching a shadow ball toward the incoming Flare Blitz. The 2 attacks collided in midair. Boom! Red and black erupted in a sharp-edged explosion, each color distinct against the sky. The blast sent waves of heat that ruffled the hair Yuan's Ditto had morphed for him. Looks like they're really out to make things difficult for me. He signaled to Ditto telepathically, having it reset his hair, then turned his attention to Lance and Agatha, who were now landing beside Bruno. Troublesome. Even with Mutuo at his side, Yuan couldn't deny how difficult this situation had become. It was different from the last time he'd faced a 2 elite combo on the Sevilla Islands. Back then, he'd had Deoxys, along with Jengar and Dragapult, backed by a squad of Rocket executives to take on Lance and Lorelei. But now he faced Agatha, an Elite 4 member specializing in ghost types, strong against psychic types like Mutuo. And Lance had his full team, his strongest lineup, equivalent to champion-level power. On top of that, if he wanted to keep his identity as the Tech Hunter a secret, as Giovanni had instructed, he could only use Mutuo. That put him at a major disadvantage against both Lance and Agatha. As Yuan weighed his options, considering whether to reveal his identity, the mood shifted. Upon seeing Lance and Agatha arrive, the league trainers who'd been disheartened by Bruno's defeat at Mutuo's hands regained their resolve. Optimists among them even looked reinvigorated. They believed that with Lance and Agatha joining forces, they could surely take down that man. Even Bruno, seeing this, relaxed somewhat. The moment he saw Lance and Agatha arrive, his worries lifted. There was no need to explain Lance's prowess. As the strongest of the Kanto Elite Four, and the one closest to becoming champion, Lance's strength was beyond question. As for Granny Agatha, the oldest and most enigmatic of the Kanto Elite Four and a master of ghost types, she too was a formidable force. When Bruno had first joined the Elite Four, it was Agatha who had shown him the ropes. Lance dismounted from Dragonite, taking in the scene. He glanced around, noticing all of Bruno's Pokémon lying defeated, and quickly deduced what had happened. Sorry, Bruno. We got here as fast as we could. They had been rushing to respond to Bruno's signal, but hadn't made it in time. Bruno shook his head, recalling his Pokémon to their Pokeballs, and warned, "Be careful. That Pokémon called Mutuo is incredibly powerful. It might even be a legendary Pokémon." In a few short sentences, he briefed Lance on Mutuo's capabilities. A legendary? Lance looked at the strange-looking Mutuo, instantly recalling Deoxys from the Sevilla Islands. Another Pokémon he'd never encountered before, and again, a psychic type. Lance couldn't help but wonder, are legendary Pokémon just appearing everywhere now? In barely a month, he'd encountered 2 legends, and both were in the hands of illegal organizations or rogue trainers. He didn't know if he should curse his rotten luck or simply accept it. A legendary psychic type, Agatha, wearing a long purple gown and leaning on her cane, gazed at Mutuo with keen interest. She gave a light tap on the Pokeball attached to her cane. Shush! A Jengar materialized behind her, moving without a sound. As a Ghost-type master, Agatha was better suited than anyone to face a Psychic-type opponent. Lance and Agatha both focused on Yuan and Mutuo, but Yuan's face showed no signs of fear. Though he'd voiced his complaints, inwardly, he felt a thrill of excitement. Giovanni had tasked him with testing Mutuo's battle data. Although fighting Bruno had provided a lot of data, Luo Yuan wasn't fully satisfied. Bruno hadn't been strong enough to push Mutwo to its limits. But now, with Lance and Agatha as opponents, he could gather even more comprehensive data on Mutwo's battle capabilities. Of course, that was only part of his reasoning. The main reason was that, upon learning of Lance and Agatha's arrival, True Bird had altered their mission plan. True Bird was organizing a rescue mission for captured rocket agents. To prevent Lance and Agatha from returning and thwarting the rescue, Luo Yuan was needed to hold them off. He only needed to delay them for 20 minutes. A bit of a hassle, this task, Luo Yuan thought to himself. But he didn't decline. This was an excellent chance to test his own mettle. But first, he needed to lift some restraints on Mutwo. With that in mind, Luo Yuan gestured to Mutwo. Whoosh! In an instant, Mutwo teleported in front of him. Jengar and Dragonite moved closer to their trainers, shielding them from any surprise attacks from Mutwo. Seeing their reaction, Luo Yuan chuckled. Then, as Lance and Agatha watched warily, he pulled out a small remote. Release device. Click, click. A mechanical sound echoed as the clasps on Mutwo's M2 restraint device unlatched, transforming into a rectangular box, which Luo Yuan lowered to the ground with psychic control. Whoosh! A powerful, invisible aura exploded outward. With its restraints fully removed, Mutwo's aura surged. Even from a distance, the trainers who felt the pressure gasped, shouting, "I can't breathe." What pressure? Even Lance and Agatha felt a tightness in their chests. This aura could only belong to a true legendary Pokemon, floating half a meter above the ground. Mutwo wielded its giant spoon, hovering in midair. Its massive purple tail swung behind it, and its cold, impassive gaze fell on Lance and Agatha. It was like facing a god. Mutwo hovered in midair, emanating a powerful, intimidating aura. The league trainers behind it, pinned to one knee under the weight of its presence, couldn't even move. But Lance and Agatha, veterans of countless battles, were unfazed. Especially Agatha. She was from Professor Oak's generation and had seen far more terrifying sights. Neither they nor their Pokemon were going to be intimidated by Mutwo's display. Still, they knew the league trainers behind them would be affected if this kept up. Letting Mutwo continue to oppress them would only damage morale. With a quick glance, Lance and Agatha shared a silent agreement and took immediate action. Dragonite Dragon Pulse. Jengar Shadow Ball. Like Bruno before them, Lance and Agatha each began with a single Pokemon. But unlike Bruno, Lance had Charizard and Gyarados standing by, while Agatha had an Arbok with a vibrant belly pattern and an Alola Marowak waiting in reserve. Should things go awry, their backup would move in immediately. Luo Yuan noticed this and felt no surprise. If they hadn't learned from Bruno's defeat, he'd have doubted these were the real Lance and Agatha. Though, Arbok. Seeing Agatha's Arbok with its intricate markings, Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Kanto Elite Four had such an unusual lineup. Lorelei and Bruno were the only ones sticking strictly to their specialty types. While Luo Yuan mused, Dragonite and Jengar were already closing in on Mutwo. Dragonite was the first to strike. With a scratch to its belly, Dragonite opened its mouth and unleashed a Dragon Pulse straight at Mutwo. The purple Dragon Pulse surged forward, stirring up a fierce gust of wind. Multitasking, Luo Yuan commanded Mutwo, "Light screen." Mutwo raised a light screen in front of itself. Dragonite's Dragon Pulse struck it with a screech, vibrating under the force. But the light screen held. Breaking through the light screen of a legendary-level Mutwo wasn't so simple, even for champion-tier Dragonite. Seeing this, Dragonite intensified its attack. The purple shockwave's power increased, and cracks began to spread across the light screen, ready to shatter at any moment. However, with Mutwo's restraints removed, its barrier strength was bolstered by Luo Yuan's own psychic energy. So, despite Dragonite's unrelenting assault, the light screen remained unyielding. Lance frowned. Thankfully, he wasn't fighting alone. As Dragonite pressed against the light screen, Jengar's Shadow Ball arrived from behind. If Dragon Pulse alone wasn't enough to break the light screen, the Shadow Ball would deliver the final blow. Being a ghost-type move, Shadow Ball was a perfect counter to Mute-Wo's Psychic Light Screen. The moment Jengar launched Shadow Ball, Luo Yuan knew the barrier wouldn't hold. The combined power of Shadow Ball and Dragon Pulse overwhelmed the light screen, causing it to shatter instantly. Both attacks hurtled toward Mute-Wo. Schwip! Forewarned by Luo Yuan, Mute-Wo vanished from its spot. Dragon Pulse and Shadow Ball struck the empty space Mute-Wo had just occupied, erupting in a massive explosion. Mute-Wo used Psy Strike. Luo Yuan ordered. Following his command, Mute-Wo's eyes flared with a brilliant blue light, and waves of psychic energy seemed to pulse around its body. But the strange thing was, the closer one looked, the harder it was to actually see the energy, as if it defied recognition. The psychic energy around Mute-Wo surged with even more intensity than when it was bound by the M2 restraints. Reveling in its newfound freedom, Mute-Wo locked onto Jengar, which it found particularly irritating. In the air, invisible psychic energy shot toward Jengar under Mute-Wo's control. But Jengar, unlike Bruno's straightforward fighting types, wasn't one to meet attacks head-on. As Agatha's first Pokemon, Jengar had been by her side for decades, witnessing her rise from rookie trainer to Elite Four member. Alert and vigilant, Jengar sensed the incoming danger. It immediately used Double Team. Kaya! Dozens of Jengar clones cackled at Mute-Wo, all pulling the same haunting face. Taunt! Under the effect of Taunt, Mute-Wo felt a surge of irritation, unleashing its psychic energy at the swarm of Jengar clones. However, the moment the energy touched each clone, they all dissolved, revealing Jengar's escape. Just as Mute-Wo's anger flared, ready to tear the entire area apart to hunt down Jengar, Luo Yuan's voice echoed in its mind. Stay calm. Hearing this, Mute-Wo's eyes flashed blue. Luo Yuan's reminder brought it back to its senses, and it realized it had fallen for Taunt. Mute-Wo felt a flicker of frustration, but managed to keep it in check. Forget about Jengar. Focus on Dragonite, Luo Yuan instructed. As a trainer with his own Jengar, Luo Yuan knew how aggravating a Jengar could be when it chose to play cat and mouse. Unless Mute-Wo could obliterate the area in a single strike, Jengar would always find a shadow to hide in. So rather than waste time, focusing on Dragonite was the better strategy. After all, while Dragonite was fast, it was far less agile and far too large to disappear like Jengar. Following Luo Yuan's command, Mute-Wo redirected its psychic energy toward Dragonite in the sky. Caught mid-preparation for another Dragon Pulse, Dragonite had no choice but to redirect its attack to meet the incoming Psy Strike. Boom! The purple shockwave of Dragon Pulse clashed with the invisible force of Psy Strike, creating deafening blasts in midair. Dragon Pulse shattered into scattered light. Unable to fend off the psychic attack, Dragonite was hit head-on as the Psy Strike slammed into it. Seeing this, Lance couldn't stay passive. Charizard Flare Blitz. From behind, Charizard, on standby, unleashed a Flare Blitz, rocketing toward Mute-Wo with flames trailing behind it. Lance's tactic was clear: force Mute-Wo to defend itself, thus breaking its focus on Dragonite. And Agatha didn't sit idle, either. Tapping her cane on the ground, she gave a command. Jengar, Dark Pulse. Hidden in Mute-Wo's blind spot, Jengar slipped out of the shadows, silently rising up behind it. With a sinister grin, it raised its arms and fired a wave of black energy at Mute-Wo. Flare Blitz and Dark Pulse, one from the front, one from behind. Lance and Agatha had executed a perfect pincer attack on Mute-Wo. Lance and Agatha's teamwork was seamless. Without needing to exchange a single word, they coordinated their moves flawlessly. This level of synergy alone placed them among the top 0.1% of trainers in the world, truly worthy of the title of Elite Four. But Luo Yuan and Mute-Wo were no amateurs, either. Mute-Wo teleport. Mute-Wo vanished from its spot. Flare Blitz and Shadow Ball collided at the location where Mute-Wo had been, recreating the explosive scene from Charizard's initial ambush. Seeing Mutuo use teleport, Agatha frowned. When it came to frustrating opponents, Psychic-type teleport was as infuriating as the Ghost-type's Phantom Force. Mutuo's sudden disappearance put every Pokémon on high alert, bracing for it to appear behind them at any moment with a devastating surprise attack. The most cautious, or perhaps the most paranoid, of all was Agatha's Gengar. It immediately disappeared into the shadows, clearly planning to wait until Mutuo reappeared. Although this sequence of events sounds long, it all happened in an instant. Mutuo's figure materialized in the air the next second. What? In the sky, hovering high above, Mutuo floated even higher than Dragonite. None of the league trainers watching from afar understood why Mutuo had taken to the air. Only Lance, Agatha, and Bruno had an inkling of what was coming. The word Luo Yuan spoke next confirmed their suspicions. Calm mind. In midair, Mutuo tossed its psychic spoon down to Luo Yuan. Crossing its legs, it hovered in a meditation posture, its hands clasped before it. Drip, drip. A soft dripping sound echoed in everyone's ears, though Lance and Agatha, familiar with battle techniques, knew it wasn't real water. It was the prelude to calm mind. Stop it! Lance and Agatha shouted at their Pokémon. From Mutuo's previous show of psychic power, it was clear its strength was already terrifying. Now it was using Calm Mind. If Mutuo boosted both its special attack and special defense, this battle would be unwinnable. Their Pokémon, Gengar, Dragonite, Charizard, and those on standby, Gyarados, Arbok, and Alolan Marowak, launched their attacks on Mutuo in unison. Shadow Ball, Dragon Pulse, Flare Blitz, Hydro Pump, Poison Sting, Shadow Bone. 6 Pokémon, 6 attacks, all aimed skyward. If Mutuo insisted on using Calm Mind and got hit by these moves, it might be finished, or at the very least gravely injured. Lance and Agatha were counting on this. They were certain Mutuo would cancel Calm Mind and dodge. However, what happened next was beyond anything they could have expected. A blue, spherical barrier appeared around Mutuo. It's actually planning to tank the hits. Lance raised an eyebrow. How arrogant. Agatha huffed, her cane thumping on the ground. It was a direct challenge to their power. She intended to watch Mutuo be knocked from the sky. But once again, things took an unexpected turn. Blue light flashed from Luo Yuan as he shot into the sky. Gripping Mutuo's psychic spoon, he locked on a Marowak Shadow Bone and deflected it with a flick. Then, he erected a light screen by his side, using up a significant amount of his psychic power to absorb most of Flare Blitz. And he didn't stop there. Twisting the spoon in his hand, Luo Yuan poured nearly all his remaining psychic energy into it, blending it with Mutuo's stored psychic power to execute one of Mutuo's exclusive moves from the special series. Psycho Twister. A roaring cyclone of psychic energy whipped toward Hydro Pump, swallowing it whole and transforming into a watery twister. Before the tornado could spiral out of control, Luo Yuan flicked the spoon again, sending it veering toward Charizard, which scrambled to dodge. After all this, Luo Yuan floated in midair, breathing heavily, looking down at the stunned league trainers below and the equally shaken Lance and Agatha, who were struggling to maintain their composure. He was at his limit. Fending off elite-tier moves in a human body, even with some clever technique, had taken a toll. The remaining Poison Sting, Shadow Ball, Dragon Pulse, and weakened Flare Blitz he could no longer deflect. He could only watch as they struck Mutuo's barrier. But it was enough. Luo Yuan watched as the attacks struck Mutuo's shield. Bang! Boom! Crack! First, Poison Sting made no impact. The weakened Flare Blitz barely scratched the barrier. Only Dragon Pulse and Shadow Ball made any dent. Much like before, the combined force of Dragon Pulse and Shadow Ball shattered the shield after a brief struggle. The residual energy from the explosion scorched Mutuo, leaving a few burns. But it was a price worth paying. Whoosh! A psychic storm erupted from Mutuo, wiping away the last wisps of energy. Standing high in the air, Mutuo released an even more intense psychic energy than before. Mutuo! Luo Yuan tossed the psychic spoon back up to Mutuo. As it caught the spoon, Mutuo disappeared and reappeared behind Dragonite. Pouring psychic energy into the spoon, Mutuo struck, sending Dragonite spinning through the air before it could regain control. Dazed, Dragonite struggled to stabilize itself. Jengar took advantage of the moment, smirking as it flung a Shadow Ball at Mutuo and reached with Shadow Claw, trying to yank it down. But Mutuo, brimming with power, didn't flinch. In one swift motion, it swung its spoon, smashing the incoming Shadow Ball before it could detonate, dispersing it into dark energy in the air. As Jengar paused in shock, Mutuo unleashed a Psycho Cut, narrowly missing Jengar's tail and sending it scrambling away, no longer willing to taunt Mutuo. "We can't let this continue. Attack together," Agatha commanded. With Mutuo's strength now boosted by Calm Mind, it had reached a terrifying level, well beyond what 2 or 3 Pokémon could handle. Any further delays would lead them down Bruno's path of being picked off one by one. Their testing was over. It was time to go all out. "Understood," Lance replied, immediately springing into action. Dragonite, Hyper Beam. Charizard, Overheat. Gyarados, Crunch. Dragonair, Dragon Pulse. Aerodactyl, Stone Edge. Adding to his original Dragonite, Charizard, and Gyarados, Lance summoned Dragonair and Aerodactyl as well. Just giving these orders took several seconds, a feat only a trainer of Lance's caliber could manage without being overwhelmed. Agatha's response was simpler. She released 2 more Pokémon. Crobat and Mismagius appeared beside her. Attack freely. Crobat and Arbok both used Venoshock, while Mismagius, Marowak, and Jengar launched Shadow Balls, leaving 1 Pokémon each to protect themselves from potential attacks on their persons. All 10 Pokémon unleashed their attacks simultaneously, leaving Mutuo with no room to dodge. The league trainers watching were slack-jawed, caught between awe at Lance and Agatha's prowess and a growing fear for Mutuo, their target. How powerful must it be to warrant an all-out attack by 2 elites? At the center of this assault, Mutuo hadn't expected such an overwhelming barrage and instinctively used Teleport to dodge. Explosions echoed across the field as the Pokémon chased Mutuo with relentless attacks. For a moment, Mutuo was forced to flee from all directions. They're reacting that strongly? Although Yuan expected some pushback after Mutuo used Calm Mind, he hadn't foreseen such a fierce response. Against Bruno, he had gradually worn him down, giving him small glimmers of hope only to pull them away, until Mutuo had picked off his team one by one. But just now, Yuan had taken the trainer's role himself and further empowered Mutuo with Calm Mind, which seemed to have accelerated matters. Looking back, it felt as though he had abruptly tossed a bucket of boiling water into the frog's pot, kicking Lance and Agatha straight into a showdown. Watching Mutuo dodge attacks through continuous teleports, Yuan glanced at his watch. Only 10 minutes have passed. He needed to stall for another 10 minutes to meet his agreement with Truebird. "Mutuo, can you hold out for 10 more minutes?" Yuan asked through their psychic link. If Mutuo could last that long, he'd avoid revealing his identity. He'd grown attached to his Tech Hunter alias over the years and wasn't eager to give it up. Mutuo, seeing Mutuo's ellipsis through the telepathic bond, Yuan mused that it had become almost human in its time with him. Giovanni should be paying him a caretaker's fee. Whoosh! A shadow ball grazed Mutuo. With a snarl, Aerodactyl swooped in, aiming to bite down on Mutuo's tail. Forced to teleport once more, Mutuo was beginning to feel the strain. Through the bond, Mutuo sent a plea for support. "All right, I get it," Yuan sighed, reaching for Deoxys Pokeball at his waist. "Go!" Boom! In a flash of white light, the red and blue Deoxys appeared on the battlefield. Without a hint of emotion, it scanned its surroundings, pausing on a few familiar faces. The sight of Deoxys struck a chord of terror in Dragonite, Charizard, Dragonair, and Aerodactyl, all of whom recalled their previous encounter. That's the Deoxys from before. Lance's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't comprehend how a Team Rocket executive could summon the Tech Hunter's Deoxys. "Is this the same Deoxys you and Lorelei encountered on the Sevii Islands?" Agatha asked, recognizing the powerful Pokemon hovering before them. With Deoxys now in play, Luo Yuan didn't hesitate. Deoxys, clear the field. Without missing a beat, Deoxys shifted into speed form and shot into action. Whoosh! It became a blur, disappearing into thin air before reappearing beside Aerodactyl. Transforming into attack form, Deoxys' sharp tendrils stabbed through Aerodactyl's wings, puncturing them. With its wings damaged, Aerodactyl spiraled down, crashing with a scream. Deoxys didn't stop, shifting back to speed form as it zipped behind Arbok. Zen Headbutt. Still in high-speed mode, Deoxys rammed into Arbok, sending it flying like a cannonball. The remaining Pokemon, witnessing the fate of Aerodactyl and Arbok, finally snapped back to reality. They launched attacks on the speeding Deoxys. But unlike Mutwo, forced to rely on teleport, Deoxys was simply too fast. Every attack missed its mark. Without Pokemon that could pin Deoxys in place or afflict it with paralysis, poison, or sleep, there was nothing to hinder its deadly strikes. Gengar and Mismagius attempted to trap it with Mean Look, but Deoxys, often sparring with Luo Yuan's Gengar, was too familiar with Ghost-type tactics to fall for it. Whoosh! A Shadow Ball flew, striking Dragonite mid-preparation. It had been about to use Dragon Breath to paralyze Deoxys, but half the move caught in its throat, paralyzing it instead. Dragonite, now spinning uncontrollably, crashed into Dragonair. The two dragon types tangled as Mutwo seized the opportunity, hitting them with Psystrike and Psychic, finishing them off in one fell swoop. With Dragonite and Dragonair out of commission, Deoxys, relentless as ever, sped toward its next target. In the blink of an eye, Deoxys had already taken down Aerodactyl, Arbok, Dragonite, and Dragonair, moving like a shadow through the battlefield. Even Lance and Agatha's strongest Pokemon felt a flicker of panic at the sight. It was just too fast. They had no time to react, let alone retaliate. Deoxys continued its high-speed assault, darting through the air in search of its next target. But after witnessing its attacks firsthand, the remaining Pokemon were now on guard. Unable to strike back, they huddled defensively, determined to withstand the relentless attacks. After all, Aerodactyl and the others had only been defeated because Deoxys had isolated them, picking them off one by one. Though Lance was rattled by the speed at which his Pokemon had been dispatched, he wasn't surprised. He'd encountered Deoxys before and knew what to expect. This was simply a replay of what had happened on the Sevii Islands, only worse. This time, even with Agatha by his side to counter the Psychic type with her Ghost types, he now faced double the number of Legendary-level opponents. Stay alert. Stick together. Don't let Deoxys catch you off guard. Lance commanded his remaining Pokemon. His and Agatha's Pokemon heeded his instructions, clustering tightly together and keeping a wary eye on all sides. Observing this, Deoxys' expression remained cold and unchanging. Its red and blue blur flashed across the sky, dizzying the Pokemon below, who struggled to determine for which direction it would strike. And though they couldn't tell where Deoxys would attack, Lance and Agatha's Pokemon adopted a cautious approach. Any sign of Deoxys preparing an attack, real or feigned, triggered an immediate response from all of them, wasting no time or energy. This forced Deoxys to retreat several times, unable to land a clean hit. At this point, the limits of Deoxys' speed form were clear. It lacked the raw power to penetrate defenses. Of course, if things continued this way, Luo Yuan would still win. As a legendary, Deoxys could easily wear down Lance and Agatha's Pokemon with a drawn-out, war of attrition strategy. But with Deoxys in play, a mere attrition-based victory wasn't enough for Luo Yuan. Deoxys hold. Whoosh. Deoxys abruptly halted midair. Seeing it stop, the remaining Pokemon seized their chance to unleash an all-out assault. Shadow Ball, Hydro Pump, Flare Blitz, Shadow Bone. Gengar and the others launched their strongest attacks, aiming to overwhelm Deoxys. Facing the oncoming barrage, Deoxys' body shimmered as it shifted into defense form. Crossing its banded arms, it fortified itself with iron defense, creating a series of psychic barriers in front of it. Mutwo also leapt in to help, raising a light screen in front of Deoxys. The intention was clear. Deoxys planned to tank the full impact of the attacks. Blasts of energy struck Deoxys' barrier, engulfing it in explosions. From afar, the League trainers cheered at the sight. "We got it. Maybe that took it down." They clung to that hope, praying that the assault would bring victory. But Lance and Agatha remained skeptical. They knew Deoxys had deliberately stopped. While they hadn't known the tech hunter long, both understood he wasn't someone who would risk his Pokemon needlessly. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, the smoke parted. Deoxys stood unscathed. It looked as pristine as if it had just entered the battle. No way, not a scratch. The trainers watching from a distance felt a chill. What kind of Pokemon were they even fighting? There was no answer. Blocking the first wave of attacks, Deoxys didn't wait for Lance and Agatha to organize a second. Yuan issued his command, unrestricted offense. Upon hearing this, Deoxys scanned the battlefield with its icy gaze. Its eyes landed on Gengar, Mismagius, and Marowak. Without hesitation, it shifted to attack form and unleashed Dark Pulse. A cold, malicious black wave of energy erupted from Deoxys, sweeping outward at lightning speed and giving the Pokemon no time to dodge. The malevolent energy washed over the Pokemon. Each felt as if they'd been doused in icy water, trembling involuntarily. But the worst affected was Mismagius. It fought to shake off the Dark Pulse's grip, but being a ghost type and naturally weak to dark moves, it faltered under Deoxys' menacing presence. The attack left Mismagius in a state of flinch, paralyzed with fear. Noticing this, Yuan saw his opening. "Now, Mutwo!" Deoxys. Deoxys wasn't fighting alone. Having used Recover to heal its wounds, Mutwo teleported behind Mismagius. One hand gripped its enormous spoon, which had swung down on Mismagius, while the other held a Shadow Ball, pressing it directly against Gengar's face. The remaining Pokemon tried to counterattack, but just as they moved, Deoxys' core flashed. Whoosh! 4 Shadow Balls formed at the tips of Deoxys' tentacles. It flung them at the rest of the group. Between Mutwo and Deoxys, Lance and Agatha's Pokemon found themselves assaulted from both sides. "Protect!" Lance called out urgently. Agatha, more aggressive, barked Phantom Force. Boom! 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 The 4 Shadow Balls collided with Gyarados and Charizard's Protect shields, shattering them to pieces. Their weakened defenses left them exposed as the energy wave sent Gyarados and Charizard sprawling backward. Mutwo's spoon struck Mismagius with a crushing blow. As a ghost type, it wasn't gravely injured, but dazed and barely holding on, it used Phantom Force to vanish and reappear beside Deoxys, trying to hit its core with a Shadow Ball. But Deoxys was ready. Having been ambushed by Phantom Force once before, it wasn't about to fall for it again. The moment Mismagius appeared, Deoxys' tentacle wrapped around its neck, delivering a dark-infused smack that left it dazed. Its leftovers clattered to the ground. Meanwhile, Crobat tried to get in close with Quick Attack to use Leech Life on Deoxys, not knowing Deoxys was powered by its core alone. Biting down, Crobat nearly chipped a tooth on Deoxys' iron defense-hardened body, now as tough as steel. Deoxys swung Mismagius like a club, sending Crobat flying. Gengar, Agatha's ace, was more cunning, opting to stay back and hurl Shadow Balls at Mutwo from a safe distance. Ranged attacks kept Gengar out of Mutwo's reach, minimizing the risk of being countered. But Gengar had underestimated Mutwo's offensive drive. With no other distractions, Mutwo could finally focus on taking out the slippery Gengar. At first, Gengar tried to dodge, but Mutwo swung its spoon in a wide arc, mimicking Yuan's Psycho Twister. Caught in the psychic vortex, Gengar spun wildly, its plump form whirling like a stuffed toy in a washing machine. Mutwo kept spinning its spoon, maintaining the vortex despite Gengar's futile struggles to escape. With Aerodactyl and the others out, the remaining 6 Pokemon were now barely holding on. Mismagius had fainted, while the others suffered various degrees of injury. The only Pokemon still mostly intact was Marowak, clutching its bone club as it watched in horror. It hesitated, clutching the club wreathed in spectral fire, ready to throw it at Mutuo. But seeing Jengar flailing helplessly in the vortex, Marowak's resolve wavered. Caught between action and fear, it stood frozen, unable to decide its next move. The league trainers in the back watched in disbelief as the line of elite-tier Pokémon crumbled in seconds. Expressions of shock and despair deepened across their faces. If it weren't for the fact that they were part of the league and that the elites were still standing in front of them, they might have fled right then. As for Lance and Agatha, they didn't even know how to describe what they were feeling. Shock. Absolutely. They had prepared themselves for a possible loss, but hadn't expected it to be this one-sided, nearly instantaneous. Despair? Not quite. Lance had already endured one defeat at Deoxys's hands, and Agatha, as the oldest of the Elite Four, held her composure even in loss. Now, both Lance and Agatha were debating whether to send their last two Pokémon into battle. Under normal circumstances, an Elite should fight with everything they had. But neither believed adding two more Pokémon would change the tide. It would only be sending them to their doom. Whoosh! Mutuo finally stopped its Psycho Twister. Jengar, drained and unconscious, fell to the ground, still spinning slightly from the vortex. Mismagius, too, lay defeated where Deoxys had dropped it. The remaining, wounded Pokémon clustered together, but Luo Yuan merely glanced at them and then looked at his watch. 2 more minutes? He raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to finish everything in just 18 minutes. He'd promised True Bird he would stall Lance and Agatha for 20 minutes, and only 18 had passed. So what now? He briefly considered spending the last 2 minutes smacking around the remaining Pokémon to buy some time. His gaze swept over Gyarados, Charizard, Crobat, and Marowak. Sensing his attention, the 4 Pokémon shivered as a wave of dread washed over them. Forget it! Seeing their weary state, Luo Yuan decided it would be excessive to keep pushing them. Using 2 legendary Pokémon to dominate a lineup of elites was already unfair, and he had no intention of capturing Lance, Agatha, or Bruno anyway. There was no point in dragging it out. He took one last look at the battered battlefield and at Lance and Agatha, who were still watching him with wary eyes. Luo Yuan smiled. Remember this, I am K, a high-ranking officer of Team Rocket, acting on orders from the Team Rocket boss himself. Next time you consider raiding one of our bases, think about the consequences. He commanded Deoxys to fire a Shadow Ball, blowing up a nearby vehicle for effect. Then, he recalled Deoxys and beckoned Mutuo over. Mutuo teleported instantly to Luo Yuan's side, placing its hand on his shoulder, and in a flash, the 2 of them vanished. By all rights, Lance, Agatha, Bruno, and the league trainers should have been relieved that he'd left. But there was no sense of ease on any of their faces. In fact, the league trainers looked nothing short of defeated. This operation, aimed at taking down a rocket base, had been a victory until Luo Yuan's interference. Now, after he had routed their forces, the operation was a complete and utter failure. And worse still, Lance, Agatha, and Bruno were left grappling with a disconcerting question. What exactly was the connection between this rocket executive, K, and the tech hunter? Why did he possess the tech hunter's Deoxys? Or was it possible that the elusive tech hunter had been K all along? They pondered these questions. Before they could draw any conclusions, Lance's phone rang. And with it came another wave of bad news. All the rocket agents detained in the Celadon City police station had been rescued, the work of Giovanni's personal secretary, True Bird. Lance glanced at his watch. It had been exactly 2 minutes since K had departed. Only now did they understand what he meant by saying 2 minutes. A complete and total defeat, Lance concluded grimly. Agatha was silent. Bruno looked utterly ashamed, and the other league trainers hung their heads, too embarrassed to speak. The silence stretched on for 5 minutes before Lance finally sighed and recalled his Pokémon. Clean up the field. Let's move out. On board the airship. Whoosh. Luo Yuan and Mutuo appeared beside True Bird. How's the situation? Luo Yuan asked. True Bird, who was engrossed in calculating the expenses and losses from the recent operation on her tablet, nearly jumped. She sighed in relief upon realizing it was Luo Yuan. Casting a curious look at Luo Yuan and Mutuo, she asked, "It's over." Glancing at her watch, she saw it was just shy of 20 minutes. "You mean Lance and Agatha?" "Handled," Luo Yuan replied casually. "Handled? What does that mean?" True Bird asked, bewildered. After all, she knew 3 Elite Four members were involved on the other side, including Lance, who was practically champion level. She had only asked Luo Yuan to keep them occupied for 20 minutes to buy enough time for her team to withdraw. But now he was saying they were handled? A bold thought flashed through True Bird's mind. Handled means exactly what it sounds like. Luo Yuan confirmed her suspicions. Bruno's entire lineup is out of commission. Lance and Agatha have a few Pokemon left standing, but they're not in any condition to pose a problem for us. He briefly recapped the battle to True Bird. Exclamation point. True Bird was stunned. She never would have imagined that Luo Yuan alone could bring down a team of Lance, Agatha, and Bruno combined. Despite Team Rocket's growing influence in Kanto over the years, the Elite Four remained an imposing barrier. Without their interference, Team Rocket would have long since expanded beyond Kanto, instead of merely establishing a small foothold like the one Luo Yuan had built in Hoenn. And now, as she thought about Luo Yuan single-handedly defeating 3 elite trainers, True Bird couldn't shake a sense of disbelief, as if it were all a dream. But True Bird knew Luo Yuan well. He was nothing if not straightforward in serious matters and never exaggerated a single word. If he said, "handled," then Lance, Agatha, and Bruno were truly taken care of. Her spirits soared, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Luo Yuan could guess what she was thinking just by looking at her. It's nothing to get excited over. Mutuo and Deoxys, if they couldn't handle Lance and Agatha, that would be odd. Mutuo and Deoxys, a 2 legendary lineup, especially with Deoxys's adaptable forms, was practically unbeatable. Even 4 elites would have only slightly raised the stakes. The outcome would have remained the same. Seeing True Bird deep in thought, Luo Yuan said nothing further. Instead, he picked up her tablet to glance at the itemized list of Team Rocket's losses. And immediately, his brows furrowed. This much damage. The situation was worse than he had imagined. As Team Rocket's second-largest base in Kanto, the Celadon facility also functioned as a warehouse. It held many of the Team Rocket starter Pokemon distributed to new recruits, along with a considerable amount of cash and rare items. Even though True Bird hadn't completed a full assessment, her rough estimate already placed the losses from destroyed equipment, facilities, and stolen items at over 100 million. And that wasn't even counting the Celadon Game Corner, a primary source of steady cash flow and a key money laundering hub for Team Rocket. With the Game Corner included, the overall loss was incalculable. As one of Team Rocket's high-ranking executives, who considered himself second only to Giovanni and took Rocket assets personally, Luo Yuan felt deeply unsettled by the extent of the losses. He thought back on the earlier battle and found himself regretting going easy on Lance and Agatha. In truth, the losses could have been worse had True Bird not intervened. She had managed to rescue a portion of supplies during the agent extraction, but the most valuable items and cash were seized when the League breached the base and tightly secured them. As for the remaining standard items, Rocket's inventory was so vast that, even if the League wanted, it would take them days to fully haul everything out. There wasn't much I could do. True Bird sighed. She had already done all she could. Moreover, this year had been financially rough for Team Rocket. As Team Rocket's head of finance, she was all too aware of the organization's current condition. Due to high-profile incidents this year, the Saint and Affair, the Tentacruel attack on Blue Pool, and the Sevii Islands fiasco, Team Rocket's increased activity had discouraged tourists from visiting Kanto, severely impacting the region's tourism industry. And Team Rocket had a considerable stake in tourism-related businesses like hotels and amusement parks. This had already hit Rocket's annual revenue hard. On top of that, the Mutuo project had drained a substantial portion of Rocket's cash flow. While Mutuo had finally been created, The destruction of New Island Base had cost Rocket over $1 billion. All of this had pushed Rocket's budget to its limit. The $10 million recently allocated to Luo Yuan had already been pulled from other projects. Under normal circumstances, Giovanni would have funded Hoen's branch with far more. Only this year's financial strain had forced his hand. Now, with the Celadon base in shambles, Team Rocket's finances were even further in the red. True Bird explained the situation to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan sighed. He had always been focused on spending and hadn't paid much attention to Rocket's finances. Listening to True Bird now, he realized the situation was indeed dire. Considering himself the unofficial second-in-command of Team Rocket, Luo Yuan decided it was time to act. After all, he had won the battle against Lance and Agatha. Since when did the victor end up losing the most? Do you know where the League is keeping the confiscated items? They're still secured under the Game Corner's base, True Bird replied. Noticing the look on Luo Yuan's face, she opened her mouth to speak. But Luo Yuan gave her an okay sign, signaling her not to worry, as Mutuo placed a hand on his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, they were both gone from the airship. Left alone in the office once again, True Bird had been about to tell him that if they could just weather this period, things would stabilize. With the Mutuo project no longer draining funds, the financial pressure on Team Rocket was already starting to ease. But seeing Luo Yuan already out of sight, she quietly swallowed her words. Picking up the phone on her desk, she instructed, "Keep a close watch on Celadon City and the League's activities. Inform me the instant there's any movement." High above, Luo Yuan and Mutuo hovered in midair, gazing down below. Mutuo tilted its head, a puzzled look crossing its face. "Why are we going to fight again?" "Because we're in a financial crisis." "A financial crisis?" As a Pokemon only recently brought to life, Mutuo was highly intelligent, learned quickly thanks to its immense psychic power, but its youthful mind was limited by its lack of experience. From its design to its birth, Mutuo had been created and trained for battle. But terms like cash flow and financial crisis were entirely foreign to it. Mutuo simply couldn't fathom why they'd be fighting over something so trivial. Hearing the question, Luo Yuan felt a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. He'd gotten used to Mutuo being an easygoing partner, but now he was beginning to understand Mutuo's more challenging side. Perhaps it was a quirk of Mutuo's design, the human traits and complex emotions they'd programmed into it. Though it appeared mature, in truth, Mutuo was more like a curious child, full of whys about everything it encountered. It was a far cry from Deoxys, who silently obeyed orders, ever reliable and loyal. No wonder Mutuo would one day struggle with deep philosophical questions about its own existence. But given that Giovanni had entrusted Mutuo to him, and since Luo Yuan had found their partnership quite compatible, he felt an obligation to answer its questions. "We took a heavy hit from the League's attack," he began. "Now Team Rocket's finances are tight. If we don't have money, we won't have food to eat. What we're reclaiming here is our meal money," Luo Yuan explained with a smirk. And it wasn't exactly a lie. If Rocket's funds ran dry, Giovanni would certainly cut team benefits to weather the storm. While they weren't quite at the no-food stage, the principle held true. Mutuo nodded thoughtfully, though it still looked a little unsure. But Luo Yuan was content to leave it at that. Mutuo's expression grew determined, doubt giving way to resolve. "All right then, let's go get that meal money back." "For our food," Mutuo echoed through telepathy, before they both descended toward the League-sealed rocket base below. Lance felt cursed. Otherwise, why was it that, while the other region's elites merely dealt with ordinary criminals, he repeatedly faced opponents wielding legendary Pokemon? The thought made his frustration grow. But as the leader of the Kanto Elite Four, Lance knew he had to set an example for all League trainers in Kanto. Regardless of his inner turmoil, he couldn't afford to show negative emotions. With a deep breath, Lance steadied himself. Turning to Bruno and Agatha, he addressed them with newfound composure. "Regarding this rocket executive, you've both encountered him in battle. What are the chances that he's the same person as the tech hunter we've heard about in Hoenn?" This was the key issue in their debriefing. As the elite leader, Lance needed to know their enemy's identity. Since can only use 2 legendaries in this battle, we don't have much to go on, Agatha began, her voice low and measured as she leaned on her cane. Based on the information I've gathered on the Tech Hunter, the only link between them is that both wielded a Deoxys. I'd say it's highly likely that the Tech Hunter is just another alias of this Rocket Executive K, Bruno added. According to past records, the Tech Hunter and Team Rocket have cooperated several times. But for a person of his type, no matter how close the partnership, he wouldn't lend out a legendary to anyone. Both Agatha and Lance nodded at Bruno's point, but even this brought no relief to Lance's expression. If that's the case, then the situation is even more serious. Deoxys plus this newly introduced Mutuo, Team Rocket now holds control over 2 legendary Pokemon. Can we even hope to keep them in check? Bruno fell silent. After a moment of thought, Agatha broke in. I suggest we expedite the separation of the Indigo and Silver Leagues, increasing the elite ranks from 4 to 8 members, with 2 champion positions as well. This would be the most effective way to counter Team Rocket by bolstering the Kanto League's power. Right now, 4 elites simply weren't enough to stand up to Team Rocket, but with 8 elites and 2 champions, the scenario would change drastically. While legendaries certainly had an advantage over elite-level Pokemon, it wasn't an insurmountable one. With enough numbers, elite Pokemon could subdue legendaries. Lance and Bruno both nodded at Agatha's suggestion. In fact, the proposal had come up multiple times before, though due to conflicts over internal interests, it had yet to gain traction. Originally, they had planned to revisit the topic after the next Indigo League conference. But now, with the recent turn of events, this might be the ideal opportunity to push it through. Selecting new elites and champions from Kanto, or even other regions, to combat Rocket's legendaries could potentially curb Team Rocket's activities. However, selecting an elite was no simple task. It wasn't just about power, but also about background and character. Meanwhile, Team Rocket's threat loomed ever closer. To fend off any further attacks from Rocket, alert Professor Oak, Blaine, Koga, and Price will likely need their assistance soon, Lance said, listing several of Kanto's strongest trainers. Agatha's face flickered slightly at the mention of Professor Oak, though she quickly concealed it. After a pause, Lance raised another idea. Additionally, we might consider capturing our own legendary Pokemon. Ho-Oh and Lugia may be out of reach, but Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno, and the legendary beasts, and Raikou, seem attainable. If we're dealing with legendaries, it only makes sense to fight fire with fire. Capturing the legendary birds and beasts would go against the League's long-held philosophy of coexisting peacefully with legendary Pokemon. But the current situation was dire. Rules were rigid, but people were flexible. Some adjustments were inevitable. After a few moments of contemplation, Bruno and Agatha both nodded slowly. It was a sound strategy. Just as Lance prepared to continue the discussion, a League trainer sprinted over, breathless. Lance, Bruno, Agatha, there's trouble? What happened? The Rocket assets we had sealed away. They've been stolen by that Rocket Executive K. 10 minutes earlier, Luo, Yuan, and Mutuo descended from the sky, landing at the entrance of the Celadon game corner. The sudden appearance of the pair instantly alerted the League trainers stationed there. Halt! Who goes there? The guards reached instinctively for their Pokeballs, but before their hands even touched them, the mysterious Pokemon before them narrowed its eyes. In an instant, the trainers lost all sensation in their bodies, suspended mid-air, paralyzed by Mutuo's psychic power. Fear struck the League trainers, yet their rigid bodies left them unable to move or call out, their terror betrayed only by their wide eyes. Luo Yuan paid them no heed, sparing only a brief comment as he walked past. Deal with them. Mutuo lifted an arm, a faint wave of psychic power brushing over the guards. Thud! The two trainers felt a sudden, dizzying pressure at their necks, and the world faded to black as they slumped unconscious to the ground. Leaving them behind, Mutuo followed Luo Yuan inside the Celadon game corner. It had been a little over a month since Luo Yuan last visited, and the scene had changed drastically. The once bustling game hall now lay eerily empty under league control. Luo Yuan's entrance didn't immediately raise suspicion among the league trainers inside. With guards stationed outside, anyone entering was assumed to be a fellow officer. However, when they caught sight of Mutuo following Luo Yuan, a trainer's eyes widened in alarm. Before he could react, Luo Yuan snapped his fingers, and Mutuo's eyes glinted with power, rendering the trainers helpless, one by one, until they were all unconscious. Such poor vigilance, Luo Yuan muttered, shaking his head. As Team Rocket's influence in Kanto had grown, a quiet understanding had emerged between the organization and the league. Skirmishes were usually small-scale, and both sides avoided full-blown battles. But this leniency had dulled the league trainers' alertness. They had strength, but lacked the sharpness of discipline. With an elite on hand, this flaw was less obvious. But left alone, it became all too clear. Thud! Another wave from Mutuo sent the trainers slumping to the floor, and Luo Yuan stepped over them as he made his way to the basement. Meanwhile, in the control room, the league members monitoring the security network saw Luo Yuan and Mutuo enter and immediately sounded the alarm. The league trainers in the lower levels received orders to converge at the base's main entrance. Feeling the psychic energy in the building below, Luo Yuan knew they'd been detected, but he remained unperturbed. As a rocket executive, he was familiar with every inch of this base, thanks to the floor plans that Petrol had provided. He couldn't decide if these league trainers were just foolish or overly confident. They'd flooded a base built by Team Rocket without understanding its layout. Shaking his head, Luo Yuan strode to a wall near the entrance, tapping it in a specific sequence. 9 shallow taps and 1 deep. A hidden scanner emerged from the wall, prompting him for a handprint. Placing his hand on the panel, a mechanical voice responded. Identity confirmed. Welcome, Executive. Please input a command. Passcode, Meowth. Emergency lockdown. A dull beep acknowledged the command, and within moments, the league trainers felt a sudden shudder as all the elevators halted and alloy doors slammed shut on each level, sealing every area into isolated sections. Luo Yuan watched through his psychic connection as the trainers, now cut off from each other, scrambled in confusion. This only underscored his frustration with whoever had overseen security before the base was overrun. Had they activated the lockdown protocol, it would have at least delayed Lance and the others long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Instead, they practically handed the base over to the League. Whoever was responsible, Luo Yuan thought grimly, should be sent to MT Silver to hunt Teddy Ursa. Dismissing the thought, he and Mutuo descended through a newly opened passage to the lower levels. One shadow ball from Mutuo knocked out half the trainers and their Pokemon in the first level. The remaining trainers barely had time to react before Mutuo's psychic pulse struck with pinpoint precision, incapacitating them instantly. Ignoring the trainers left standing, Luo Yuan calmly opened the now unlocked elevator. In just 5 minutes, Luo Yuan arrived at the League's storage room, where the confiscated rocket assets were kept. He loaded the cash and rare items into Jengar's seemingly bottomless mouth, then moved to the final level to unlock Team Rocket's secure vault. Boom! Clearing out the remaining valuables, Luo Yuan physically destroyed the server, ensuring no data remained. In the League's temporary command room, silence reigned. Despite the day's endless setbacks, the news of this latest theft failed to shock Lance. At this point, he was numb. He could hardly be surprised if the Rocket executive had strolled in and dismantled the entire Celadon City Police Department. After all, they had no means to stop him. I see. Dismissed. Once his subordinate had left, Lance returned to the conversation with Agatha and Bruno. Back to our earlier discussion. As for capturing the legendary Pokemon, Lorelei has already established contact with Articuno, so I'll assign her to lead the investigation there. Reports indicate Zapdos has been spotted near the abandoned power plant by Rock Tunnel. I'll take charge of tracking it. Bruno, I'll entrust the search for Molters to you. Bruno nodded, accepting the assignment without question. As for contacting Professor Oak, Blaine, Koga, and Price, we'll need your help, Agatha. As one of Kanto's most senior trainers, Agatha's connections ran deep. Lance couldn't think of anyone better suited to the task. As for Agatha's long-standing tension with Professor Oak, Lance was aware of it but trusted her professionalism. Given the urgency of the situation, he knew she'd make the right choice. "You can count on me," Agatha replied, leaning on her cane with a calm, unreadable expression. Seeing Agatha agree, Lance nodded. "To prevent Team Rocket from interfering with the Indigo League conference, we need to make some progress before then. Let's get started. This meeting is adjourned." Agatha and Bruno left the room. As Lance was about to leave, he noticed the trainer who had just reported to him was still waiting by the door. "Is there something else?" "There's been an update. The League trainers guarding the rocket base have sent a distress signal to the Celadon gym, and Leader Erica has gone to support them." Lance was silent for a moment. The situation of 3 elites being bested by a single rocket executive was already embarrassing enough, and Lance had ordered a strict blackout on the incident. Now Erica was heading into the same lion's den, oblivious to what she was walking into. Contact Erica immediately and tell her to withdraw. Also, notify everyone to avoid direct confrontation with the target. We can't risk unnecessary losses. Though their opponent had only knocked them out during previous engagements, Lance didn't want to risk the possibility that they might show less restraint in the future. Pokemon battles always carried an element of unpredictability, and he couldn't afford anyone being seriously harmed. Meanwhile, Jengar waddled beside Luo Yuan, its belly bulging with items. Luo Yuan had only just discovered today that Jengar's stomach space, while ample, wasn't truly limitless. With each hiccup, the ghostly Pokemon would accidentally spit out wads of cash or Pokeballs, struggling to contain it all. "Hang in there a little longer," Luo Yuan reassured Jengar. Jengar nodded, clutching its mouth tightly before sinking back into Luo Yuan's shadow. But as they continued walking, Luo Yuan could swear he felt his steps growing heavier. Could it be that Jengar's so full it's actually creating a shadow tag effect on me? Normally, Jengar's weight of 40 kilograms was undetectable in its shadow form, but now it felt as though every step was weighed down by Jengar's overflowing inventory. It seemed Luo Yuan had stumbled upon a new, unintended trait of Jengar's. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and Luo Yuan stepped out with Mutwo close behind. The moment he exited, he felt a sudden prickling of danger, followed by a familiar female voice calling out. "Victory Bell, use Magical Leaf." Swish, swish. Glowing green leaves shot towards Luo Yuan and Mutwo in rapid succession. An ambush? Luo Yuan's brow arched in mild surprise, but he didn't panic. Mutwo, quick on the uptake, swung its psychic spoon in front of Luo Yuan to shield him. Whoosh! The enormous spoon twirled like a fan, shredding the oncoming leaves into harmless pieces. With his line of sight cleared, Luo Yuan got a good look at the trainer behind the attack. Victory Bell and Erica, the Celadon gym leader. His eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected to encounter Erica here. Didn't she know he'd just fought off 3 elite trainers? Across from him, Erica observed with a slight frown as her magical leaf attack was effortlessly blocked by Mutwo's spoon. She hadn't anticipated her meticulously planned ambush would be so easily thwarted. Still, she managed to keep a calm expression. "Surrender. You're surrounded," Erica stated, gesturing behind her to the group of league trainers and Celadon gym students now gathered in support. Luo Yuan smirked. "I admire your bravery." Seeing that his words didn't deter her, Erica wasted no time, reaching behind her to retrieve a bow and notching an arrow tipped with a pokeball. In one fluid motion, Erica pulled the string taut and released. Thwang! The arrow soared through the air, and Mutwo quickly brought up its spoon to intercept it. Clang! The arrow struck the psychic spoon, releasing a flash of white light. A weeping bell appeared at the spoon's end. "Weeping Bell, bind it. Then use Leech Seed." Weepinbell's vines extended and wrapped tightly around the spoon, spreading leeching seeds that anchored themselves to the psychic energy, taking root and growing at an alarming rate. In seconds, the spoon was completely entangled, draining energy back to Weepinbell. Mutuo's brow furrowed slightly. But before it could respond, Erica notched and fired 2 more arrows. The second arrow struck the ceiling, and with another flash, a massive Venusaur materialized, unleashing a cloud of sleep-inducing powder as it plummeted from above. Body slam. Meanwhile, the third arrow released a Bellosum, which began twirling gracefully. Petals spiraled around it, forming a torrent of razor-sharp leaves aimed at Mutuo. With Weepinbell binding its spoon and Venusaur dropping down from above, Mutuo was now assaulted from all directions. Poison, sleep, and slicing petal attacks converging on it at once. Yuan found himself impressed by Erica's tactics. Truthfully, with such precise coordination and clever use of her Pokémon, she had a strong foundation for competing at the elite level. However, while skill and tactics could sway the course of a battle, they were only effective when there wasn't an overwhelming gap in power. And here, with Erica's non-elite level Pokémon facing Mutuo, a creature of near-godly strength, that gap was insurmountable. Mutuo! Yuan smiled at Erica, snapping his fingers. Mutuo nodded, a glint of blue flashing in its eyes as it refocused. A pulse of energy surged into its psychic spoon. With a swift flick of its wrist, Mutuo conjured a shining psychic blade, which instantly severed Weepinbell's vines and shredded the invasive growths clinging to the spoon. With a swift swipe of its psycho cut, Mutuo effortlessly sliced through the vines tangled around its psychic spoon. At the same time, a layer of blue psychic energy surrounded Mutuo, blocking the sleep powder falling from above. Then, Mutuo raised its head, and with a flick of its spoon toward the sky, struck the approaching Venusaur, who was attempting to body slam. Boom! Venusaur's body was sent off course by the impact, crashing heavily into the ground. Just then, Erica's Vileplume and Bellosum launched acid and petal dance, striking Mutuo's freshly raised psychic shield. Crackle, crackle! A storm of petals pelted Mutuo's barrier, causing it to sizzle and pop with each hit. As acid seeped into the shield, it emitted a sharp hissing sound as it attempted to corrode through the defense. In Erica's estimation, her 2 main Pokémon's coordinated assault should break through the barrier soon. She was already preparing for Vileplume's next attack. But, to Erica's surprise, the shield, despite enduring both petal dance and acid, only shimmered slightly at the surface, without the slightest indication of breaking. No way! Erica's eyes widened in disbelief. She was hitting Mutuo with everything her main Pokémon had, yet the shield remained unscathed. Had it used Protect? But she'd never seen a Protect like this that covered every angle. Before Erica could snap out of her shock, Mutuo started spinning the enormous psychic spoon in its hand. Vroom vroom! The spoon spun at high speed, transforming into a massive pinwheel in Mutuo's hand. Unlike before, when Mutuo used it to ward off Magical Leaf, this time, it poured tremendous psychic energy into the spoon. Ever since Mutuo had tried out the Psywave Tornado technique developed by Yuan, it had grown rather fond of this move. Now, once again, the move came into play. A raging tornado of psychic energy erupted, engulfing everything around it. Sleep powder, petal dance, and acid were all swept into the whirlwind. Erica's Pokémon had to root themselves within grain just to avoid being sucked in. But sometimes, not being pulled in doesn't mean safety. Mutuo swung its spoon, and the Psywave tornado spiraled toward Venusaur with a piercing roar. Erica finally snapped back to her senses and shouted urgently, "Venusaur, protect!" It was too late to dodge, so Erica could only hope that Venusaur's Protect would hold against the attack. Just as the blue energy shield appeared in front of Venusaur, pop! Like a soap bubble bursting, a soft sound echoed, and Erica saw the shield shatter instantly. The Psywave tornado uprooted the grounded Venusaur, drawing it into the vortex. Tossed around like a rag in a washing machine, Venusaur spun madly inside, reliving the experience Jengar had suffered earlier with Agatha. In fact, Venusaur's situation was even worse. At least Jengar hadn't been bombarded with acid and sleep powder amidst the psychic storm. With its grass and poison typing, Venusaur couldn't withstand the Psywave tornado for long, and it soon fainted, hurled by Mutwo straight into Victreebel. Victreebel had also used Ingrain earlier, making escape impossible. It tried to catch Venusaur with its vines, but the combined weight and momentum were too much for Victreebel to handle. Venusaur broke through the vines, crashing into Victreebel, and both ended up tangled on the ground. Mutwo then finished them off with a single Shadow Ball. Erica was left dizzy by this display. Before she had any chance to react, Mutwo had casually dispatched both her Victreebel and Venusaur. A surge of tension washed over Erica. Suddenly, she felt that coming here to confront this rocket executive had been rash. But there was no turning back now. The battle was in motion. Gritting her teeth, Erica readied her next move. With a bow drawn, she fired 2 arrows. One arrow was aimed at Mutwo, while the other hurtled toward Luo Yuan. Targeting the trainer directly? Erica, I never thought you'd stoop to this. Luo Yuan chuckled to himself. Erica was raised with all the grace and decorum of Celadon City's elite. Attacking a trainer directly was once inconceivable for someone like her. Her choice to bypass Mutwo and go after him only showed just how much pressure he had put on her. But it's pointless. Seeing the arrows flying through the air, Luo Yuan mentally communicated with Mutwo. In an instant, Mutwo appeared in front of him, evading the attacks from Vileplume and Bellossom while catching both arrows mid-air. Clink! The arrow's tips clicked open, releasing 2 Pokeballs. Tangrowth and Leafeon immediately joined Bellossom and Vileplume in a 4-way attack on Mutwo. However, against the power of a legendary Pokemon, it was all in vain. Psychic! Luo Yuan commanded mentally. A massive surge of psychic energy radiated outwards from Mutwo like a tidal wave. All of Erica's Pokemon were within range, and the weaker Tangrowth collapsed instantly. The remaining 3, Bellossom, Vileplume, and Leafeon, clutched their heads in agony. Bellossom, Vileplume, Leafeon, hang in there, Erica pleaded desperately. With a snap of his fingers, Luo Yuan signaled Mutwo, who ended the fight with a Shadow Ball for each of Erica's remaining Pokemon. As the smoke cleared and her Pokemon lay defeated, Erica was struck by disbelief. Lost? I lost. What she had thought was just another skirmish turned out to be a fight against an overwhelmingly powerful foe. Even when her Bellossom, Victreebel, and Venusaur's coordinated attacks failed to phase Mutwo, she had hoped to at least hold on until reinforcements arrived. But she had been defeated swiftly and utterly. Miss Erica! The allied trainers behind her gasped in shock at the sight, preparing their own Pokemon to charge forward and help. But before they could act, Mutwo raised its hand. Buzz! The air rippled with a faint hum as the immense psychic energy surged. Erica and the trainers saw themselves, along with their Pokemon, begin to levitate under Mutwo's psychic influence. Then swish! The Pokemon and trainers were neatly separated into 2 piles on the ground, sorted into distinct groups by Mutwo's telekinesis. Erica stared blankly, unable to believe her eyes, even after witnessing her own defeat by Luo Yuan's hand. Could it be true? Were all these trainers taken down in just an instant? In her stupor, she watched as Luo Yuan calmly recalled Mutwo. Without a hint of concern, he walked up to her, leaned in, and said with a smirk, "Next time, make sure you do your homework before you take on a mission." Erica gritted her teeth, barely holding herself together, refusing to show fear. Seeing her feigned composure, Luo Yuan chuckled, turned, and walked out of the Celadon game corner. Only after he exited did Erica's tense stance crumble, her knees giving way, and she collapsed to the ground in a W-shaped posture. Her clothes clung to her, damp with sweat. Since becoming a trainer, She had never faced such a terrifying opponent. Thankfully, he had no intentions of harming her. And with the other league trainers either unconscious from Yuan's attacks or tangled up with other trainers, no one witnessed her moment of weakness. Steadying herself, she brushed the dust off her clothes. Just as Erica was about to contact Elite Four members Lance and Agatha to report the incident at Celadon Game Corner, her phone buzzed at her waist. She answered the video call, and Lance's image appeared on the screen. Lance! Erica! Stay away from the game corner. The enemy is highly powerful, extremely dangerous, Lance warned with a grave tone. Erica! She glanced at her Pokemon, lying fainted around her, took a deep breath, and reminded herself to keep her composure. After all, Lance couldn't be all-seeing. It wouldn't be fair to blame him for her Pokemon's defeat. So she replied, Lance, I just fought with the enemy. He left the game corner only moments ago. If we pursue him now, we might still catch up. Though Lance's warning came too late, Erica felt it was her duty to report the Rocket member's movements, hoping it would help Lance capture him. Lance went quiet, processing her words. As Erica waited, puzzled, Lance finally spoke, choosing his words carefully. The person who attacked us was Rocket Executive K. We clashed with him just a short while ago. A battle. Erica's mind raced with a thought. If he had just fought Lance and was still able to strike the Rocket base here, then, as her thoughts trailed off, Lance continued. That's right. I, Bruno, and Agatha were all defeated. We're sorry we couldn't notify you in time. Erica's face filled with shock. All three of the Elite Four lost? Just how strong was that Rocket executive? As the gravity of the situation sank in, Erica began contemplating her place if Team Rocket took control of Kanto. Struggling to follow Lance's instructions for cleanup, she ended the call, her brow furrowing in deep thought. Eventually, the other staff from Celadon Gym, having regained consciousness, gathered behind her. Erica recalled her Pokemon, returning each to its Pokeball. Let's go. Back to the gym. Leaving the Celadon base behind, Yuan used Mewtwo's teleport to return to the airship. Familiar with Yuan's prowess, Midori had never doubted his safe return. However, she couldn't be sure of how much he'd managed to recover from the league. Probably not much, she thought, noting his empty hands. The supplies Team Rocket lost to the league were vast, and she held little hope that Yuan could retrieve much. But what happened next went far beyond her expectations. With a snap of his fingers, Yuan beckoned, and a Jengar, nearly double the usual size, appeared before Midori. In response to Midori's puzzled gaze, Jengar removed the hand covering its mouth. Whoosh! A flood of cash poured from Jengar's mouth, scattering across the room. Midori's eyes widened in shock. But Jengar wasn't done. After coughing up the cash, it reached into its own mouth, pulling out one item after another, Pokeballs and rare items. Each Pokeball contained carefully selected high-potential Pokemon from Team Rocket's reserves. In addition, an array of items like King's Rocks, Metal Coats, Mystic Waters, and Life Orbs were all laid out by Jengar. Looking over the room filled with valuable items, Midori did a quick mental tally. Including the cash, Yuan had managed to recover nearly 1.2 billion in assets. Well, Yuan asked, glancing at Midori. Phew, this will help ease our finances a lot, she replied with relief. Although it wasn't much by normal standards, given Team Rocket's current situation, this would be enough to cover immediate needs until the next quarter's income came through, providing crucial relief for the team. Good, Yuan said, picking up a King's Rock from the desk as he recalled his Slowbro, who was capable of freely evolving and devolving. I'll be taking this King's Rock. Make sure to put it on my account. Oh, and the battle data on Mewtwo. It's all recorded on this USB. Make sure it gets to Giovanni. By now, Midori was well accustomed to Yuan's methods, and after salvaging so much by Team Rocket's rules, his rewards would likely exceed a single King's Rock. But what intrigued her most was his last statement. Aren't you going to report to Giovanni at the Viridian Gym yourself? She asked curiously. She'd assumed Yuan would report this mission in person. No need. All he needs to know is that we took down the league trainers with 2 legendary Pokemon, Yuan replied. Hearing this, Midori nodded in agreement. With this mission, Yuan had vividly demonstrated the true meaning of invincibility. I have other matters to attend to. Turning to Mutuo, Yuan continued. You can head back now, Mutuo. As for the spoon, I don't need it for now, so it's yours to keep. Use it wisely. Then, as Mutuo blinked in mild surprise, Yuan activated teleport, vanishing from the airship. In the next instant, he reappeared high above, releasing his long inactive Dragonair. With a gentle stroke over Dragonair's sleek body, Yuan mounted it and set off in the direction of Cerulean City. As Yuan made his way to Cerulean City, elsewhere, Midori returned to the Viridian Gym with Mutuo. And that's roughly how the mission played out. Midori recounted the details of the operation to Giovanni. Giovanni leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping the armrest as he took in the large stack of cash spread across his desk. So, Yuan defeated Lance, Agatha, and Bruno. While Giovanni's tone remained calm, Midori could sense the surprise in his voice. In truth, Giovanni hadn't expected Mutuo to overpower 3 members of the Elite Four. He knew Mutuo was powerful, but hadn't thought that even Mutuo alone could defeat 3 of them. Giovanni himself hadn't fought the Elite Four in his capacity as the head of Team Rocket, but as the gym leader of Viridian, he'd had plenty of chances to spar with Lance and the others. He knew their strength well. Yuan also used Deoxys, Midori added. At this, Giovanni nodded, finally understanding. 2 legendary Pokemon against 3 Elite Four members. Now, that was more plausible. Listening to Midori and Giovanni's conversation, Mutuo remained silent. Only it knew that, aside from taking out Bruno's Pokemon early on, most of the heavy lifting against Lance and Agatha had been done by Deoxys. Mutuo's contribution had been minimal. Moreover, Mutuo still hadn't figured out the mysterious power that had surged within it during the battle. Once it parted ways with Yuan, that strange energy disappeared. After experiencing such incredible strength, Mutuo now felt a strange emptiness. Next time, I'll definitely ask about that power, it resolved. Thoughts of Mew hovered at the back of its mind, but its curiosity about Yuan now took precedence, eager for their next meeting. Meanwhile, Giovanni was already making plans for the funds Yuan had recovered. Allocate all of it to the Hoenn branch's operational budget, he ordered. But this could strain our finances, Midori cautioned, concerned for Team Rocket's overall financial stability. Withdraw the development funds from the Orange Islands. For now. That should be enough, Giovanni replied. And what about Carr? Midori remembered that Carr had been stationed in the Orange Islands. Leave him there for the time being. Understood. Silently, Midori felt a pang of pity for Carr as she took her leave from Giovanni's office. Giovanni gestured to Mutuo, who clutched its enormous spoon and pressed a button on his remote. Understanding, Mutuo lowered itself into the nutrient tank, allowing the healing liquid to envelop it. As a newly created being, Mutuo's condition was still unstable. The nutrient solution would restore its strength and heal its battle-worn body. Yuan awoke with a stretch. There was no denying it. The bed at the Cerulean Gym was fantastic, both in terms of comfort and other aspects. After washing up, he glanced at Misty, who was lying in bed beside him, buried under a thin blanket that was a bit too short, leaving one pale leg exposed. Smack! It's almost 10. Time to get up. Yuan gave Misty a light pat. She groaned and shifted a little. So tired. Just let me sleep a little longer, she murmured from under the blanket, her words muffled and drowsy. Yuan shrugged, amused. It wasn't his fault. He'd only come to visit Misty after nearly 2 months apart. And somehow, he couldn't recall the exact details, but he was sure Misty had made the first move. In the end, they'd both enjoyed themselves. After fixing his hair in the mirror, Yuan opened the door and found himself face-to-face with Misty's older sister, Daisy. Daisy blinked, then smirked knowingly. Misty still asleep, staying at the gym, She'd naturally heard what went on last night. Yeah, Luo Yuan replied. Is there something urgent? From Daisy's hurried steps, it seemed she was in a rush. There's a challenger waiting. I came to get Misty. She leaned to peek inside, but just as she did, a pillow came flying straight toward her. A seasoned ballet dancer, Daisy dodged the pillow with a quick sidestep, but the dodge was followed by a dramatic sigh. Misty, I left the cerulean gem in your capable hands, and you throw things at me? Hearing this only seemed to rile Misty up further, and she launched a second pillow at Daisy. The gem may have officially passed to her sisters, but Misty was the one managing the place now, and the number of challengers coming in for badges had cut into her time with Luo Yuan. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she felt. Just as Misty looked ready to go a few rounds with Daisy, Luo Yuan intervened. All right. Misty, you go back to sleep. I'll handle this challenger. Though he hadn't planned on taking up the role of a gym leader, he figured subbing in temporarily could be fun. Daisy blinked, surprised by his offer. Her curiosity about how Luo Yuan would handle the challengers outweighed her desire to tease Misty further. Follow me. They're waiting by the pool. The cerulean gym hadn't changed much since Luo Yuan's last visit. When they reached the massive pool, a trainer was already there, waiting. Upon seeing Luo Yuan, the trainer hesitated. Aren't the gym leaders here all women? Did they change that? He could have sworn the cerulean gym leader was named Misty. How'd it end up being a man? The gym leader's out of commission, so I'll be taking challenges as the substitute today, Luo Yuan explained. Substitute? Did you just say you're here to handle us? The challenger couldn't help but mutter to himself. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, noticing the trainer's twitching mouth. He gave the pokeball in his hand a little shake. Well, are we battling or not? Daisy had asked him to finish quickly, since the water ballet performance was starting soon. So he decided to wrap things up fast. At his words, the challenger finally focused on the task at hand. A substitute gym leader this young? This badge should be a piece of cake. To Inshu, Luo Yuan appeared around the same age as him, and was probably just a trainee from a gym. He found it odd that Cerulean Gym, known for its all-female staff and refusal to admit male trainees, would take in someone like Luo Yuan. But with Luo Yuan's friendly smile, he figured he'd be an easy opponent. At least, he should be easier to deal with than the actual gym leader, Misty. Thinking this, Inshu nodded confidently. The battle will be a 3-on-3 match. The first side to have all their Pokemon lose the ability to fight will lose. During the match, the challenger can switch Pokemon, but the gym leader may not. Any questions? Luo Yuan asked. Although Luo Yuan didn't have 3 Water-type Pokemon, he figured it wouldn't matter. No questions. Then let's begin, Luo Yuan said, stepping up to the gym leader's side of the battlefield. Daisy took up her role as the referee. For the past 2 months, she had been the referee for every challenger who came to the Cerulean Gym. While she might not have much talent for Pokemon battling, she certainly had a knack for officiating matches. The challenger from Fuchsia City, Inshu, will battle the temporary gym leader, Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan? Inshu frowned. Why does that name sound familiar? The thought flitted through his mind, but he shook it off as he prepared his Pokeball. Seeing both trainers ready, Daisy lowered her hand. Battle begin. 2 Pokeballs flew through the air at almost the same time. Poof! With a flash of white light, Inshu's Pokeball released a gloom, looking chipper and ready to fight. Unlike some trainers who treated the Cerulean Gym like a badge dispensary, Inshu had done his research by consulting forums and learning from recent challengers. From what he gathered, the new Cerulean Gym leader was a lot tougher, and getting a badge wouldn't be so easy anymore. So he'd specifically caught this gloom for battling water types at the Cerulean Gym. But it turned out the situation wasn't quite what he expected, with a temporary gym leader instead. If I'd known they were switching trainers, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort. Just as Inshu started feeling a bit annoyed at his wasted preparations, a bright white light flashed before him. Roar! The deafening roar made his ears ring, and he stared, wide-eyed, at the scene in front of him. A Gyarados! Both he and his gloom blanched at the sight of the massive Gyarados. exuding a wild, untamed power that was as intimidating as it was overwhelming. From behind Gyarados, Luo Yuan gave Inshu a small, beckoning wave. "Come on, I'm in a bit of a hurry." Inshu swallowed hard. He wasn't sure if he should keep fighting or give up. Giving up felt like a bitter pill to swallow, but a small, foolish part of him clung to a faint glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, he told himself, this Gyarados is all bark and no bite. He'd spent 3 whole days in the wild catching this gloom, after all. Thinking of all his effort, he straightened his back, determined that his hard work wouldn't go to waste. He completely missed the sympathetic look Daisy shot him from the sidelines. Poliwhirl is unable to battle. The challenger's 3 Pokemon are all unable to fight. Luo Yuan wins. Daisy glanced at the fainted Poliwhirl floating on the surface of the pool and declared the result. The word crushed didn't even begin to describe the match. In fact, the whole thing had been more like a massacre. Luo Yuan's Gyarados had taken down all 3 of Inshu's Pokemon with just 4 moves. A single Hurricane wiped out Gloom. Hydro Pump obliterated Electrode, and while Poliwhirl had tried to hide underwater to avoid Gyarados' crunch, it was ultimately no match for Gyarados' Twister. Watching the whole ordeal unfold, Daisy couldn't help but marvel at Gyarados. She knew from Misty that Luo Yuan had recently caught a Gyarados, but this was her first time seeing it in action. It was rare to see a trainer able to command such a notoriously unruly Pokemon with such ease. She found herself increasingly approving of her sister's boyfriend. For the longest time, Daisy had been concerned that the burden of managing Cerulean Gym alone was too much for Misty. But after seeing Luo Yuan's strength firsthand, Daisy felt reassured. Maybe now she could leave the gym to Misty entirely and finally devote herself fully to her career in water ballet. Across the field, Inshu looked utterly defeated. He glanced from the Gyarados to Luo Yuan, and suddenly a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait a minute. Now he remembered why Luo Yuan's name sounded familiar. He'd read about him in the Kanto Daily. If he wasn't mistaken, the article's headline was something like, "Renowned trainer Luo Yuan and Saffron Gym leader Sabrina bust Pokemon poaching ring." That story had taken up nearly a whole page. How had he forgotten that? Realizing this, Inshu felt a pang of regret. If he'd known he was up against someone capable of taking down a group of poachers, he'd never have walked into this battle just to get steamrolled. And now he was left in awe of the Cerulean Gym. If a trainer as powerful as Luo Yuan was merely a temporary gym leader here, then how strong was Misty herself? All those rumors about Cerulean Gym being a badge giveaway had to be lies. It had to be the work of challengers who'd gotten crushed, try to lure in clueless newbies like him. Muttering under his breath, he recalled his Pokemon and left the Cerulean Gym with a grumbling heart, already itching to take to the forums and set the record straight. Are there any more challengers? Might as well take care of them while I'm here, Luo Yuan asked Daisy. Seeing Luo Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, as if handling challengers was no harder than catching a Magikarp, Daisy couldn't help but feel dazzled. So bright. After a moment, once she'd recovered, Daisy pointed to the empty waiting area. Nope, that's all. There was one other, but they left right after you took out Gloom with Gyarados. Hearing this, Luo Yuan just chuckled. It didn't surprise him. Seeing the previous challenger flee at the sight of Gyarados wasn't unusual. After all, not every trainer is stubborn enough to fight when things look hopeless, and it was perfectly reasonable to leave halfway. Luo Yuan nodded, hearing Daisy's explanation. After a moment of thought, he said, if that trainer named Inshu comes back, just give him the badge. Truth be told, Luo Yuan held a bit of admiration for the guy, though not particularly strong. And in Luo Yuan's eyes, barely worth mentioning, he'd still mustered the courage to complete all 3 rounds after Gloom went down. A badge wasn't too much to grant if he dared to return. Daisy nodded, indifferent. After all, over the years, Cerulean Gym had become a rite of passage for rookie trainers. Each year, she handed out hundreds of badges. Adding one more didn't matter. Since Daisy needed to prepare for her upcoming water ballet show, Luo Yuan recalled Gyarados and headed back. Upon returning, he spotted Misty preparing food for her Pokemon. Psyduck. Luo Yuan noticed a duck-like figure with its back to him, its body a soft yellow, and its head topped with 3 tufted hairs. It wagged its stubby tail at Misty, who was busy nearby. Hearing someone call its name, Psyduck clutched its head, swaying as it turned around, tilting its head as it looked at Luo Yuan. Quack! Luo Yuan chuckled at Psyduck, finding it even more clueless-looking than his slow bro. "When did you catch Psyduck?" he asked Misty with curiosity. In the original storyline, Psyduck was one of Misty's iconic Pokemon. Since Misty had been managing Cerulean Gym full-time, he'd assumed she'd miss her encounter with Psyduck. But somehow, it seemed destiny had led her to catch it anyway. "This guy just jumped in one of my Pokeballs on its own," Misty replied, sounding resigned. Although she spent most of her time at the gym, Misty had taken a few days off for a shopping trip in Celadon City. That's where she'd encountered Psyduck. It followed her persistently, and while she was trying to figure out if it had lost its trainer, it went ahead and clonked her Pokeball, catching itself. She hadn't exactly chosen Psyduck. It had chosen her. But it wasn't a total loss. After all, even a Magikarp can become a powerful Gyarados. And Psyduck's evolution, Golduck, was known for its impressive strength. So, Misty had given it her all, attempting to train this slow-witted Pokemon to become one of her main battle partners. But after many attempts, she'd nearly lost hope in training this clueless, disobedient creature. Can you imagine a water-type Pokemon that doesn't know how to swim? As Misty finally found someone to vent to, she poured out her frustrations to Luo Yuan. Psyduck, blissfully unaware of Misty's grievances, tilted its head, looking adorably confused. Luo Yuan couldn't help but laugh at its innocent expression. "Swimming isn't something everyone picks up right away," he reassured her. "Who knows? Maybe it'll get the hang of it someday." He reached down to pat Psyduck's head. Feeling the comforting touch of Luo Yuan's power, Psyduck let out a contented sigh, forgetting Misty entirely as it cozied up to him. Misty clenched her fist, fuming. "This guy. Don't worry too much about it. I think Psyduck has potential," Luo Yuan said with a smile. Hearing the praise, Psyduck's face lit up with a goofy smile. "Oh, now it decides not to be slow," Misty muttered, rubbing her temples. Yet for all her complaints, Misty treated Psyduck kindly. As a trainer raised at Cerulean Gym, she had a deep sense of responsibility for her Pokemon. Unlike many rookie trainers who mistreated or abandoned even the league-issued starters. Once a Pokemon was hers, she was committed to caring for it, no matter what. And Psyduck's obvious attachment to Misty, despite her words, was proof of her genuine care. Seeing the situation, Luo Yuan used his psychic abilities to gently help Psyduck, calming the latent, chaotic energy in its mind and soothing the headache-inducing tuft of hair on its head. He gave Psyduck a gentle pat. With a little squawk of quack, Psyduck seemed at ease, smiling blankly. As he watched it, Luo Yuan took out another Pokeball from his belt. "Let me introduce you to a friend. You two might hit it off." Poof! A yawning Slowbro appeared, barely awake despite it being nearly noon. The two Pokemon stared at each other for a long moment, their eyes slowly blinking as they exchanged clueless looks. After a moment, they seemed to recognize each other as kindred spirits. Watching their silent interaction, Luo Yuan wondered if they were communicating in some secret language of the slow-witted. Then, he saw Slowbro reach up and gently unhook the Shelder from its tail. It handed the Shelder over to Psyduck. Quack! Psyduck inspected the Shelder, curious about what sort of transformation it might trigger if it tried to attach it somewhere. Mimicking Slowbro, Psyduck brought the Shelder near its own tail, and before Luo Yuan could stop it, the Shelder snapped on. The result was inevitable. Psyduck let out a squawk of pure agony. Quack! With a record-breaking jump of nearly 10 feet, Psyduck soared into the air, setting a new personal best for Psyduck high jumps. Only Luo Yuan's psychic powers kept it from crashing to the ground. Witnessing the whole fiasco, Luo Yuan's face twitched. This Psyduck, good thing Misty ended up with it. With Psyduck's knack for getting into trouble, who knows how long it would have lasted on its own in the wild. Luo Yuan only lingered at Cerulean Gym with Misty for 2 days, not wanting to stay too long. Firstly, he had other things to do, and secondly, Misty was nearing the final stages of training her Pokemon. Aside from Psyduck and her Goldeen, her Pokemon had become strong enough to fight independently without much direction. Psyduck, however, she'd pretty much given up on. Her immediate focus was to train Goldeen until it was ready for the Indigo Plateau Conference, after which she'd be there in person to cheer Luo Yuan on. Coincidentally, Sabrina was also planning to attend the tournament to support him. The situation had become rather delicate. Realizing he'd need to handle this carefully, Luo Yuan took his leave from Cerulean Gym to give himself time to think it over. Contemplating a solution, he headed toward Vermilion City and then flew out to the deep ocean, returning to the spot where he'd last encountered the giant Dragonite. The island of the giant Dragonite lay deep within the ocean, shrouded in thick mist. If it weren't for Dragapult's remarkable memory, even after one previous visit, Luo Yuan might have had a hard time finding the place again. Not long after entering the mist, Luo Yuan glimpsed his destination. Sprawled across the vast island, the massive Dragonite lay on its belly, looking bored as it idly dug at the ground with its claws. As Luo Yuan approached, Dragonite's ears twitched, and it turned its head. Upon recognizing Luo Yuan, a flicker of tension crossed its face. 2 months had passed since their last encounter, yet the memory of its thorough defeat by Luo Yuan hadn't faded. If anything, it had only grown more vivid. The instant it laid eyes on Luo Yuan, Dragonite's colossal body trembled. Noticing the reaction and sensing Dragonite's emotions through the power of Viridian, Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why does it look like I've done something terrible to it? He was simply defending himself after Dragonite started the fight, after all. But Dragonite's feelings toward him weren't solely fear. Alongside its wariness, there was also a hint of excitement, almost as if it had been waiting for his return. It's been a while. How have you been? Luo Yuan asked, jumping down from Dragapult and landing in front of the giant Dragonite. GRRM. Dragonite's eyes softened, and it gestured with its claws in response. Bored, huh? With the help of the Viridian power, Luo Yuan understood its sentiments. As a Pokemon of massive proportions, the giant Dragonite had no companions and spent its days alone on the island, drifting into sleep and feeling increasingly isolated. It had lived this way for countless years, but ever since meeting Luo Yuan, who could understand and communicate with it, the solitude had become almost unbearable. Dragonite poured out its loneliness to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan chuckled, reassuring it. All right. I'm actually here to see if I can help you out with that size problem. Luo Yuan had a few theories about why this Dragonite was so unusually large. It clearly hadn't been born that way. Given the island's environment, he suspected that the island's overabundance of Dragon-type energy was closely related to Dragonite's enormous size. Gore! Hearing this, Dragonite's eyes lit up with hope. While Luo Yuan let Dragonair out to absorb the island's potent Dragon-type energy and grow stronger, he extended his psychic senses across the area. With his affinity for psychic energy growing stronger by the day, Luo Yuan could now spread his telekinetic field to cover nearly the entire island. Centered on himself, he gathered information from every corner, all feeding back to his mind. The island's surface seemed ordinary enough. He found plenty of Dragonite's shed scales and a dozen Dragon Gems, but none of these were the key to Dragonite size. If there was nothing on the surface, then perhaps... What about underground? As Luo Yuan directed his psychic energy downwards, he felt an even richer concentration of Dragon-type energy below. Looks like I'm on the right track. He continued to delve deeper with his mind, and there it was, a structure resembling a temple, hidden beneath the island's surface. Ancient ruins? With his psychic senses, he could tell the concentrated Dragon-type energy was emanating from within. Dragonite, lend me a hand, Luo Yuan called over his shoulder to the massive Dragonite, who was listening intently as Dragonair described the outside world. Dragonite tilted its head in confusion as Luo Yuan pointed toward a spot on the ground. Use Hyper Beam there. Roar! Dragonite, though unsure of Luo Yuan's intentions, decided not to question the person who'd once crushed it in battle. Following the instruction, Dragonite gathered energy in its mouth. A brilliant yellow sphere formed, bright enough to stand out even in broad daylight. After half a minute of charging, Dragonite let out a roar, and a hyper beam with a 5-meter diameter erupted forward. Boom! The island shook as if struck by an earthquake. Waves rose and fell violently around the island due to the blast's impact. Luo Yuan paid no mind to the commotion around him. Instead, he watched as Dragonite's attack blasted a deep crater into the ground, filled with broken rocks and rubble. Since using telekinesis to move the debris manually would be too tedious, he called upon Deoxys. Swish! As soon as Deoxys materialized, its mere presence made Dragonite tense up. Danger. Immense danger. Even though Deoxys was less than half the size of Dragonite's paw, the giant Dragonite felt an instinctual sense of powerlessness before it. Glancing cautiously at Luo Yuan, Dragonite wondered just how powerful he truly was. If even Dragapult had been a formidable opponent, now there was Deoxys, a Pokémon even stronger. Luo Yuan didn't notice Dragonite's gaze, or if he did, he likely would have only smiled and shrugged it off. His attention was fixed on the debris-filled crater. Deoxys, he called, gesturing. After working together for some time, Deoxys had become attuned to Luo Yuan's commands. Buzz. Its core pulsed with light. In the next moment, every piece of rubble lifted into the air, floating at Deoxys's command before piling neatly to the side. With Dragonite, Dragonair, and Deoxys in tow, Luo Yuan approached the edge of the crater. Lying at the bottom was a temple of ancient design, preserved despite Dragonite's hyperbeam. This is the place. But what in the world is this temple made of? With his psychic powers, Luo Yuan levitated himself down to the temple's entrance. It was then he noticed a keyhole carved into the temple's door. A keyhole? Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. Where is he supposed to find a key? But he didn't necessarily need a key to open a door. Stepping back, he gestured to Deoxys. Psycho Cut. Shifting into attack form, Deoxys's core flashed brilliantly, and a sharp blade of psychic energy took shape along its tendrils. Swing! With a swift slice, the psychic blade cut clean through the stone door, stone that even Dragonite's hyperbeam had barely scratched. Though the stone door before him was extremely sturdy, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary Pokémon, it stood no chance against Deoxys's sharp Psycho Cut. Deoxys's tendril slid through the stone like a hot knife through butter, tracing a precise line along the edges of the door. With a light push from Luo Yuan, boom! The stone door collapsed inward, landing with a resonant thud that echoed through the temple. As soon as the door opened, an intense wave of dragon-type energy surged outward. So, this is definitely the right place, Luo Yuan murmured, glancing back at Dragonite. Wait here for me. Dragonite looked from the small doorway, which barely allowed a single human to pass through, to its own massive body and rotund belly. Goor. It realized it couldn't fit, even if it tried squeezing, so it resigned itself to lying outside and waiting. After instructing Dragonite to stay put, Luo Yuan confirmed that the temple interior was safe to enter, then had Deoxys lead the way as he ventured inside. The temple wasn't as dim as he'd expected. Ingenious architecture channeled sunlight from above, illuminating the ancient interior. But just as Luo Yuan reached the center of the temple, he sensed a sudden surge of life energy filling the space. Swish! Deoxys swiftly shifted into its defense form, positioning itself protectively in front of Luo Yuan. Then, he witnessed a strange sight. Intricate runes engraved on the walls began to glow, twisting and writhing until they peeled off from the stone and floated freely. One by one, a multitude of Pokémon emerged before Luo Yuan. Unknown, with their bodies marked by mysterious black patterns centered around a single eye, the Unknown had been roused from their ancient slumber by Luo Yuan's intrusion. Unlike the ruins in Hoenn, where one might expect Baltoe or Claydol, The Kanto ruins were often inhabited by unknown. But this many unknown? A quick scan revealed thousands of unknown, some already fully awakened, and others still stirring deeper within the ruins. It feels like I've kicked a bee drill nest. Why would an ancient civilization pack this many unknown into a ruin? Yuan felt a wave of irritation from the unknown. He couldn't tell if they were annoyed at being woken up or if it was genuine anger at the intruder. It's probably the latter, he mused, thinking back to his less-than-subtle entry. After all, according to scholars, unknown were typically passive and less disturbed. Startling an entire ruin's worth of them was definitely unwise. So this is what I get for not using the key. Eyeing the sea of unknown, Yuan knew that even if he exhausted his powers, he wouldn't be able to calm so many of them with the Viridian influence alone. But he wasn't overly concerned. He'd faced worse situations. A few unknown didn't faze him. He gestured subtly to Deoxys. And then, swish, Yuan and Deoxys vanished from the temple. Don't get him wrong. He hadn't backed down. The temple was simply too cramped, leaving little room for his Pokémon to battle effectively. Realizing their target had disappeared, the unknown momentarily froze. But a moment later, their eyes flashed with rage at the deception. In unison, thousands of unknown communicated telepathically, creating a massive, synchronized flow of psychic energy in the air. With a pulse of blue psychic light, the unknown reached a consensus. A dense swarm of unknown, shifting and realigning in complex patterns, flowed out from the temple's entrance, chasing after Yuan and Deoxys. Outside, Dragonite lay bored, idly pushing pebbles around with its claws. Honestly, it was hopeful that Yuan would find something in the ruins that would help it understand why it had grown so large. After so many years confined to the island, Dragonite was thoroughly tired of its solitary life, especially after hearing Dragonair's tales of travels and adventures. What it really wanted now was to leave the island, preferably alongside Yuan. Thinking of this, Dragonite glanced toward the ruins. Suddenly, it sensed an alarming energy from within. Before it could fully process the feeling, Yuan and Deoxys appeared right in front of it. Gore! Dragonite scratched its head, puzzled by their sudden return. But its confusion was short-lived. In the next second, it saw the unknown surging out of the temple, forming a dense swarm above. Realizing what had happened, Dragonite tensed. On one side, it saw a horde of unknown emanating clear hostility. On the other, Yuan, who, despite having once thoroughly beaten it, was now something of a friend. Dragonite didn't need to think twice about which side to take. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, Dragonite opened its mouth, gathering energy, then unleashed a violet-tinged wave of power toward the mass of unknown. Dragon Pulse. The potent energy surged toward the unknown with the clear intent of wiping them out in a single blow. In Yuan's quick assessment, this Dragon Pulse was at about the strength of an average Elite Four Pokémon, lacking the power of Lance's champion-level Dragonite. But in terms of scale, this Dragon Pulse was far larger. Dragon Pulse shot toward the sky, straight at the clustered unknown. But the unknown, just emerging into the open, were infuriated by the unprovoked attack. They had been disturbed in their peaceful rest, only to now face a barrage from above. This was unforgivable. Furious, the unknown harnessed their latent power to retaliate. BZZZZ. In a flash, the unknown in the sky rearranged themselves into a massive network, forming a psychic grid. Just before Dragon Pulse hit, a giant psychic shield materialized before the unknown. Boom! Dragon Pulse slammed against the unknown with a resounding impact. The massive, unknown network rippled like a pond hit by a stone, as waves of psychic energy absorbed and dispersed the brunt of the attack. As ripples spread across the interwoven grid of unknown, the power of Dragon Pulse was channeled and dissipated throughout the network. For nearly 10 seconds, Dragon Pulse continued its assault. Yet, by working in perfect unison, the unknown managed to withstand Dragonite's Dragon Pulse with minimal damage. Grr! Dragonite growled in confusion as its dragon pulse had no effect whatsoever. It had expected to take out at least a good chunk of the unknown swarm with that hit. But the reality was far from what Dragonite had imagined. Yuan, however, wasn't surprised. With a swarm-based Pokemon like Unknown, numbers often translated directly into power. He recalled from his past life that the 28 known forms of Unknown represented 26 letters and 2 punctuation marks, each possessing unique abilities. And when more than 2 gathered, their powers amplified exponentially. The larger the swarm, the stronger the abilities they could unleash. As Yuan pondered this, Dragonite, unwilling to admit defeat, unleashed another attack on the Unknown. Roar! With a ferocious growl, Dragonite charged up a powerful Hyper Beam. Given that its last Hyper Beam had blasted a temple out from underground, its sheer strength was undeniable. But just like the previous Dragon Pulse, this attack was also absorbed by the Unknown's barrier, without leaving a scratch. Dragonite blinked, starting to question reality. The Unknown, having endured Dragonite's 2 attacks, weren't about to keep passively defending. Taking advantage of Dragonite's brief cooldown from using Hyper Beam, the Unknown quickly rearranged themselves in the air. Layer upon layer of psychic energy radiated from the Unknown as they focused their power, locking Dragonite in place. Then, in one smooth motion, they merged into a massive, ribbon-like formation and struck Dragonite directly. Oof! Dragonite let out a pained grunt as the psychic ribbon smacked it in the belly, sending it rolling backward. Seeing this, Yuan had had enough. They were actually daring to attack his Pokemon, especially when Dragonite had only been hit for trying to help him. Now he had to step in. Just as the Unknown shifted into an arrow formation, preparing to dive at Dragonite again, Yuan called out to Deoxys. Deoxys, assist Dragonite. Use Light Screen. Deoxys didn't need further explanation. A large psychic shield shimmered into place in front of Dragonite, courtesy of Deoxys's immense power. The Unknown, taken by surprise, crashed headfirst into the screen, their formation thrown into disarray. Psychic, not giving the Unknown time to recover, Deoxys shifted into attack form, its core glowing intensely. An immense wave of psychic energy surged forward from Deoxys. Sensing the incoming attack, the Unknown regrouped, hastily channeling their collective psychic energy to counter Deoxys's assault. In terms of sheer quantity, the combined psychic power of thousands of Unknown dwarfed Deoxys's output. But the difference in quality was stark. After all, the strength of a legendary Pokemon wasn't just about numbers. It was about potency. Even a champion-level Dragonite would struggle to survive a single hit from Deoxys's psychic. The Unknown's vast but scattered psychic energy couldn't stand up to Deoxys's concentrated force. The instant Deoxys's psychic energy collided with the Unknown's barrier, it shattered, scattering their defenses. In seconds, Deoxys's psychic swept over the outermost Unknown, sending them plummeting from the sky. The remaining Unknown scrambled to gather together, quickly generating a psychic shield to protect themselves from Deoxys's onslaught. Meanwhile, Dragonite looked on, visibly shaken. Was I really this weak? Watching the frantic, wide-eyed Unknown huddled within their barrier, Yuan allowed himself a small smile. Hiding behind a shield won't help you. Deoxys Psycho Cut. Hovering in the air, Deoxys extended a tendril. Several blades of psychic energy materialized, slicing through the Unknown's psychic shield as easily as they had cut through the temple door. A wave of Unknown tumbled down like falling leaves. Realizing their defense was futile, the Unknown regrouped, readying another attack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the command of their collective consciousness, the Unknown vibrated in unison, each eye glowing as they all released hidden power, aiming straight at Deoxys. A torrent of energy poured from the Unknown, surging toward Deoxys like an avalanche. You're too slow. Deoxys extreme speed. Shifting into speed form, Deoxys vanished in a blur, leaving only an afterimage to be engulfed by the Unknown's attack. Reappearing behind the swarm, Deoxys decided it was time to ramp up its offense. Its core pulsed, and in seconds, dozens of replicas split off from its body. Within moments, a near 100-strong army of Deoxys clones formed around the Unknown, with more copies emerging by the second. The clones launched an unrelenting attack, catching the Unknown off guard and knocking them down from the sky like raindrops. Realizing their strategy wasn't working, the Unknown switched tactics. Though their numbers had dwindled by nearly a tenth, the remaining Unknown began to rotate in mid-air, releasing a torrent of psychic energy to form a massive psychic tornado. The vortex sucked in the Deoxys clones, trapping them in its spiraling force. Though the clones weren't immediately destroyed, those caught in the whirlwind were effectively incapacitated. A psychic tornado. Watching the swirling storm above, Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He'd only recently used a similar move against Lance and Agatha, and now here it was, turned against him by the Unknown. But the situation now is quite different. Yuan's eyes glinted with a faint blue psychic light as he focused on the colossal tornado above. Yuan activated his psychic abilities, linking his mind with Deoxys's, observing the psychic tornado from both perspectives simultaneously. Compared to a single Pokémon's psychic tornado, whose weakness was often tied to the individual using it, this vortex, created by the collective power of thousands of Unknown, was far more formidable, even surpassing the tornado Mutwo could summon. Through the high-speed rotation, the Unknown's typically weaker psychic energy had been condensed and strengthened, rendering previous tactics ineffective. The massive psychic vortex acted like a vacuum, drawing in anything around it. However, since Yuan had already recalled Dragonair into its Pokeball, only Deoxys's clones were being affected, while Yuan, Deoxys, and the hefty Dragonite remained unaffected. To an average trainer, a psychic tornado formed by so many Unknown would be nearly insurmountable. But was Yuan an average trainer? This vortex, while troublesome, was nothing Deoxys couldn't handle. Although the tornado trapped Deoxys's clones, it couldn't ensnare Deoxys itself. Given enough time, the Unknown would exhaust their energy, leaving Yuan victorious. But that wasn't the kind of victory he was interested in. Observing through Deoxys's powerful psychic perception, Yuan had already formulated a plan to handle the Unknown. Deoxys, ramp up the clone production and keep feeding them into the tornado, he instructed. Though Deoxys didn't fully understand the purpose, it followed the order without hesitation. Yuan's plan was straightforward. If the Unknown's psychic tornado acted like a vacuum, then it had a limit to how much it could absorb. Once that limit was exceeded, the vortex would grow increasingly unstable. As Deoxys steadily fed more clones into the tornado, the psychic vortex began to bloat, expanding by nearly a third. Through the translucent outer layer of the vortex, Yuan could make out Deoxys's clones inside, linking arms in a dense cluster. The tornado's spin gradually slowed, becoming jerky and uneven. And still, Deoxys continued to pour in clones, forcing the Unknown's vortex to its breaking point. Finally, the Unknown sensed something was wrong. In a state of rising panic, they tried to stop the vortex. But by now, the situation was beyond their control. ZZZZ. Listening through the power of Viridian, Yuan could hear the Unknown's frantic pleas. Stop. It's too full. Don't put any more in. He remained unfazed, urging Deoxys to press on. There was no stopping now. The brake lines were cut, the doors welded shut, and the accelerator floored. No one was getting off this ride. Finally, boom! With an explosive roar, the overloaded psychic tornado burst apart. Both Deoxys's clones and the Unknown were flung outward by the massive shockwave. From the power of the blast, Yuan estimated that at least half of the Unknown had been knocked out. Well, they brought this on themselves, he muttered, directing Deoxys to finish off the remaining Unknown. By now, Deoxys had amassed a considerable number of clones. Since they were under Deoxys's complete control, They remained unaffected by the tornado's blast and quickly spread out to take down the scattered, stunned unknown. As some unknown tried to regroup, searching for each other in the chaos, they realized their numbers had dwindled to a fraction of what they once were. Desperate, they attempted to retreat back into the ruins. But Dragonite, still sporting a scuffed-up look from earlier, had anticipated this. It blocked the temple entrance with its massive belly, leaving the unknown trapped. In the end, Deoxys took down the last of the fleeing unknown. Looking over the unconscious swarm of unknown littering the ground, Luo Yuan let out a relieved sigh. Those unknown were more of a hassle than I expected. After instructing Dragonite to guard the incapacitated unknown, Luo Yuan and Deoxys ventured back into the ruins. The temple, stripped of its unknown defenders, revealed no further traps, likely because its creators had deemed the unknown sufficient protection. In truth, unknown were a strong choice for security. If the intruder wasn't someone like Luo Yuan, equipped with Deoxys's overwhelming power. Reaching the innermost chamber, Luo Yuan was greeted by a grand mural painted across the walls. A quick glance told him everything he needed to know. A llama comic, the artwork depicted an abstract figure of Arceus, the mythical god of creation from the Sinnoh region, saving the world from a falling meteor. What's a temple dedicated to Arceus doing all the way out here in Kanto? Still, Luo Yuan shrugged it off. Perhaps ancient people from Sinnoh had migrated here, bringing their beliefs along. There was no point overthinking it. At the center of the room stood an altar, and on it lay the source of the intense dragon-type energy. An odd, reddish tablet was lodged within a device on the altar. The dragon plate of Arceus. Luo Yuan immediately recognized the tablet, no bigger than his palm. After scanning the surrounding area with his psychic abilities to ensure there were no lingering dangers, he stepped forward and removed the tablet from its holder. The moment he did, the dragon-type energy that had filled the temple abruptly dissipated. So, this device was channeling the power of the dragon plate. Luo Yuan examined the mechanism. The ancient civilization that built this device was quite clever, essentially using the dragon plate like a power source, though they might have paid the price for it if Arceus ever discovered their sacrilege. But what exactly was all this energy for? Could it have been to sustain the giant Dragonite? As Luo Yuan pondered, a compartment in the device suddenly opened, revealing a box connected by a series of cables. What's this? Inside the box was what looked like a nearly fossilized Pokemon egg. Curious, Luo Yuan activated his Viridian power, placing his hand on the egg to sense what lay within. It's still alive. A faint pulse of life stirred from within the egg. Discovering a Pokemon egg within the ruins wasn't entirely surprising for Luo Yuan. What to catch him off guard, though, was that this egg still held life. This egg must be thousands of years old at least, Luo Yuan murmured, scanning the ancient structure before returning his gaze to the egg. An egg surviving for millennia, such a thing was nothing short of a miracle. He tried channeling the power of Viridian to help the Pokemon within hatch. But a quick attempt told him it wouldn't be that simple. An egg that hadn't hatched after thousands of years wouldn't respond to a mere burst of life energy. The Viridian power did strengthen the egg's faint life signal somewhat, but it was clear that hatching would still require a lot of time and luck. With a sigh, he slipped the egg into Jengar's belly for safekeeping. Then Luo Yuan turned his attention to the mechanism that had been drawing energy from the dragon plate. After a moment's thought, curiosity got the better of him, and in the spirit of never letting anything go to waste, he instructed Deoxys to slice the entire device from the ground with Psycho Cut. There was no telling when he might need to use the energy in the dragon plate again. Satisfied, he had Jengar store both the mechanism and the dragon plate safely inside its belly. As Luo Yuan emerged from the ruins once more, he felt the faint dragon-type energy in the air gradually dissipating. With the dragon plate removed, it was only a matter of time before the island's energy levels returned to normal. Gore, the giant Dragonite, seeing Luo Yuan reappear, let out a soft growl. It was visibly weakened now, Without the source of dragon-type energy it had relied on for so long, a deep fatigue settled over its massive frame. "Let me see." Yuan reached out, placing a hand on Dragonite's head, and used his psychic sense along with Viridian power to assess its condition. To his surprise, Dragonite's body was beginning to undergo a change. With the dragon plate gone, it was slowly shrinking. Yet, this seemed to be beneficial. The shrinking didn't harm its vitality. Rather, the reduction in size and energy density seemed to alleviate some of the strain it had long endured. After all, Dragonite had always longed to leave this island and see the world beyond. Hearing Yuan's assessment, Dragonite tilted its head thoughtfully, sensing the truth in his words. Yuan didn't just leave it to fend for itself, either. Extending his hand, he channeled more Viridian power to ease Dragonite's discomfort. Gore. After a full hour, Dragonite finally let out a sigh of relief. Now at nearly half its former size, Dragonite was still about twice as large as an ordinary Dragonite. Massive by most standards, but it moved with a newfound agility and strength. Gore. Testing out its sleeker form, Dragonite's eyes crinkled in delight, and its whiskers twitched with excitement. Then it shared its wish with Yuan. It wanted to travel with him. After all, Yuan was the first to best it, the only human it had ever fully respected. Sensing Dragonite's heartfelt plea, Yuan looked thoughtful. "It's about half the size now. The heavy ball should work." A typical Dragonite weighed around 210 kilograms, whereas a Snorlax could tip the scales at a hefty 460, with a Metagross reaching 550. This Dragonite, even shrunken, still weighed in at around 800 to 900 kilograms, on par with a Gigantamax Metagross, according to his psychic estimate. Still, Yuan trusted Sylph Company technology to be up to the challenge, so long as the heavy ball wasn't effective. "Jengar, come out." At Yuan's snap, Jengar appeared with its usual grin. Dragonite tilted its head in curiosity, drawing closer for a better look, only for Jengar to wait until the last moment before pulling a face. Startled, Dragonite stumbled back, landing on its tail. Jengar cackled mischievously. "All right, cut it out. Get my heavy ball, will you?" Yuan sent the request telepathically. In his collection, he remembered having an assortment of pokeballs, heavy balls included. Jengar rummaged through the items in its belly, eventually pulling out a black heavy ball. It had a satisfyingly hefty feel to it, perfect for a Pokemon of Dragonite size. Yuan tapped the ball lightly against Dragonite's side. With a flash of red light, the massive Dragonite was drawn inside. The heavy ball shook momentarily, and then with a soft ding, it locked. Looks like the heavy ball wasn't even close to its limit. Yuan smiled, satisfied, and released Dragonite again. Then, pulling more Dragon-type food from Jengar's storage, he gave Dragonite a hearty meal. Finally, he decided it was a good time to release all his Pokemon for a bit of rest and play. In Kanto, he kept his status as a rocket executive strictly under wraps, so releasing all of his Pokemon in one go was a rare treat. Here on the island, away from prying eyes, his team could finally enjoy some downtime together. His Pokemon appeared around him, adjusting to their unfamiliar surroundings and soon playing happily together. Ditto found a new inspiration, transforming into one of the unconscious Unowns scattered across the ground. Slowpoke, looking around to make sure no battles were taking place, heaved a sigh of relief and plopped down in a sunlit patch to doze. Meanwhile, Dragapult and Dragonair continued absorbing the last traces of dragon energy lingering in the air. Dragonite, sensing the strength radiating from Dragapult and Mimikyu, grew more confident that following Yuan was the right choice. Grinning, Dragonite reached into a stash nearby and began pulling out items related to dragons. Most were dragon scales and dragon gems that Yuan had noticed earlier within the ruins. "You're giving these to me?" Yuan chuckled, accepting Dragonite's offerings without hesitation. On the island, Yuan was deep in his daily training routine. He held a fluffy, soft EV in his arms, gently rubbing its sensitive ears. This set EV off, squeaking with VV noises in protest, though no one would be coming to its rescue anytime soon. Nearby, Slowpoke was blankly staring at the TM discs for Shadow Ball and Hydro Pump, though it was anyone's guess how much it actually managed to learn. The Porygon had taken over Luo Yuan's smartphone and laptop, waiting on an upgrade, so it could evolve into Porygon 2. Charizard, ever persistent, kept challenging Dragapult, only to be knocked out of the sky each time. It seemed to enjoy every moment of the challenge. Ditto, after ditching its latest fixation on Unknown, had now transformed into Mimikyu, mysteriously conversing with a real Mimikyu about who knew what. Only Jengar stayed, put beside Luo Yuan, obediently acting as his personal air conditioner. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. Dragonair, use Ice Beam. Following Luo Yuan's commands, Gyarados' Hydro Pump collided midair with Dragonair's Ice Beam, forming a several-meter-long ice pillar that shot toward Dragonite. The enormous Dragonite didn't let its size become a hindrance. With a flap of its wings, it deftly dodged the incoming ice projectile, moving at a speed entirely unexpected for its bulk. But Gyarados and Dragonair didn't stop there. They adjusted their attacks, splitting Hydro Pump and Ice Beam into two streams aimed directly at Dragonite. With agile maneuvers, Dragonite weaved between the streams of water and ice until they stopped, emerging completely unscathed. "All right, that's enough. Take a break," Luo Yuan called out, motioning for Dragonite to land in front of him. He tossed two special energy cubes into Dragonite's mouth, smiling as the Pokémon enjoyed its treat. It had been a week since he'd caught Dragonite, and by now, Luo Yuan had gained a thorough understanding of its stats. Dragonite's power had turned out to be far beyond his expectations. Though its size had shrunk to less than half of what it used to be, and its energy reserves had slightly decreased, its abilities seemed to have strengthened. Its Dragon Pulse and Dragon Rage attacks were now smaller in scale, but had become incredibly potent, exceeding even those of ordinary Elite 4-level Pokémon, especially when it came to strength and stamina. The weight Dragonite had shed seemed to be pure fat, resulting in no significant loss in power. In fact, its enormous strength was now concentrated in a body half its original size, making it even more forceful. In terms of raw power, Luo Yuan was confident it was even stronger than Bruno's Machamp. Dragonite's speed had also drastically improved with its new, leaner frame. Simply put, it had become faster. Though raw combat power wasn't all about strength and speed, they certainly contributed a lot. However, there was a drawback to this transformation. Dragonite's appetite had surged without the steady replenishment of dragon energy. Over the past few days, Luo Yuan had been coordinating with Matori to source additional food just to satisfy Dragonite's ravenous appetite. "I've raised a real bottomless pit," Luo Yuan muttered, handing over the rest of the energy cubes, which Dragonite happily gobbled up. Turning to his side, Luo Yuan glanced at Deoxys. Like Dragonite, Deoxys had also been training diligently. However, its focus was different. It was training its underlings. And Deoxys's underlings were none other than the defeated Unknown. After their loss to Deoxys, the Unknown had fallen under its psychic control. Now, they formed various patterns in the air under Deoxys's command. At first, some of the Unknown had tried to resist, but after Deoxys forcefully subdued the rebellious ones, the Unknown had become nothing more than loyal minions. No hesitation in serving a legendary. With its vast psychic powers and exceptional calculation abilities, Deoxys could command the collective consciousness Unknown effortlessly, as if they were extensions of its own limbs. After clearing the Colossal Dragonite dungeon, Luo Yuan had scored not only the Dragon Plate and a mysterious Pokémon egg, but also secured the Colossal Dragonite and a small army of Unknown as reinforcements. This trip had been incredibly worthwhile. Still, transporting the Unknown was inconvenient for now, so Luo Yuan decided to temporarily leave them at the ruins. When the time came, he'd have Hunter J return to Kanto and transfer the Unknown to his airship. Luo Yuan was confident that his airship, equipped with both high-end technology and the Unknown, would become an impenetrable fortress in the sky. Everything seemed to be falling into place. But just then his phone rang. Answering the call, the screen displayed Matori's avatar. "Luo Yuan, there's some news from HQ that I need to relay to you," she said, her expression serious. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead." After research and discussion by the Kanto Elite Four and President Damalanki's confirmation, Lance has officially been promoted to champion. He'll be reassigned to Jado after the Indigo League concludes. The league will then hold elections to select the remaining 5 Elite Four members and a new champion for Kanto. So it's finally happening. Luo Yuan smirked. Though he didn't have any informants within the league, he had anticipated this outcome ever since defeating Lance and his team. However, the timing was sooner than expected. "Seems I really spooked them last time. Their efficiency's gone up quite a bit," Luo Yuan chuckled. Even Matori couldn't resist a small smile at that. However, she quickly composed herself and continued. "Boss Giovanni has already decided to have one of our unexposed operatives, Koga, enter the running for the Elite Four. The boss wants to know when you plan to enter so that you and Koga can avoid competing against each other and prevent any unnecessary infighting. Aside from a near-mythical goal of becoming a Pokemon Master, the ranks of Champion and Elite Four were the aspirations of many trainers. No doubt, once Kanto's announcement went public, it would draw in a flood of contestants, forcing the league to hold preliminaries. Giovanni's suggestion was a strategic move to avoid Rocket members clashing against each other. "I'll wait until after the Indigo League," Luo Yuan mused. But honestly, doesn't Boss Giovanni have any interest in claiming the champion title for himself? Giovanni's identity was well hidden. To this day, the league had yet to connect the Rocket boss to him. As for his power, Giovanni was one of only 2 Rocket members with champion-level combat ability. If he wanted to enter the running for Kanto's champion, his Beedrill alone would render him nearly unbeatable. With Giovanni as champion and Koga alongside him, Team Rocket could practically gain legitimacy right under the league's nose. With Giovanni as the champion of the league, just imagine it. Lieutenant Surge commanding Vermilion Gym, Sabrina ruling over Saffron Gym, Koga's sister Aya in charge of Fuchsia Gym, and Blaine overseeing Cinnabar Gym. Combined with Team Rocket's deep-rooted influence across Kanto, the idea of Team Rocket taking control of the Kanto League doesn't seem so impossible. At that point, they'd be pulling the strings from both the legal and underground realms, with Giovanni as both Team Rocket's boss and the head of the Kanto League. Team Rocket's influence would grow unprecedentedly. Hearing Luo Yuan's theory, Matori immediately shook her head. Having served as Team Rocket's secretary for years, Matori's mindset was firmly divided. The league was the league, and Team Rocket was Team Rocket. The idea of Giovanni becoming champion? It was a little too far-fetched. Don't dismiss it so quickly. Think about it. Giovanni's identity isn't compromised, and his strength is unmatched. Why not give a shot? Luo Yuan's words sent Matori into deep thought. "I'll pass your suggestion to Giovanni. Also, there's one other piece of unconfirmed news." "What is it?" "It seems the League is trying to track down the legendary birds. They might be planning to use their power against us, Team Rocket." "Is that so?" "Understood." Luo Yuan's response was nonchalant. He didn't look down on the birds, but thinking the 3 birds could take on Deoxys and Mutuo, that was a bit naive on Lance's part. After catching up with Matori about the situation in Hoenn, Luo Yuan ended the call. Looking at his Pokemon, who had already finished their morning training, Luo Yuan called out with a smile. "Take a break. Once we've eaten, we'll head out." Team Rocket Base. Matori handed a freshly organized financial report to Giovanni. "Boss Giovanni, due to a drop in tourism, our revenue this month has halved compared to last month, excluding losses from New Island and the Celadon base. A 50% decrease." "Understood." Giovanni stroked Persian's head with one hand while glancing over the report with the other. "There's one more thing. I just told Luo Yuan about Koga's plans to enter the Elite Four, and he had a rather bold proposal." "Oh, and what was it?" Giovanni put down the report, his expression curious. As Team Rocket's chief secretary, Matori was no stranger to unconventional ideas. A suggestion that Matori deemed bold had to be something noteworthy. Luo Yuan suggested that you, boss, might want to enter the champion race yourself. Giovanni froze momentarily, then fell into a contemplative silence, a slow smile forming on his face. Well now, that's quite intriguing. Truthfully, Team Rocket's growth had reached a bottleneck. Having taken over Kanto, Johto, and the Sevilla Islands, they were facing limited expansion options and were even considering the Orange Archipelago, a region they once found unworthy of attention. If things continued as they were, Team Rocket could soon face stagnation. Giovanni's research on Mutuo and sending Luo Yuan to establish a foothold in Hoenn were all strategies to prevent this. Now, Luo Yuan's suggestion offered Giovanni a new path to explore. Hearing Giovanni's response, Matori's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected Giovanni to seriously consider the proposal. Giovanni looked up and said, "Tell Luo Yuan his idea has merit. I'll think it over. And Hunter J has arrived in Hoenn, hasn't she? The Alola expansion can wait for now. Focus on reinforcing our Hoenn operations." Matori nodded. Understood. Luo Yuan had no idea that his offhand idea had resonated with Giovanni, inspiring him to consider a different path forward. By this time, Luo Yuan had already left the island and arrived at the Saffron Gym. The trainer guarding the door shivered upon seeing Luo Yuan approach. He remembered Luo Yuan vividly. The last time he had seen him, Sabrina had instantly used her psychic powers to turn him into a mindless guide. Now, seeing Luo Yuan again, the young trainer immediately bowed at a perfect 90 degrees. "Mr. Luo Yuan, please come in. Lady Sabrina is currently battling a challenger." Luo Yuan noticed the odd looks from passers-by at the entrance. Though he didn't care much, it still felt a little awkward. Making a mental note to ask Sabrina to assign this trainer to a different position, he walked through the gym unimpeded. Opening the main doors, he saw a young trainer in a miniskirt directing a Blastoise to use Bite against Sabrina's Alakazam. Sabrina, who had been planning to let the challenger land a hit and earn the badge, froze when she noticed Luo Yuan enter. Instantly, her plans changed. With a wave of her hand, she ordered Psychic. Sensing through telepathy that Sabrina wanted to end the match, Alakazam's eyes gleamed blue, and its spoons began to tremble. It then crossed its spoons into an X shape. Wham! A torrent of psychic energy surged from Alakazam's body. "Blastoise, dodge it!" the young trainer shouted, sensing danger. But he had overestimated himself and underestimated the speed of Alakazam's psychic attack. Boom! The concentrated psychic blast sent Blastoise flying backward. Before it could hit the ground, Alakazam's psychic held it midair, then smashed it heavily into the ground. A full-force psychic attack from an elite 4-level Alakazam wasn't something Blastoise could withstand. Within mere seconds, the trainer's would-be victory turned into bitter defeat. Crushed by the sudden turn, he withdrew his fainted Blastoise, looking up at Sabrina with smoldering determination. "I'll be back." With that, he left the gym, half-running with Blastoise in tow. Treating challengers like that? Isn't that a bit harsh? Aren't you worried about complaints? Luo Yuan asked Sabrina, completely ignoring how he'd once crushed young trainers with Gyarados to save time. "This is the Saffron Gym," Sabrina replied with a smirk, her tone filled with confidence. The history of Saffron Gym stretched back to the founding of Saffron City itself, its power rivaling that of Celadon City's Celadon Gym under Erica's leadership. Thanks to Luo Yuan, Sabrina had also joined the board of Sylph Company, further enhancing Saffron Gym's influence. In short, even if Lance himself came by, there wasn't much he could do if Sabrina decided not to cooperate. As long as you're sure of it. Luo Yuan casually dusted some dirt off Sabrina's shoulder. Life at the Saffron Gym was a bit different from life at Cerulean Gym. To Luo Yuan, the primary difference lay in the personalities of Sabrina and Misty. Misty was the type who seemed lively and outgoing on the surface, but was rather shy deep down. When they were together, Luo Yuan often took the lead. Sabrina, on the other hand, was quite the opposite. Outwardly, she appeared attentive and nurturing, letting Luo Yuan take the reins day to day. But anyone close to her would know Sabrina's strong-willed side. Another early morning, Luo Yuan awoke once again in Sabrina's embrace. Ever since she discovered that being in close contact with Luo Yuan helped her psychic powers grow faster, this had become his daily wake-up call. Two pleasantly soft mounds pressed against his face, not too stifling, but perfectly snug. Reaching out, he gently moved Sabrina aside and slid his head free. Extending a hand toward the living room, Luo Yuan reached out with his psychic powers. The refrigerator door swung open, and a water pitcher floated out. After a few ice cubes plunked into a glass, it poured Luo Yuan a drink. The glass glided smoothly into his hand, not a drop spilled. Luo Yuan felt a moment of pride at how naturally his psychic skills were coming along. He then looked down at Sabrina, still resting against him. The morning light peeked through the curtains, casting a soft glow on her skin, giving it an almost enchanting sheen. A mischievous thought crept into Luo Yuan's mind. He bit down on an ice cube and pressed his cool lips against Sabrina's delicate, slender neck, slowly trailing downward. Wham! A moment later, Luo Yuan stumbled out of the bedroom, rubbing his sore back and wincing in pain. Beside him, Sabrina was both amused and exasperated as she glanced his way. "You didn't have to go that hard," Luo Yuan muttered. "Well, what did you expect when you pulled that icy trick on me while I was asleep?" Sabrina's face flushed slightly, and she left her words unfinished. "Still, did you really have to hit me with a full-force psychic blast?" Lucky for Luo Yuan, he wasn't lacking in psychic skills himself. Otherwise, Sabrina's reflexive blast could have done more than just leave his back aching. "That was just an involuntary reaction. I couldn't control it," Sabrina replied with a playful smile. Luo Yuan knew this was all his own doing. He just couldn't resist how irresistible she looked in that moment. At least now, he had a better sense of just how powerful Sabrina's psychic abilities were when unleashed at full strength. "Any plans for today?" Luo Yuan asked. He was planning a visit to Sylph Company. Sabrina pulled out her schedule and checked it. "I've got 2 challengers booked for this morning and 3 more this afternoon, so I won't be able to join you." With the Indigo League drawing near, gyms were getting busier, almost overflowing with challengers. Saffron Gym had fewer, mostly due to Sabrina's reputation. Most trainers didn't have the courage to take her on. Luo Yuan nodded, a bit disappointed, but he and Sabrina were mature Rocket members, not the type to prioritize romance above all else. "All right, I'll head over to Sylph Company. I've booked us a table for lunch, so let's meet up there." It was Luo Yuan's 3rd visit to Sylph Company. The front desk staff had grown quite familiar with him by now. After a polite greeting, he took the elevator straight to the president's office. Inside, President Sylph was smiling and playing with a grow live. Ever since resolving his troubles with Team Rocket, the president's mood had been light. Already over 70, he felt as if he'd gained another decade or 2 to live. His plans to hand over the company to his son had faded from his mind. Luo Yuan, of course, had no idea that President Sylph planned to hold on to the reins a little longer. And even if he did, it would have suited him just fine, as Sylph Company aligned more with his interests under President Sylph's steady leadership. "Good morning, President Sylph," Luo Yuan greeted him. "Luo Yuan, what brings you here?" The president looked intrigued. With a wave, he sent Grolithe off to play and returned to his desk, gesturing for Luo Yuan to sit. Luo Yuan took a seat without hesitation. "I heard some news," he began. "Apparently, the League is planning to select a new champion in Elite Four soon." President Sylph's eyes widened in surprise. "You've heard about that, too?" From what he knew, this information was still classified. Even with his strong connections across Kanto and Johto, he'd only recently learned about it. Sylph glanced at Luo Yuan, recalling Sabrina's status as Saffron Gym's leader. Noting the president's expression, Luo Yuan could easily guess his thoughts. He likely assumed Luo Yuan had learned the news from Sabrina. But Luo Yuan said nothing, letting the president fill in the blanks himself. So why mention this? President Sylph asked, puzzled. Luo Yuan cut to the chase. I plan to enter the Elite Four selection within 6 months and may need support from Sylph Company. The president stared at him, initially dumbfounded, clearly not expecting that answer. Wait, you've reached Elite Four level strength? He asked, incredulous. Luo Yuan understood the president's skepticism. He nodded. Almost. To be honest, he'd entertained this idea before, but it wasn't something he'd have voiced openly. Despite having several Elite Four-level Pokemon, Ditto was the only one he could openly showcase. This time, however, things had changed. He'd recently captured a powerful Dragonite, officially verified by Professor Elm. Luo Yuan's name was even on the research paper detailing the colossal Dragonite's strength. With 2 Elite Four-level Pokemon, plus Charizard, whose power had surged under his fire affinity. Dragonite, Ditto, and Charizard. With some focused training for his other Pokemon and a few targeted strategies, Luo Yuan believed he could realistically challenge for an Elite Four spot within 6 months. President Sylph was still processing what he'd heard. Almost was really just a hair away from already there. But what struck him most was Luo Yuan's age. Sylph was suddenly reminded of a thought he'd once had when he first met Luo Yuan. When I was his age, what was I doing with my life? The president fell into deep contemplation. President Sylph didn't doubt Luo Yuan for a second. There was simply no reason for him to lie. And if Luo Yuan was telling the truth, it could mean substantial benefits for Sylph Company. Aside from the publicity a newly appointed Elite Four member would bring, the strength an Elite Four member could provide would be invaluable to Sylph Company at this critical time. So, President Sylph made his decision swiftly. Our company will support you wholeheartedly. This support would include, but not be limited to, Sylph Company's media outlets bolstering Luo Yuan's public image, utilizing the company's influence across Kanto, and offering full logistical backing for Luo Yuan's Pokemon. After all, everyone knew that raising Pokemon could be a costly endeavor. With Sylph Company's resources behind him, Luo Yuan's Pokemon would have access to top-tier food, TMs for advanced moves, and any necessary evolution stones, all on the company's dime. After discussing the specifics with President Sylph, Luo Yuan prepared to head to the company's vault to select a few items. However, as the elevator doors opened on the 13th floor, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. A familiar figure, Professor Bill, wearing his white lab coat, was crawling toward him in an awkward 4-limb dash. Professor Bill? Luo Yuan was momentarily stunned. Bill didn't even look up as he made a beeline for the elevator, just about to rush past Luo Yuan, until a familiar voice called out. Luo Yuan, stop him! Aratada, followed closely by a group of security guards, called out to him. Finally grasping what was going on, Luo Yuan's eyes flashed blue as he used his psychic powers to stop Professor Bill mid-stride, leaving him hovering in the air. Both the Rattata, Professor Bill, who'd swapped bodies with his own Pokemon, and the guard sighed in relief. Good thing you were here. If he'd gotten out, we might never have caught him again, said the Rattata in Bill's voice. Luo Yuan couldn't help but smirk, glancing at Professor Bill, thrashing his legs in the air, held in place by his psychic grip. Passing Bill back to the guards, Luo Yuan watched as the research assistants secured both Bill and his Rattata inside 2 large machines and pressed a button. 30 seconds later, the real Bill was back, dusting himself off as he approached Luo Yuan. Thanks, Luo Yuan. Who knows how long it would have taken to catch him without you. Bill held the now docile Rattata. You didn't set up any safeguards for this experiment? Bill coughed awkwardly. I did, but I didn't expect Rattata to get past so many guards. He's usually so calm. Luo Yuan gave a knowing look, but decided not to dwell on it. He glanced back at the massive machine. So, does this mean your experiment was a success? Judging from what he'd just witnessed, Bill's research had indeed been successful. But still, he'd managed this breakthrough in just 2 months? The speed was impressive, to say the least. I'd actually laid the groundwork beforehand, so it wasn't as time-consuming as it might seem. And really, I have you to thank. Without your support, the funding wouldn't have been approved so quickly, or in such generous amounts. Bill said, sincerely grateful. Without Luo Yuan's connections, he'd never have secured such nearly limitless funding, a point of envy for countless researchers. It's less about me and more about the potential your research holds, Luo Yuan replied. Unlike his previous study of the colossal dragonite, which had purely academic value, the body-swapping technology between humans and Pokemon had far-reaching applications. For instance, it could provide Pokemon enthusiasts a first-hand experience of being a Pokemon, or it could serve medical purposes, potentially treating certain psychological conditions. They chatted about this for a while until Bill finally asked about Luo Yuan's reason for visiting. In his time at Sylph Company, Bill had learned a lot about Luo Yuan, including the fact that he rarely showed up, typically delegating his shareholder responsibilities to Sabrina. Oh, I recently captured the colossal dragonite, and I was hoping to find a few items that might benefit him, Luo Yuan explained. Bill's eyes widened. Wait, you captured the colossal dragonite. While Bill didn't care much about the capture itself, having personally seen dragonite's massive size, he understood just how challenging such a feat would be. Setting aside everything else, the sheer logistics of capturing a Pokemon that big were a hurdle on their own. Due to certain circumstances, the colossal dragonite's size was reduced, which is the only reason I could manage to capture him, Luo Yuan clarified. At that moment, Luo Yuan recalled something and reached into his bag, pulling out the mysterious Pokemon egg he'd found in the ruins. You must have equipment here for examining Pokemon eggs. Mind running a scan for me? 4 days now, he'd been infusing the egg with his Viridian powers, hoping to hasten its hatching. The powers had an effect. He could feel the life within the egg growing stronger every day, but it still hadn't hatched, leaving him a bit perplexed. This egg, taking the nearly fossilized Pokemon egg from Luo Yuan, Bill looked at it, visibly surprised. Could an egg like this still be alive? Though he'd never seen anything quite like it, Bill's professionalism kicked in, and he quickly collected himself. Let's find out. He placed the egg onto the scanner and activated the device, causing a flood of data to fill the screen. Species, unknown. Gender, unknown. Type, dragon. Energy levels, high. Bill frowned. The dragon energy within this egg is so intense that it's interfering with the equipment. This is all the data we can retrieve. However, based on the available information, I'd say this Pokemon is fully developed and ready to hatch. Oh, I scanned the thickness of the eggshell, and I believe the only thing stopping it from hatching is that the shell has partially fossilized. I see, Luo Yuan muttered, stepping closer and tapping the Pokemon egg with his knuckles, producing a solid thud-thud sound. Just as Professor Bill had said, the eggshell was indeed extremely hard. So what's the plan? Should I just crack it open? Luo Yuan traced his hand along the egg, seeming to search for the best spot to apply force. Sensing danger, the Pokemon within trembled slightly, as if aware of what Luo Yuan was planning. Bill quickly waved his hands to stop him. Wait, any external force might harm the Pokemon inside. Actually, I think I can manage it, Luo Yuan replied, a hint of confidence in his voice. I have fine control over my psychic power. I could apply just enough pressure without hurting it. But Bill, unaware of the extent of Luo Yuan's psychic abilities, suggested, I have a better idea. 10 minutes later, they stood before the enormous consciousness transfer machine, the latest of Bill's inventions. This is your better idea? Luo Yuan asked, arching an eyebrow. Bill held up a report, explaining, studies have shown that it's beneficial for Pokemon to break out of their eggs from the inside. It promotes development and is, in fact, the ideal method. And according to the scan, the Pokemon inside has fully developed, making it suitable for a consciousness transfer. Bill's thoroughness was evident in his tone as he gestured toward the machine. Luo Yuan nodded thoughtfully. He'd read similar research himself. While the exact mechanism was unclear, studies showed that Pokemon who hatched on their own often exhibited higher overall strength than those assisted from the outside. Luo Yuan wasn't aware, however, that this principle might not apply to his peculiar egg. Since Bill's plans seemed logical, He set aside the idea of breaking the egg with psychic force. If the plan was to try a consciousness transfer, he could assist the Pokemon from the inside, especially since his usual method of connecting with it via Viridian energy had been disrupted. The egg had absorbed so much dragon energy that it blocked deeper communication. All right, who's going in, you or me? Luo Yuan asked. The machine had been thoroughly tested and deemed safe, but Bill was still cautious. I'll do it. Luo Yuan stepped forward confidently. He wasn't one to hesitate once he'd made up his mind. Besides, he was curious to experience what it felt like to inhabit a Pokemon's consciousness. He stepped into the machine and signaled for Bill to start. In an instant, he felt a pulling sensation from deep within his mind. His psychic powers instinctively formed a mental shield, resisting the pull, but realizing this was part of the transfer process, he allowed the shield to relax. The next thing he knew, part of his mind seemed to flow through a tunnel, arriving in a dark, enclosed space. Is it done? Something feels a little strange. Instead of a complete transfer, it felt as though his mind was split between two perspectives. One part remained in his own body, and the other was now seeing through the eyes of the Pokemon inside the egg. His experience was different from Bill's. Rather than a full swap, he could control both his body and the Pokemon simultaneously. But where's the Pokemon's original consciousness in all of this? He wondered. Suddenly, within his dark surroundings, he heard a faint, curious clicking sound in his mind. A weak, hesitant consciousness cautiously reached out to him, as if sensing the presence of someone familiar. It didn't resist him. Instead, it seemed instinctively drawn to him, feeling a strange sense of kinship. Guess its consciousness didn't transfer over, Luo Yuan mused, realizing that his mental defenses had likely prevented any influence on his own mind. He focused on communicating with the small consciousness, trying to get a sense of what kind of Pokemon it was. However, the Pokemon itself seemed somewhat foggy-minded, unable to provide clear answers. No matter, his goal was simply to help it hatch. Moving the foreign body, Luo Yuan tried to get a feel for its limbs, which were tiny and uncoordinated, as he attempted his first strike at the shell. Thud! The force rebounded, knocking his borrowed body back. Pain echoed through his awareness. Just ramming into the shell won't work. With this realization, Luo Yuan turned back to the consciousness within. What moves can you use? The little Pokemon replied with a confused caw. Not understanding what moves were, it sent him a small bundle of memories when Luo Yuan explained. Dragon Breath, Outrage, Iron Tail, Metal Claw, Iron Head, Sand Tomb, Twister. Quite a list of inherited moves. With so many moves, why hadn't it broken the shell itself? Luo Yuan sent it a questioning thought. What's hatching, right? It never even thought of hatching on its own. Looks like I'll be doing this myself, he thought. Out of all the moves, he chose Metal Claw as the simplest and most direct. Focusing on the energy within, Luo Yuan felt it gather in the Pokemon's claw, and he swung. Crack! A faint splitting sound reached his ears as a sliver of light peeked through the crack in the shell. As that beam of light touched the Pokemon's consciousness, something stirred in it. The little creature's awareness came alive with excitement, awakening a sense of urgency. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. Without waiting for Bill's help, Luo Yuan directed his consciousness back to his own body with his psychic power. Luo Yuan. Bill, who was just about to press the button to retrieve Luo Yuan's consciousness, was taken aback. He hadn't even started the machine yet. How had Luo Yuan returned on his own? Did the transfer fail? Luo Yuan gave him a reassuring smile. Then, to Bill's amazement, he stepped out of the chamber and moved to stand before the Pokemon egg. Crack, crack! The sound of breaking shell filled the room as the cracks expanded. Finally, Kaka, a small, blue-bodied Pokemon with a disproportionately large head, a prominent fin on top, and football-shaped protrusions on the sides of its head, emerged from the egg. Gibble. Luo Yuan recognized it immediately. To his surprise, this Gibble was a shiny, its rare coloring evident in its unique blue shade.
Hello, everyone!
As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.